There is something very special about a dawn in Africa. Those crisp African mornings, a slight chill in the air with the anticipation of another subtropical experience here in the beautiful region of Ballito. Signs of competition gearing up this morning for our third day of the window. Ballito Pro, proudly presented by O'Neill, gearing itself up for another exciting day of competition. Certainly swell conditions and surf thundering again here this morning in the pre-dawn setups. Athletes from both men's and women's draws, 32 remain on both sides as they get their early morning surfs in. Warm Indian Ocean lapping onto the beaches of Ballito here in South Africa. And as we say, there's that tangible excitement as the sun starts to rise over the east coast of South Africa. Gearing for another beautiful day of competition. It is a very good morning. It's a Sawubona greeting. We are in the heart of the Zulu culture. Gig Saliers alongside Kai Linda for the call, getting ready for day three, a place that you call home here. And so good to have so many of the world's best surfers here for the opening Challenger Series stop.
Yeah, Gigs, and it's been a frenetic start to the event and to the Challenger Series. And every morning we wake up and it just seems like it's getting better and better. This morning, no stop to the action. The swell's actually bigger than yesterday. There's so much power out in the water. A little bit more east in the swell, which is making it a bit more peaky and rangy and a couple of movable sets. But just sitting on the deck this morning, having a look, there are some absolute bowings out on the bank. And if you look at the footage there, all you saw was big smiles.
Well, it is that new moon week of tides and the low tides blessing us with really good sand. The sand itself here in Ballito is amazing this year. We've seen great conditions in the build-up to this Challenger Series event as well. And let's go down and hear about conditions. We'll throw it down to Mike Frew at the beach.
Thank you, Gigs. Sally, wow, it looks like it's cooking out there. We're on for this morning. Tell us about the conditions. You just got out the water.
Oh, it's such a beautiful morning, Mike. As you can all see, the big global sunrise, and then the waves are pumping, nice and clean. As you said, it's sort of straightened up a little bit, so it's got a lot of kick, and then it's just finding those ones that have that, I guess, that moment of impact. Some of them kind of like wedge up and kind of just like taper off, and then some have that big crazy closeout that we've all been watching. So it's going to be an exciting day of action. Stay tuned. Yoo-hoo.
Sally, it looks like we might get some barrels today. We didn't have so many yesterday, but it definitely looks like the angle is barrels.
For sure. I've seen some in the free surf. I was out there amongst the piranhas. Everyone was pretty hungry this morning, and yeah, just looking over a couple, and yeah, there was definitely some throaty ones, and I think everyone was kind of eyeing off that big major first turn, but I think we'll see some barrels for sure.
Well, good luck for your heat later this morning.
Thanks, guys.
Back to you, Gigs.
Yeah, thanks, Mike. And Sally Fitzgibbons, always full of energy. She just sets the pace for enthusiasm in the professional era. And certainly as we see these beautiful images here of the KwaZulu-Natal region, that glow ball, as Sally describes it, it's just after 7 a.m. local time. And look at these lines stacking into Ballito this morning as we are gearing up to get competition underway.
Well, Gigs, I mean, if you're rolling up to your local and seeing what we're looking at right now, you're going to be froth monster pretty hard. I mean, the surf is firing. It's maybe not quite perfect, but what we've been enjoying the last few days is maybe that little touch of imperfection. It's given us those crazy moments. You know, you think of Winter Vincent yesterday, that 9-point ride. There was nothing perfect about that wave, but it was so intense, so crazy, that it's doing the rounds on social media last night and this morning like crazy because of that slight little imperfection.
Big waves exploding on the low tide sandbars will set up opening start here for the round of 32. Of course, 32 surfers in the women's draw. Quite a few highlight names to talk about. One of them, Isabella Nichols. She'll be the red singlet out in the lineup. Watch for the Canadian, Sanoa Demfle Olin, who'll bring her experiences out of that North American qualifying regions zone into the Challenger Series format. Daniela Rosas, the Peruvian, also in the lineup, along with Ariane Achawa, the Basque Country surfer. And noticing Kai just opening up the heat times with the big heavy water on offer this morning, up to a 35-minute heat as we get into the round of 32.
Yeah, bit of benefit for the pro surfers. Shame some of the juniors earlier in the week, because of the day off, had to hit the 15-minute heat out in 6-foot Ballito. That was a bit frenetic. So yeah, giving them a little bit more time. The paddle back is brutal. This bank is very unforgiving. It looks like such a short little paddle, but there's so much water moving down that sandbank, and there are no channels in this lineup at all. So you've got to duck dive. It's brutal, and you need a bit more time.
There may be a slight winter chill in the crisp air this morning, as is every morning of the winter season here, but it is in the subtropical region of beautiful Ballito. And of course the water warm, just a thin wetsuit required. A lot of surfers been approaching the mid-morning and midday heats in board shorts. So temperature not an issue. If it looks a little bit grey on your screens, it's that early morning light. It's just after 7 a.m. Of course, the sunrise just before 7. And so it is a fresh and early start here. And everybody in and around the contest site, as you said, Kai, you were just down there at the deck visiting the athlete area itself. Everybody just geared and ready to get going for this round of 32.
No, the excitement's literally just bubbling over. I loved in that opening shot you saw Cole Hausman on screen, and you could just, if you can lip read, he was just saying, it's cooking. Like, they are frothing to get out there. The good news is for the boys, while the ladies is on, I walked up to Bog Bay, the spot just, like a 10-minute walk further up the promenade. That's firing, so all the guys are probably up there getting some warm-up laps in. And the other thing is today is going to be an absolutely cracker of a day. If you're around Ballito or in KZN, get down here. World-class surfing. It is going to be a beautiful beach day. I'm pretty sure we're going to see a heaving beach with big crowds today. And the wind forecast is just beautiful for today. Stays light late into the afternoon. Low tide a bit later in the morning again, so we'll see a lot more surfing through the day before that high tide comes in the evening. And I'm going to say, I think Ballito this year has just decided it's going to show off.
Yep. There's so many stories from Ballito, and we think back over the years to so many big overhead days, and certainly day 3 of competition here for the first Challenger Series event of the calendar, and it has been head high and thumping. And we'll hold thumbs that continues, Kai. It's the forecast still looking healthy for the days ahead as well. And certainly a beautiful beach day, as Kai, you give that shout out to the local community. Is get down to the beach here and watch surfers like Isabella Nichols on screen as she'll get her Challenger Series campaign for 2026 underway. Slightly slower start to the championship tour for 2026 for Isabella Nichols. Did get her 3rd place finish, as you would expect, at locations like Bells, but not really backing it up, and finds herself down on the championship tour rankings as we move into the mid-year. And now the focus of doing 2 tours for the next season ahead for surfers of Isabella Nichols' status. And we'll see how the rest of her competitors will gear up their approaches to Ballito. Sanoa, the Canadian, the first Canadian to ever qualify to represent the sport of surfing at the Olympics for the Canadian flag. She'll get her campaign rolling here this morning. You spoke about the paddle out, and well, a little look into the next minute ahead for Sanoa's life.
Yeah, listen, I think everyone who's surfed this wave will be able to tell you similar horror stories about getting thumped on this bank. It really is just a brutal scenario. But here's the most experienced surfer in the water also one of the nicest ladies on tour, Isabella Nichols, and you just know that rail game's going to come into play today. Then we had Daniela, and that wave just rolled a little bit ahead of her, maybe a little bit deep, but lots of potential when you look at the wave. And then the young Canadian here, beautiful bottom turn, lovely little whip off the top, and just getting a little late up to the lip there, but the game plan was sound. If she'd gotten up maybe just a couple of seconds earlier, they could have ridden out of that big second turn and she would have had a solid score. Getting a 3.17, not too bad. No major scores on the board yet, though.
Well, the right approach from the Canadian in blue straight away there, Kai, just going up into that section. We saw through yesterday the men's round of 64 attacking that lip line. You mentioned Winter Vincent's massive drive off the lip, and then of course Daniela Rosas just back into your pictures, surf fans, as we get stuck into the opening day of the round of 32, first heat of the day this morning, a Tuesday morning here as we get things underway. And just thinking of the performances that came out of the lineup yesterday, of course all of the ladies would have not only been doing their own warm-up surfs and the other surf breaks in and around Ballito, but would have been just paying attention to where the scores lie from the judging panel in these crunching conditions.
Well, nice late takeoff. Look at this wave, just looks so inviting. Beautiful tight carve in the pocket. We heard Sally in that pre-morning with Mike just saying, you know, you have got two swells in the water. You've got that like south swell that's still lingering, and then there's a bit more of an east swell also in the lineup coming from that big storm out in the Indian Ocean. And that's going to cause like some of those A-framey peaks and the ones that she said, you know, taper off. The good news is on the tapered ones, quite often you can get barreled off the takeoff, give it a little backdoor, and it does give you that opportunity for one big turn. But then you get the more like walled up ones where it's going to be that danger factor of going for the big closeout.
Well, talking to your point there, Kai, the 5-point ride in for that, just that big arcing turn in the top corner there. So it's going to be some single maneuvers. If you can get it up in the lip like that, that is going to go a long way to some points. She likes the feeling of that. She knows exactly how the win came last year for her fellow countrywoman in Nadia Aristaba, who was using that backhand up into the lip line, massive hits, and Ariana Chawa, the Spaniard, going straight to the formula.
Yeah, and I mean, I think back to last year, she also put in some really good backhand surfing. So she's got the advantage of having been here before. She knows the wave. There was probably a similar morning last year for the ladies as well, I think on day one, and that was a really nice turn. You know, she liked it. So it's going to be a good day. We're going to see a couple of varying game plans, you know. Different surfers are going to be able to today go to their strengths. For those who want to, you know, get barreled and do the backup turn, that option's there. For those who are going to go for that big single maneuver, that option's there. And we have seen a couple of big heat wins in the last 2 days just with those single maneuvers.
And just to allude to the tide still dropping out, let's have a look at this 5-pointer.
Beautiful bottom turn. Oh, this is a second wave now.
Okay.
And comes around, nice tight little turn. So she's finding some rhythm now. Oh, just a pity she couldn't run out of that floater, because that would have been the 3-turn combo. But Daniela Rosa from Peru, she's looking comfortable out there.
She is. She opened with that big single arc on the face for the 5, then had a throwaway, and now that wave we've just seen on the replay tapes is with the judging panel. We're waiting to hear their opinion. 5 judges on duty, of course up to date with the scores will happen shortly, but the computer will always take the highest and the lowest judge's opinion out of it. The remaining 3 then get divided by the average, and so that's how we get these decimal numbers, and that is how we'll get some points on the scorecard for the Canadian, who's back at it and looking comfortable in the heavy water here. Sanoa Demfle Olin, wave number 2 for her. Her first one, the 3.17, Kai, but that one certainly just getting a big hammer on the backhand. So going to be interesting to see how the scores for Ariane Achawa, the Spaniard in green, matches up with the Canadian in blue.
Yeah, I liked what I saw there. Just how's that left just rolling across the bank? That's one of those east swell numbers coming through. But Sanoa looking good. I mean, that was a really aggressive first turn, nice big bowl, and then she had to wrangle the second one. You see her take off here. This wave just looked so good. Nice whip off the top. I like how she just waited, didn't rush straight back in, and then found that little clip. And if you think about her first wave, she was a bit early and a bit rushed for the second turn. So this time, learning from that mistake and getting the closer. I've just realized I did see some clips of her surfing in and around the Tofu area of Canada. And if you look at those waves, pretty powerful A-framey sort of peaky waves, very similar to this. So I think considering it's nice and warm here and very cold there, she's going to be feeling quite comfortable.
Yep, she's used to the heavy water. She's used to the colder climates. Tofino in British Columbia is her hometown, and a great little surf story out of that town as well. And one day, perhaps, you and I will get a trip to Canada.
Sure, you better pack that rubber for me, Gigs.
Well, I mean, you are used to some colder waters. We both know the waters of Cape Town as well, but it's the subtropical region of Ballito. And certainly with you calling it home these days, you're getting a little spoilt with the warmer climates.
Yeah, I'm becoming a bit of a chicken for that cold stuff, I won't lie. 4-3 wetsuits are a little bit of a myth for me these days. But I'll be honest, I quite like going to the cold water spots. There's something about going on trips to those places and a little bit more of the effort that needs to go in, and that's pretty cool. Actually, talking about cold water stuff, I saw such a cool documentary on Isabella Nichols, and she went back to her Nordic background and did a trip surfing in the snow and like crazy stuff like that, and it was just a really cool docu. So interesting to see how a lot of these surfers have got like those multicultural backgrounds as well, and that they're going and exploring that.
Denmark?
I think it's Denmark, yeah.
Yeah. Of course, there are waves up in, as you mentioned, that Nordic region. We think of the zones of Sweden, Norway, Denmark, even the north coast of Germany.
Yeah.
There are enthusiastic surf cultures there. The north coast of Holland as well, the Netherlands.
Yeah, and then
Number of waves there.
even moving into the Med down Black Sea, I've seen some stuff about guys searching for waves in the Black Sea. It's not really a place you would have thought of.
Yep, anywhere there's water and wind, it'll create waves. And let's have a look at a second ride unfolding for the Spaniard. She's surfing with a much better pace in 2026. There were moments in her previous Ballito visits where she looked perhaps a little bit flustered. And into picture comes Isabella Nichols. She loves the big right-handers. She knows the feeling of setting the rail. Traveling down the line, it is a little trickier perhaps than big, clean, open Bells Beach. But nonetheless, Isabella Nichols will add her second ride to the scorecard. Just like that, we've moved down to a little over 21 minutes on the clock.
Yeah. So Noah right now, 6.5 for that two-turn combo. So that's the benchmark for the heat. I think they will all have seen that wave. They would have all heard score coming through, so they kind of know now exactly what the judges are looking for. Pretty similar to the last 2 days, Gigs. It's been either the big 2-3 turn combos, or you've got to go really big. Haven't seen too many big scores for barrels yet. Yesterday we had a little flash of a couple of tubes, but I have a feeling today, especially when the tide drops out and that bank gets a bit shallower, today could be that day. We might see some big filthy barrels.
Well, as judges ponder Isabella Nichols' score, we'll look to the best wave thus far of the heat. Sanoa Demfle Olin, the Canadian, with a 6.5, and that was that bigger section that she attacked, as you mentioned, Kai. And then just comparing it in the discussion with Ariana Chawa, her opening ride with a medium-sized wave, but it was Wally, had the lip line for a 4.93.
Yeah, and we saw that we saw that last wave. Well, let's look at this, because this is the highest scoring wave of the heat. Nice deep bottom turn, perfectly timed first turn, right in the pocket, and then she just was really clever to wait for the section. Didn't rush the second turn, rather waited for the right time to do the close-out maneuver, and I think that was very clever surfing.
And the judges love it when you hook that turn in the critical section and then free fall out. It seems a little bit of free fall tends to nudge those numbers right up as well. So 6.5, healthy score. Isabella Nichols right now down in 4th in the encounter, the opening heat of the morning. 3.4 for her last run down the bank there, Kai. And, well, a soft opener at 2.5. So right now, a little bit of work ahead for the Championship Tour surfer Isabella Nichols. Meanwhile, this lady from Spain is on point.
Yeah, and it's a good comparative to the 6.5 we just looked at, because this one came in at a 3.7. And she did some good work on the wave, but you can see slightly smaller wave, a little softer. She kind of had to work the turns. So good surfing, but only getting the 3.7. Isabella Nichols can be really dangerous. That wave, she got a little bit of a rebound warble off the turn. And then here again, you saw it just kind of bottomed out. Got a little bit late to that third turn, but I feel like that wave, maybe she started feeling her rhythm just a little bit. So if she can find another good long running wave in the lineup now, you'll probably see her start dropping some much better scores.
Well, the Bonzoy athlete, Isabella Nichols, think of her run through last year, taking on that GWM tank along with Geordie Smith for a great run through the Aussie leg. A win at Bells Beach to get her season going. 5th places in Margaret River and back on the east coast of Australia. And certainly just putting her hand up, showing that she belongs amongst the world's best. But a little bit of a more complex year on the Championship Tour this year for Isabella Nichols. And she'll turn full focus here to the opening stop of the Challenger Series for 2026. Let's have a look at this big wave on screen. Lovely in the top corner. This is the Peruvian who opened up with a 5 and backed it up with a 4.5 and now keeps her scorecard moving in the right direction. Great set of rail turns there from Daniela Rosas.
Wow, Gig, she's really, really finding the bombs out there and just going to town. And whoa, how was that turn?
Oh, live action. Look at this wave from Ariana Chawa. That was a monster wall. It was standing up vertically into the morning light. Indications that that wave was a little bit over to the north of the beach. And she's getting monstered by some waves in the lineup now. We speak of the energy this morning. We saw a lot of broken equipment over the last 3 days, Kai, and I think today might just be a continuation of that. Definitely surfers looking for step-up boards as well here in Ballito.
I mean, just nice late takeoff. Comes around the section, whoop, nice and committed. Little bump there, but did well to recover into the big carve round. And then just look at the power. Bam! Just hooked into that one. Really liking what I'm seeing from Daniela Rosas. And then right behind her, Ariana comes around the section. That is very committed surfing right there. That was a super difficult section. And then throws it up again to big turns. Surfers in white and green are turning the screws in this heat now. And like you said, Gigs, you see them just, Daniela Rosas had to bail there. She just got absolutely smoked by that wave. A lot of equipment being broken, a couple of surfers too. We lost Finn McGill yesterday with an injury. And then, of course, Jose Faulkner in the 2000 breaking his leg in 3 places. And just a big shout out to Josie. I know his surgery went well. He has started a Back a Buddy campaign. So if you feel like going and supporting him and assisting with those incredibly big hospital bills, please go support Josie. He's got a long trip back.
Well, heavy waves here for the Ballito Pro of 2026. It's strong and it's exciting stuff as we see preparations from Sophie McCulloch coming up next. She'll be taking on Kira Pinkerton, Sierra Kerr, and Iwalula Wong in a great thing. Meanwhile, scorecards starting to move in the right direction for Daniela Rosas, Kai. 717 comes in for her. And certainly setting the pace for the heat. Waiting for that score from Ariana Chawa, because that was a high voltage exchange between the Peruvian and the Spaniard.
Yeah, it's really good surfing. And if the 717 came in for Daniela, I've got to feel that Ariana's probably going to go above that just because of the commitment. And there you go, boom, 9-point ride.
Wow, huge number. Just taking a leaf out of Nadia Eristaba's book. And of course, Ariane, her is friends with Nadia. They're from the same region in the north of Spain. And she saw how those points got found in the lineup for a victory this time last year. Ariana Chawa, 9-point ride. That is a massive talking point here for the opening heat of the morning.
Well, and you've got to say, this morning's conversation, you know, how's the day going to go? When you get a 9 within 15 minutes of the start, you know, things are looking good. Someone's definitely coming in. I saw them getting caught by that set, and it looks like it is Ariana.
Well, we are more than halfway through the heat. Let's have a look at this replay at 9, Kai.
Just that was such a critical turn, and loved the bottom turn too, and then just throws it up for number 2. Definitely made a good decision to straighten out there too, because the third turn would have been a killer. But it looks like she did damage her board. I don't think that was on the wave. I think it was actually that set that caught them afterwards on the paddle out.
Wow, great stuff going down in the lineup here. It is the first heat of the morning, 35-minute heat set out. This one slips just under 14 to go. And so many talking points for the first heat, as a 9-point ride has come out of the lineup, a 7-1-7 as well. And we start asking the questions. Where is Isabella Nichols in this? We'll sit back and take a quick breather. Stay with us. The show is on the way here in Ballito this morning.
Welcome to KwaZulu-Natal, the destination for all seasons. Nestled on the breathtaking north coast of the Zulu Kingdom, this vibrant town offers something for everyone. KwaZulu-Natal boasts several beaches that have been awarded the prestigious Blue Flag, guaranteeing cleanliness and safety for all visitors. Our inland region offers a world of adventure. Get your adrenaline pumping with thrilling activities like ziplining, hiking and off-road biking surrounded by the natural beauty of KwaZulu-Natal's landscapes. Kids will love our animal farm, getting up close and personal with friendly animals. Immerse yourself in history as you explore the rich heritage and legacy of great leaders like King Shaka and Chief Albert Lutuli. Conveniently located just a short drive from King Shaka International Airport and Durban International Conventional Center, making it easily accessible for both local and international delegates, with an abundance of world-class accommodation facilities, dining options and attractions nearby, you can truly make the most of your time in this magnificent region. KwaZulu-Natal, the heartbeat of the North Coast.
The 2026 Ballito Pro presented by O'Neill is brought to you by KwaZulu-Natal Municipality, official host and title sponsor partner of the Ballito Pro presented by O'Neill. By O'Neill, official presenting sponsor of the Ballito Pro. And by Corona Cero, made with 100% natural ingredients.
Welcome back to the show. It is exciting stuff in the lineup as you join us for day 3 and the first heat of the morning here in the round of 32. Have a look at the conditions on hand. It's well overhead. It is pumping as Sanoa Demfle Olon falls out the lip herself, and a big thumbs up for hers. Backup score, a 6-5 in early on for the Canadian, who is we speak of the energy in the lineup here. It's a good morning from myself, King Saliers, and Kai Linda, as we unpack the story here. And there are some stories, because Ariana Chawa, before the break, fetched that massive 9-point ride. She got flushed all the way almost into the next bay. This is Daniela Rosas back at it as well. She'll just let that turn go. A 7-1-7 already in the scoreline, a 5 with it. She's trying to improve those numbers. And we've still got 10 minutes of fun, and we posed the question, where is Isabella Nichols? The judges' scorecard open for her as we bring you the action from beautiful Ballito this morning.
Yeah, and it's an interesting one, because you would have thought maybe she'd have that P next to her name for priority, but obviously something happened, because she's got a score coming. So she's had a wave during the break. And like you said, Ariana, after that incredible 9-point ride, ended up getting just flushed down the bay and had to do the runaround. Here we go. Okay, that's a bit better. Nice big power carve, then whips it off the top. Isabella now working this wave, looking for the big closer. And that's such a difficult section to hit. You've got white water coming at you from both directions, so she did really well to hold on to that one. And then this young Canadian just really surfing very maturely in this heat, and that's a beautiful whip. You saw almost lose the board on the airdrop out. So a nice commitment. And then on this one, Daniela starts off with the big wrap, bit of a warble on that wave, comes around the corner and just bogs the rail a little bit on that. So that's kind of the first error we've seen from Daniela in the heat.
Yeah, nonetheless, a high voltage exchange. Waiting for the numbers from Daniela Rosas, Sanoa Demfle Olin, and Isabella Nichols. And Isabella back in the lineup has the priority. And for the first time, Guy, in this heat, we start seeing some championship tour form from Isabella Nichols here in the Ballito lineup this morning.
Yeah, and we're just seeing line after line too. Just look at those sets just rolling down the bank. Wow. Tide is going to start dropping, and it's going to get more hollow and more brutal on that inside bank. So we're in for an exciting morning here. And what better way to start the Challenger Series than with firing right-hand sand bottom point break?
Absolutely. Just after 7:30 a.m. local time here, well over 2 hours to go till the bottom of the low tide. It is the new moon, so the tides are stretched. It is going to be a very low tide. You spoke of the variable winds. It's that light offshore, so typical of this time of the year, and it brushes the faces of big walls like this as Isabella Nichols looks for more opportunity. She has fetched a score, Kai. We'll talk about that. But certainly right now trying to back up that 7.6 that has arrived in her scoreline.
Okay, because I actually just did a mental pause on that image, and Isabella's not the shortest lady on tour, and that was pretty much triple overhead, that wave. That was a big wave.
Big surf on offer here. It has been on the pump since day one. Also got going with the men's round of 80, the women's round of 64. Now down to the rounds of 32. 32 surfers on both men's and women's draws. Heats ahead for us. We are focused on the women's round of 32 this morning here. See, still a crispness to the air. It's the sun's only been up around 35-40 minutes, Kai, so everyone's sort of bundled up for it. You know that subtropical feeling is going to come back shortly in the next hour, and surf fans are going to be treated when they get down to the beach here, because it is romping surf in the lineup this morning.
Yeah, and you can see that beautiful land breeze we get every morning in the winter here. Of course, you know, when you look at those aerial shots of the coast of KwaZulu and Ballito, it is a little bit hilly, but as you cross the N2 and head inland, you start moving up into what they call the 1,000 hills of Zululand, and it really is just hill and hill and hill, and then up into further escarpments and mountain ranges. You get a big plateau, you get an escarpment up there where you've got towns like Newcastle and Vryheid, Bethlehem, and then you go up another massive escarpment before you get to Gauteng and the interior of the country.
Well, there's that Drakensberg line that is the big divide between the highest elevations and us down here at sea level, and very often a little bit of snow capping. There's regular snowboarding up in the Lesotho region, and all that cold air gets the whole night to just drain down through those 1,000 hills, and they almost get funneled into these furrows and river valleys, and they really accelerate out into these pockets like we are here in Ballito.
Yeah, and it's funny because this time of year KZN is really a magical place as a surfer. You know, you see so many options, so you need to get down here.
You need to get down here, and surfers need to get busy looking for scores. Now, we are up to date. That is the look of the heat, top left of screen. The Spaniard, Ariana Chawa, with the weight of the 9-point ride, is out front. The Canadian in blue has done well to garner a pair of sixes in the lineup here. Daniela Rosas with the 717 finds herself in third, looking for just a 533. Isabella Nichols is straight back into the story. Second priority next to her name. She needs just a 4.9. It's game on here for the last 5 minutes.
Yeah, cracker start to the morning. 7-6 for that wave we saw of Isabella's. So rewarded by the judges for consistency and multiple maneuvers. And now she's going to need to find another cracker. She's got some time, just under 5 minutes. You see some of one of the local kids hanging out with the boys. And it's one of the beautiful things about these events, gigs, is when they roll into town, is that all the little local groms and stuff get to meet their heroes. They get to hang out with them, have a surf, chat.
Absolutely. 10 big championship tour names still on the men's side of things. And looking very forward to that round of 32 when we get there. Of course, today penciled out for the round of 32 in the women's. And it's championship tour surfers like Isabella Nichols that have got to turn their attention to this opening Challenger Series stop of the year. Here she goes in the top corner. 4.9 requirement, will remind you. Just maybe feeling the pressure of the clock a little bit there. Gets unstuck on that second turn, and right now she's getting boiled on the inside there. You see the strong waves approaching, and here comes some more sets as well. We'll see if Isabella Nichols can get out back over the bank and be part of the rotation again on the priority ladder. Right now, priority has slipped to Sanoa Demfle Olin, who perhaps gets a chance to better her 6 in the lineup. It could likely happen. She's really attacking the lineup here, looking very, very confident in the Ballito setup.
Well, she took off on this one, and nice little fade, comes around the pocket, tight turn in the pocket, almost lost it there. I feel like that little catch of the fin maybe off the bottom turn just kind of caught her off and slowed her down. If she'd gotten up into the lip on that second turn, could have been a deadly score.
Ever so close to a make, just that rail grabbing on the heel side as she recollected that second turn. So the clock slips down to 2:45 now. No change to the situation. That last of Isabella Nichols is going to come in short of the requirement. 2.87, far off the 4.9 required. And, she'll very shortly be rewarded the 4th priority again, but she's got to pick something out from underneath these other 3 ladies who've done, all of them respectively, a great job of managing the lineup here this morning for the opening heat.
Yeah, and this is also a great visual because you can see that big rock in the background. Now, normally, that's where the waves are starting at Ballito. It's just off those rocks and then running down the first bank and into the second bank. Most of these ladies are sitting on the second peak now. And we kind of discussed this in one of the breaks gigs, is that's why Ariana, that big wave that she got the 9 on, was probably caught quite far down the bank, but then she got stuck in that sort of real danger zone between the third bank and Sunrise Point, which can be some horrible water to be in.
Well, great call from Tours and Competition to set out 35-minute heats here. So we've seen a complete run around for 2 of our surfers as they got washed all the way down into the next bay. But certainly that all will mean nothing in 90 seconds time as we look to sets approaching here. Chawa, all credit to her, can still better her situation and increase her lead as well. A lower 4.93, one of the counting scores. Isabella Nichols also sitting on a low 3.4. So let's see if there are opportunities for all 4 surfers. Look at these waves marching in here in Ballito in South Africa. Daniela Rosas down in 3rd, looking for the 5.33. She's out on the face. There's a lot of energy in the lineup here, and she'll just get tipped. She'll take the fall. Thinking about what we've just seen, Kai, I can hear you thinking. Is there opportunity to improve scores and find the requirement of the 5.33 there for Daniela?
I feel like the wave kind of let her down a bit there, but she certainly was committed. Isabella, bit of a desperation takeoff there, unfortunately for her. 30 seconds on the clock, and she knows now she's not going to get back out into the lineup. And it was interesting watching that drone shot as that set came in. The girls in the next heat were sitting off the rock, and they got caught out almost. They were scrambling to get under that set.
Wow, we are going to lose a championship tour surfer in the first round here this morning on the round of 32. And Isabella Nichols not managing to navigate her way to the 4.9. this is the first Challenger Series stop, and she'll be thinking about 4 more on this tour to set herself up for the Championship Tour of 2027. Let's have a look at where Daniela Rosses went with this, Kai. Wow.
Bottom turn to top turn on the first turn, so good and really powerful through that second carve. Unfortunately, the wave just kind of got a bit wonky, got that little cross step on it, and I think it's going to be a little bit tight for a 5.33, but she got that 5.0 if we go back to the earlier part of the heat, which was also a 2-turn combo. So it's possible. She could be close.
Judges pondering the score. They'll be looking at the reviews and the replays as we get to see them. They have their own system as well. So just analyzing that first raking turn. We think of her very first wave this morning, Daniela Rosses, and still in her top 2, that 5. Did she improve that? She just needs a 0.33 more than her opening score.
Yeah, and the judges have the advantage of having a whole team in the booth there with them, showing them the replays. The bottom turn, wham, just really laid into that first turn. I liked it. Even got a little airdrop out. And the second turn certainly had a lot of commitment and power. It was just that the wave was already kind of washing out. So I feel like it's going to be really tight, and it looks like it came through.
Yep, it's in at a 4.63. There it is, and it is not going to change the outcome of the heat. So all credit to Ariana Chowa, a massive 9-pointer in the lineup, but the consistency with a pair of 6s for Sanoa Demfle-Olin, the Canadian, gives her a step into the round of 16 here in Ballito. It's the first Challenger Series event of the season. So much fun here. Stay with us. Another big heat about to unfold. It is a good morning from beautiful Ballito in South Africa.
This new generation never goes outside. This new generation is lazy. This new generation needs to wake up. Wake up.
The beautiful KwaZulu coastline, the jewel of the east coast of South Africa, on display this morning as we showcase world-class surfing from the beautiful town of Ballito. It is a Sawabona hearty greeting here from the land of King Shaka. Geekseliers alongside Kai Linda for the call. Kai, a place you call home, warm, wonderful, vibrant, exciting, all those good things that we'll see in the upcoming heat as well.
Yeah, smell of treacle in the air, cane burning, just a very unique place. Lots of wildlife, beautiful golf courses, warm water, and just a great lifestyle. And, you know, looking at that little teaser for that new video from Red Bull, right now, ladies surfing on fire, absolutely just going crazy. And we're into the ladies round here at Ballito. Some incredible waves on offer, and I can't help but think that that movie must have been made by a South African. Nowadays, just now, maybe now.
Just now. Well, folks, it is a good morning as we greet you for the second heat of the day. It is day 3 of the Ballito Pro, proudly presented by O'Neill. And have a look at the names in the lineup. Women's surfing on the charge in 2026. Sophie McCulloch, the Australian. Kira Pinkerton, the American. Iwai Lula Wong from Hawaii. And Sierra Kerr, the Australian, to bring us some entertainment. But how good was the opening heat of the morning? That was fun.
Such a crack out. I mean, just look at the shot. I mean, what more could you ask for? As you look up that picture, you're just seeing big sets rolling in, glassy offshore conditions. You can, however, if you look carefully, see the amount of water that is currently moving around this lineup. And the other thing to be aware of is that generally when we have nice big solid surf here in South Africa, there's a relatively high period, which means that you're going to get those breaks which allow you in and out, give you a bit of a chance to reschedule yourself in the lineup. But today we've actually got the odd occurrence of really big, powerful surf with a very short period, which means that it's absolutely brutal. You need that 35 minutes.
And you need, as you mentioned, a longer range swell will have some lulls, not a lot of lulls in the lineup. And of course, we mentioned Sierra Kerr, runner-up to the World Junior title. And just losing that to Isla Huppets. And plenty of time, tours and competition, putting out 35-minute heats for us here as we welcome you to coverage of Ballito. And talking about high voltage and an incredible 9-point ride, let's go down and hear from Ariane. She's with Mike Frew at the beach.
Ariane, what a heat. This is your 4th time in Ballito, but it's the first time that you've managed to get past that second round, and with a 9 as well in the first heat of the day. Talk us through that wave.
Yeah, I'm super stoked. Finally, I love this country. Like, it's one of my favorite ones. So every time I come, I'm super happy. And yeah, I found that wave. Like, I had third prior, but I was more open. And I knew the judges, they wanted like big walls to hit. I had 2 previous waves that they weren't like too high scores. So I say, okay, let's make the try. And the wave just went really good. I'm super happy to make it because the wall, they are strong, so you need to really hit in the proper size to be able to finish the turn. So I was really happy to make it happen.
It looked really challenging down at the end of the bank there. How was the paddle out after those waves?
Yeah, so before my hit, I knew if I was ending the wave too far there, like I should come, run, and start again. But this entry here next to the rocks is also really hard. So I've been paddling so much. It's been kind of stressful because you don't get there and your heart rate is super high. But yeah, when you have a 9, like everything is a little bit easier, and I already have a backup too. So yeah, I thought I was kind of safe, but never safe with this amazing surfer. The hit was super strong. So yeah.
And then lastly, with so much energy out there today, it's probably the biggest day of the event so far. Did you make a board change? Did you take something longer out there?
Yeah, so I make my bigger waves board because there is so much water moving, so you really need something that makes you feel safe and to be able to push well. So yes, I tried the days before that was a little bit smaller, but I knew for those kind of waves I had the proper waves, so I'm really happy that I have my board with me to feel comfortable.
Oh, well done. You got a 9. It's definitely going to be in the highlights package at the end of the day. Rest up and we'll see you in the next round. Back to you, Gigs.
Yeah, great to hear the insights there. It is challenging in the lineup, certainly, and everybody going to their step-ups this morning.
Yeah, you're going to need that paddle power. It's not just about getting in and out of the lineup, either Gigs or maintaining position with that water movement. It's about getting into the wave here. This wave is a very difficult wave when it's bigger to push into.
Well, let's have a look at how Kira Pinkerton will approach Ballito. Yeah, ripping turn on the face. This one tracking down the sandbar, very useful, but now lets it go for the second turn there. Thought that Pinkerton was on her way to a real blockbuster score because her power, she really is able to grind out turns, and certainly the big, strong overhead surf here is going to play right into Pinkerton's favourites. As she takes a bunch of waves on the head. You see sets approaching here. Really moving quickly on the clock too. 35-minute heats. We're going to be a blink by the time Kira on screen gets back out there. We're going to have used up 10 minutes of the heat already.
Yeah, it's you got to like manage yourself here, and you've got to just try and get out as fast as possible. I mean, looking at this heat, I mean, this could be a final at any World Tour event, to be quite honest. All four of these surfers so accomplished, all of them with big results before. And just looking across this heat as well, all four of them have had good results here in Ballito before.
I like what the director's doing here, giving us footage of that hard clamber back out over the sandbar. Let's have a look at how she approached that first turn. Was a ripper.
She got into this thing, just comes around the section, big power carve, really just putting it on the rail, punched up into the lip, but unfortunately the floor just fell away under her there and going down, and you can see how hard she's having to work here. Might be a good idea actually to follow Ariana's advice and go for the runaround.
Well, you're seeing the golden light of that camera shot means she's sweeping quite quickly down the bay here into the northern reaches of the beach, back towards the southern end of the beach for a look at Sierra Kerr, who has the priority and is getting into motion here. Beautiful approach. That is going to work out really dandy for Sierra Kerr. Nice, strong, good pace to the wave. She sets those rails. Nice carve on the rail first on the face, and then uses the lip line. She backs herself up for a great number that's going to really establish her in this heat as we hit the 25-minute mark.
Yeah, absolutely no fluster there from her. Just calm, choosing her lines really carefully and getting a really good two-turn combo in. So she's going to be happy with that one. That was her first wave. All the other girls with kind of throwaways to start. So just straight into the action. But Sierra's been coming here for a long time. She knows the spot. Obviously, her dad's also just been coming to Ballito for years and years, and he's on the beach. So, I mean, I think back to that 2011 that everyone fondly remembers with those massive waves. Josh Kerr was part of that event. So she knows what she needs to do out there. And you watch her take off here, just straight onto the rail. Beautiful, clean surfing, and then just waiting for the lip line, cracks it up. Nothing too crazy, but getting that score on the board, it's going to come in probably at about that 5-point range.
Well, judges bringing their opinions to the scoring system. There it is. It locks in. 5-point ride, spot on there, Kai. And as I say, just a sort of medium pace to that. Just check the box for a opening score for Sierra Kerr. So smart approach to the heat. We've seen it. There is a little bit of risk and a little bit of casino-type payouts. We saw the 9-pointer come from Ariane, but she had a 4.93 as the other counting score. We saw Championship Tour surfer getting lost in that last heat, Isabella Nichols. So it is tricky. It is challenging.
Yeah,
so a
had
nice sober
7.6.
and steady approach from Sierra Kerr early on.
Yeah, and Isabella had a 7.6. So, I mean, she had a score. And a good one, but just could not find that backup score. So it's tough out there. It's big. When it's big like this, you can get a bit lost in the lineup. See, Kira, how long was she fighting that wash and now doing the runaway?
I was almost going to cue this moment. I was about to ask, where is Kira Pinkerton in all of this? Because she did get a 4-pointer, literally for the single carve on the face. Just let that second turn go. She'd have the best score of the heat right now if she'd brought completion. Meanwhile, she's done the runs. There's still 23 minutes on the clock. We'll get her back into the lineup if she gets the right gap across the sandbar. That current will pull her out next to the rock structures. And nothing yet, just from Sophie McCulloch in the lineup, who holds the priority. And, of course, that lady on screen there, Iwalula Wong, got all the way up to 18th on the Challenger Series end-of-year rankings last year. She'll want to get a better result here as she approaches the first Ballito Pro of the Challenger Series calendar. And this is all fun stuff because the surf is on the pump and it really just makes for such great storytelling. And Sierra Kerr just already back in where she wants to be in the lineup. You see her heading south there, Kai. Back down the beach. She spotted some runners there and just orientating our viewers to the setup here. Kira Pinkerton working her way through the rip current now to the south end of the beach.
Well, and you can see how far she's washed across from the rocks already, and that's when you know Ballito is big and powerful, is that just starts dragging across immediately. Another option, which I think, a lot of the girls used it actually to get out for the heat, as you go across to bathers behind the rock. But it is a shorter paddle, and if you time it well, it's a lot easier. But because there's so much sand at bathers at the moment, if you do get caught by a set there, it's actually pretty dangerous. It's a really brutal wave.
So overhead wave squeezing into the coves and bays here of Ballito in South Africa as a second wave comes our way now for Sierra Kerr. Opened up with the 5. That one just a little bit gurgly on the face. And no harm, no foul. She'll go back to the lineup. Just a quick paddle will get her back out over the bank. Meanwhile, waves like that exploding in front of Kira Pinkerton still as she starts to work her way back into the lineup. And nothing really on the scorecard just yet for our Hawaiian to talk about. And here comes that wave number 2 for Sierra.
It was looking good, just got like kind of caught on that first turn, and then you could just see all the bumps and warbles as she went through the cappuccino there, so getting out of there. It's pretty interesting too, you know the lineup's intense. I mean, Kira is still paddling gigs, still not out, and when you saw Sierra pop off that wave, there's no like, okay, calm, paddle back out, they're onto the hard paddle immediately. Like, do not want to get caught in the impact zone.
Well, you're seeing how much water movement is happening. This is a great depiction of the energy on the inside. There is a gap now for Kira Pinkerton, who's literally traveled 100 yards from where she left the sand. She is going to get out over the sandbar this time. And you say that, and then sometimes big waves loom up out the back.
Horizon dark.
Exactly. There is North Shore of Hawaii type power here, and certainly some of that on display in 2026 as we get the opening Challenger Series underway for the season. And just as we mentioned, just solid waves. Love that 9-pointer. Also a 717 out of the lineup in that first heat. So just the second heat of the morning here. No breakthrough scores just yet for us. Just alluding to how tricky it is positioning in the lineup, navigating these heavy waves. Look at this big stretched out wall here for Iwa Wong. Beautiful approach here. She speeds through these turns. This is looking very nice underfoot from the Hawaiian. Lovely snap in the pocket as well as this wave tracks right across the Ballito. And she'll hold on for the convergence. So nicely shows us that she's in control. Sets a rail. We'll see if her paddle out is anything as challenging as Kira Pinkerton's. Might be at the end of a set here, Kai, and all that water trying to leave the bay might just flush her out. Looks like she will get her gap here if she breaks left. But super fun stuff for our viewers to just dig into is the energy on display here, and a great run down the track here from the Hawaiian.
Just look how much speed she had from that takeoff. The first carve, just nice high line through the section, then into the big roundy, and then gets another one, and waiting for this last section, timed it perfectly, just dropping in front of those converging white waters, and really, really well executed ride.
Love the pace there through those rail turns. Into picture comes Sophie McCulloch, and she'll just blur and disappear on that final turn. We'll pull back the tapes to see what unfolded at the start of that, but certainly we're talking about the bigger scores of the previous heat, and then Iwa Wong on cue brings us it'll be a decent number.
Yeah, almost point break looking wave there. She had the J-Bay high line, and then Sophie got this one behind her. The first turn, nice drawn out carve, a little bit softer on the shoulder this wave, so she had to work a bit harder. Then it came through the section and just got absolutely munched. It's just a bit of a tough choice, really. You've got to really choose your waves. Some of them are a bit soft, some of them are a bit walled up, and then you get those just absolute bangers. I was also looking at the warm-up footage. I see she's getting coached by Wade Carmichael.
Oh, nice. Good stuff. We love all these backstories. Give us more. We like it. A little over 17 minutes to go. So we're at the halfway mark in the heat here already. 35 minutes. Cut the clock in 2:17.5 represents the halfway mark. So as we reach that halfway, let's sit back and allow that score from Sophie McCulloch to land along with that great run from Iwa Wong.
summer vibes here.
That is a launch.
The U.S. Open's like the mecca of all of Orange County.
The pier is absolutely packed. The beach, standing room only.
Deep. A new world champion. And when it's on, nothing comes close.
The 2026 Ballito Pro presented by O'Neill is brought to you by KwaZulu-Natal Municipality, official host and title sponsor partner of the Ballito Pro presented by O'Neill. By O'Neill, official presenting sponsor of the Ballito Pro. By Corona Cero, made with 100% natural ingredients. And by SMG Yamaha, the official vehicle and water safety partner of the Ballito Pro presented by O'Neill.
Well, welcome back to the show. It is the World Surf League's Challenger Series, the first stop of the calendar. And Ballito is on the pump as we continue with surfing from the lineup here. It's a very good morning. Gig Saliers alongside Kai Linda as we break it down. Up-to-date scores for you. Iwa Wong, a 617. Judges bringing that number during the break. And of course, Sierra Kerr still looking to back herself up, as is everybody right now. Everybody looking for another number in the lineup as we hit the 14-minute mark.
Yeah, it's a bit of a tough heat, but we've seen the potential for scores out there. And seeing 50 years of WSL. Just a quick shout out to my mate John. Bali status activated.
Well, 50 years of pro surfing. Think back to those humble starts back in 1976. Here we are 50 years later. What an incredible sport. What a brilliant journey to cover. We love picking out the stories, the history. Of course, wow, 57th year of this event as well. There's lots to talk about in the history books. And certainly here in Ballito. Since 2008 onwards, there are so many great stories. You mentioned Josh Kerr, part of that 2011 Ballito Pro when it was 10 feet, non-stop, looking like a big version of Nias. And it's just crazy stuff here. Sets approaching the lineup. It's warm water. The beach is heating up as well. More and more surf fans starting to make their way down just after 8 a.m. local time. And into picture comes Sierra Kerr. Uses that prio. Nice rasping turn in the pocket. Sets up. Combination turn into the end section. This is methodical but good approach. And that will tick all the boxes that Dad Josh will want. Love the shifting turns. See the discussion here from the support.
Gotta love how we surfers always use our hand to describe surfing.
And often two fingers out for representing the two legs, right?
But yeah, that was great surfing from Sierra. I thought for a second she was going to pull in and highline for the tube, but deciding to go down to the bottom and get some turns in. But her timing, just impeccable, Gigs.
Well, we spoke of everybody needing a backup score. Here comes Sierra Kerr's one, and it's looking really nice.
Yeah, flies off the bottom. Big power hack. Like how she just sort of ended that first turn just so she could get the line up into the second, and then nice solid crack to the lip for the number 3. So I think that could be looking at the best score of the heat.
Lovely pace to that. Of course, think of that wave of Iwa Wong, a 617. This one maybe a little bit more board speed, a little bit more of a vertical face as well.
Yeah, it was a proper wave too. Good bowl on it.
Any end section that is completed will also just put some frosting on the cake, so to speak. And we are waiting for that score to land. Meanwhile, Kira Pinkerton back in the lineup. She had a brutal paddle, but she is in position. She has the priority. And just like that, the best number does come our way now. A 7-pointer from Sierra Kerr, a new heat leader.
Yeah, and I'm just looking at this picture. Girls let that first one go through, but someone's got to be on this one, surely.
Well, it will be the priority. Kira Pinkerton, back on the face. Lovely rip again, identical to that first turn. Now, inside section, does she complete the turn this time? She got a 4 just for the single carve earlier. This one's going to go above that as she works her way through to the inside. Just sinks in a hole at the end. But some good work there. And again, that strong rail line from Kira Pinkerton on display. That will set up a meaningful backup score for the Californian in blue.
The mantra going through her head right now, Giggs, please don't be a set.
Meanwhile, the exchange continues. Iwalula Wong back at it. Remember her previous score, the 6-1-7. So she will just set up a second score of her own. She'll drop a decimal out as well. So everybody getting the job done here. Clock's moving quickly down to 10 minutes to go. McCulloch has the priority. And again, it's kind of the story of the red jersey being squeezed down in fourth. And we need some scores from Sophia McCulloch.
Well, Kira did well here. Really powerful first turn there. Really put the rail to good use. Went a bit frothy on her, so she did really well to get another big powerful. I mean, she chucked spray there. And then coming through just for a little closer, that one wouldn't really count. Behind her, the Hawaiian, beautiful wrapping carve back to the section. This wave a little bit softer though, so that might count against her. And she got the third turn. It's going to be 50-50 on that one if the judges are going to give it to her.
Was that a mate? Because she kind of rode out of it and then the convergence caught up with her. Either way, it's in the hands of the judges. We'll go down to the beach and touch in with Mark Frew. What have you got for us, Mark?
Well, what I've got for you is Sierra's dad, Josh Kerr, sitting with Josh on the beat with Sierra's backup board gigs, and it's absolutely firing out there. Josh, we were watching some replays of the 2011 Ballito Pro. You were in that event. It was big barreling waves like this. Give us a rundown of the heat.
Yeah, it's been a pretty exciting morning. Obviously, in the free surf this morning, you had 30 people in the lineup, so a lot of good surfing going down because there's so many waves on offer in different areas. But now the heats are kind of started. It's still competing out there. There's definitely some good waves, but they're kind of not all in one location. So yeah, the girls are kind of just trying to figure out the lineup. Sierra's got a nice one, so I'm stoked on that. But still feels like she's still trying to find that one that obviously you get excited for before the heat.
Josh, what board is she riding out there? Did you guys opt for a step up, or is she riding a normal board?
Yeah, she's gone half an inch longer to a 5.7 Monster JS. She was riding a 5.6.5 yesterday. But yeah, just that little bit of extra just comfortability paddling under the belly more than anything. Kind of if you get the right wave out there, that's going to be more important than the types of dynamic maneuvers you're doing. As long as you're harnessing the speed is kind of the main thing.
Last question, Josh. Have you got barreled since you've been in Ballito this year?
I haven't got barreled in Ballito, but I went down to the south coast the other day and found a couple, so that was nice. So maybe after this heat I might have to go paddle out down the beach. There's a few nice waves getting around.
Thank you so much for your time, Josh, and good luck for the rest of the heat. Back to you, Giggs.
Well, great to hear from Josh Kerr. So much experience, gets to share that all in the coaching and parental role with his daughter Sierra, who's on her way back from a bit of a softer year last year, but here she is in the lineup with a 7 and a 5 and leading the heat as we hit the 7-minute mark. Iwa Wong, all credit to her as well, is just enjoying her surfing. She's just surfing freely on the face, looking comfortable in Ballito. And right now, the two younger surfers are sticking it to Pinkerton and McCulloch.
Yeah, and it's going to be a tight battle, I think, for that second place right now. I think Sierra's kind of turned the screws a bit. She's got the 7 and the 5, so she's looking pretty good. I mean, Wong will need a 5.84 to take that lead, and there's still time for another wave for Sierra. So she's in the money seat. But Kira and Iwalula are sort of in a big battle for second right now. And then Sophie McCulloch, I mean, she's going to need 2 waves. Time's ticking away on her.
Well, you see no priority allocation for Iwalula Wong or Kira Pinkerton right now means that they are making their way back to the outside and to the takeoff zone. So they'll be getting a little bit of a paddle of their own in right now as we hit the 6-minute mark. You're seeing on screen Sophie McCulloch needs a 6.5, well within her wheelhouse. Really nothing special in her scorecard just yet. The surfer that has a lot of championship tour experience, got a few season starts and a few mid-season cuts as well, did the young Australian. And you mentioned working with Wade Carmichael. Of course, Wade, we think back to his performances here in Ballito back in 2017, 2018, around that region. And, yep, of course, Wade Carmichael lit up that championship tour jersey with some final appearances on the way as well. And requirements to advance for Kira Pinkerton, very sober as well, 4.84. So we mentioned Iwa Wong sitting her last ride, the 3.33. That's leaving her a little bit exposed right now as Kai, the clock keeps moving.
Yeah, and we asked the question of the judges, will it be considered a ride out? But clearly not getting a 3.33. 5 minutes on the clock. Now, the question the surfers got to ask themselves is, especially Sophie, is either I've got to find a wave that I'm going to go for broke on and get that big score like we've seen for Ariana in the previous heat, but there's a good chance I'm not getting back out into the lineup.
Well, that's what I was going to say. You can't rely now on a two-wave strategy. There has been some heats that have been slightly smaller in the higher tide conditions where you've been able to turn a 4 to 5 minute heat around, so to speak, and find another score. But certainly if we look at the energy here through the low tides this morning, just after 8:15 local time, still around 2 hours until the bottom of the tide chart. And Sierra Kerr out front with Iwa Wong, as we mentioned, that 3.33, just leaving her very exposed and relatively easy achievements requiring Pinkerton and Sophie McCulloch to advance. So we'll stay with this angle. Look at these waves approaching. This is what we love. Energy on the way here. This one's going to stand up tall. Sophie McCulloch has the priority. Is she in a position to harness this? Not seeing any rides from that. So still just clock ticking. We'll get another set or two. It's fairly consistent in the lineup here.
Yeah, and I'm seeing a surfer exiting the lineup. So we spoke about it. Like, she'd been paddling probably for a solid 5 minutes already. So Wong having to come out, and I mean, 3.5 minutes on the clock. She's not really going to have time to get back.
Well, if we pull back the camera shot on that, you'll see she's way down in the next bay and taking a run back around. Definitely not enough time to get another lap in here. So that 3.33 is going to be one of her two counting scores. Loved her 617 in the lineup, but just not getting enough of a backup. And with 3 minutes to go, it's numbers that are well within the wheelhouse for Pinkerton and McCulloch. It's going to be exciting to see how this goes. Pinkerton back in on screen, surfer in blue paddling across the zone here. And she was also missing for a while from the takeoff zone.
Yeah, they've all had a little spell on the inside. And here we go, though. This is the wave we've been waiting for.
All right, priority at play here. Championship Tour status for Sophia McCulloch in the Challenger Series. This one running down the line. She's attacking it. Does she hold onto it? She drops the center of gravity down. And we'll remind surf fans that a 6.5 is the requirement. Medium-sized wave, had a decent taper to it, kept a good pace all the way through. And certainly you just see a little bit of a debrief with 2 minutes on the clock here from Iwalula Wong, looking like she's pushed. And certainly the conditions are challenging. What are we making of this?
Well, the first carve was good, nice walled up section, comes around, drives the second one, looking for the third turn, and she gets it. Not much lip line really in that wave, all on the rail, but she did get the closeout maneuver technically, so it's going to be a little bit tight. 6.5, I'm feeling it might just come under that. Wong's running down the beach. She got the perspective of that wave, so we're going to have to see what the score is.
Oh, Pinkerton into picture with her focus of a 4.84 in the front of her mind will go down. So Question marks and judges' scorecards open for Sophie McCulloch and Kira Pinkerton, respectively. Requirements are sober. And I don't think we're going to see Iwa Wong back in the lineup in time, as she's probably just leaving the beach now with 1 minute to go. This is heat leader Sierra Kerr, who all credit has done everything right here. Just a good pacing to those 2 turns as well, perhaps knocking on the door of improving on her 5-point ride.
Well, I like that wave, especially that closeout maneuver. Really went late into the lip and got the big acid drop out. So the judges have been liking those airdrops out, so we'll see where it comes in. Just looking there, still that wave score coming for McCulloch.
What downsides to the discussion are there for Sophie McCulloch's wave? Perhaps size. If she's trying to find a 6.5 in the lineup, that you felt that maybe a slightly steeper wall would have just allowed those rasping turns to have a little bit more impetus to them.
Yeah, and kind of felt like she had to cut those first 2 turns a little short as well, so she didn't get like the full turn. And on the closeout maneuver, like I said, it was more of a rail turn than actual aggressive lip hit. But Pinkerton, just before the buzzer here, what she got?
Well, we're following her live here as she tracks down the line. So she beats the horn by a second. And as I say, remind us that a 4.84, and she look at her expressions. She's just letting that body language go there. This has been a battle of the elements. It's been a battle of the scorecard as well. And certainly lots to talk about here in the second heat of the morning. All 4 surfers. Well, Iwa Wong is the only one not expecting a score. We know that she was stuck on the beach. So everybody else giving the judges some work here right at the end.
Yeah, and it's going to be interesting. I think McCulloch, I don't know if she's going to quite get there, but Kira Pinkerton, a 4.84, she got some good turns down the line there. It wasn't the biggest wave. So let's have a look at the comparative here. Medium-sized wave comes around the corner. Nice carve, nothing spectacular. Straight into the next one. There was a little bit more oomph on that second turn, and then comes up, gets the turn a little bit caught up, but she did finish for a 3-wave combo. My feeling is probably closer to that 5-point range. Then the heat winner pretty much. Not much in that first turn, but just watch how she attacks the lip there. Really puts it on edge, so showing why she's out in front.
There are moments with that weightlessness, Kai, that always nudge the scores up a little bit. And then here's that lower requirement of the 4.84.
Yeah, she got 2 turns on the outside. This wave bowled out nicely. That was a big, powerful carve right there. And then gets the little closer. You could see how much she was... she put a lot of energy into getting that wave. I mean, she had a horror paddle through the middle of the heat. She must have been absolutely blown. So to get that wave would have meant a lot.
6.5 requirement, a 5.97 is going to come in short of the finish line. And Sophie McCulloch will not be into the next round here in Ballito. It is brutal in the lineup, and we've seen a lot of energy and a lot of energy being dispelled by our athletes as well. We've had surfers wash down into the next bay. It's been a great story. I mean, everyone's found reasonable scores in the lineup. Kira Pinkerton, we're waiting for that number to land. Of course, speculating that Sierra Kerr may just be replacing her 5-point score.
Yeah, look, Sierra safe. She's going to take the heat win, and deservedly. She surfed really calm, really just absolutely perfectly, really. And then Kira Pinkerton waiting on that sort. So Sierra did improve, so she got a 5.47 for that, pretty much a single maneuver. But Kira Pinkerton, 4.67. She's looking for a 4.84. It's going to be tight. It could go away.
Well, as you mentioned, Kai, she already has the 4.67. That definitely was her best wave. Judges having a review of it here. What do you folks think at home here? 4.84 requirement. Lots of speed. Wrapping turn. None of it really going to make her highlight reel for her career. But certainly right now, it's an all-important score in the context of staying in the draw here in Ballito. Of course, we know her pedigree, former world junior champion, power on the rail. But she got gassed and she got lit up in this heat as well.
Yeah, she had to put the work in. So if she does get the score, it'll have all paid off and she'll feel a little bit better about life. But, it's going to be a tight one. We looked at Sophie McCulloch coming in like a point below. I feel like Kira's score should be close. I almost feel it is better than her 4.67.
Well, this has been reviews for the judges with sort of half a point discussions. Sierra Kerr bettering her score by half a point. Sophia McCulloch coming in half a point short. And if this is going to go half a point over for requirements, it's got to go into the low fives. This is about as borderline a discussion as the panel can have.
Yeah, and she's on the beach stressing scores coming in. Oh, comes in a bit low, 4.37.
Oh, half a point short. So the half a point discussions are over, and an official result in the scorecard. There you see the requirements there. One judge as high as a 4.5. So not knocking on the door of requirements there. All credit to Sierra Kerr, well-managed heat start to finish, and Iwa Wong with the 3.33 will survive. It was that beautiful 6.17 that kept her in second place, but what a push there for their final results. We'll lose Kira Pinkerton and Sophie McCulloch. It is a beautiful morning in Ballito. Stay tuned for the rest of the day.
Nothing quite as good as coming down to a surf contest and the waves are absolutely firing, and that is what we have on our hands today. Check out this beautiful coastline that we are just enjoying every single moment this morning. The sunrise was incredible. I heard Run Club was up in action. I was lazy, so didn't get to go on the morning jog, but I'm joined in by my two absolute favourites, Paul Evans, Greg Emsley. Guys, sorry I didn't make Run Club this morning, but I heard the sunrise would have really made it.
You weren't really missed, actually, to be fair. It was fine. Yeah, I hadn't noticed you weren't there. It was a really good time. He went surfing.
Yes.
What was that like?
Yeah, it was fun. Surfed at Bog, and it's heavy out there. There's a lot of water moving. The soil's actually quite a bit more south today. It's not as much east coming into it, but the power's there. Wow, it's powerful out there. It's, you know, seeing these girls on camera sort of panting, and that made me feel a little bit better, to be honest, because I bailed 2 waves this morning. I was a bit worried about myself, but there's a lot of water, but super clean on the faces, and there's some absolute gems up and down the beach.
I've seen a lot of barrels this morning as well. I've also seen a lot of broken boards, a lot of just people's equipment falling victim to that power that you're talking about, Greg. And every day it's just that little bit bigger than what we're expecting it to be. So this is a really interesting heat because 4 Europeans and 1 Brazilian surfer, so all 4 of these women not afraid of a little bit of power in the ocean. Kika Veselko in the red, Laura Rupp in the blue, Yanire Gonzalez Echebarri in the white, and Alice Barton from Great Britain is in the green. I like the look of this heat because, like I mentioned, all of these women not afraid to hit a pretty solid oncoming lip, Paul.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, drama's been kind of a word over the last few days. I think we're going to get plenty more of that today. Looking at the conditions, looking at the level of competition we're up to now. I love the look of this heat. Bit of Well, there's a few storylines, really, but let's just draw attention to Alice Barton. First ever Briton to qualify for the CS. Patrick Langdon Dart surf heats on this tour before. I think Sky Brown has as well, but she's the first surfer, male or female, to actually qualify for the tour, which is sick. And she's an amazing surfer, so I can't wait to see what she can do. And she's up against two people she knows well as well, so I think it might give her a little extra confidence too.
Yanire had a couple of really great heats and great moments across last year's Challenger Series. Her sister, so close to qualifying for the championship tour. She was one spot out. So Annette unfortunately had to undergo knee surgery, so she is out of competition for a little bit longer, but she is on the mend, so sending her a lot of love and healing. Let's take a look at our championship tour surfer in this heat, though. This is Francisca Veselko, or Kika, as the world has grown to know her. Nice looking first calf, really bowly looking second one there. So air drops out of it. Now Laura, who's had some really solid performances, whether it's on Challenger Series, World Juniors or QSs. She's going to get her first wave with a couple of nice turns there as well. We've seen that potentially being that championship tour surfer hasn't really paid off this morning. It's not carrying some of those same storylines that we saw yesterday from the men, with a big name, Isabella Nichols, out of the draw.
I think it's not really that surprising to see some of these upsets. I really think the bigger waves levels the playing field a bit as well. Anyone's capable of going up into the excellent numbers. I just thought it was a brilliant first wave there from Kika. That's exactly how you want to start your heat. Really well surfed. That just had really nice timing. I think what you don't want to do is maybe get a bomb that runs away and eat up a load of time and still not do damage on the score. But I think it's going to be a healthy wave for her. I really enjoyed that.
Greg, you know this wave when it's got a bit of size to it. You've said the last couple of days, like Paul mentioned, you don't want those ones that taper off. Today we're actually seeing really consistent great waves back to back to back. But is it still those big end sections that are going to get the excellent scores?
Definitely. You've got the big end sections are there, but it's heavy. Like, you're going to get one or two that are too heavy to actually almost hit and complete because there's so much water. So that's going to, those choice of waves are going to be so important. And I liked what Kika did on that first wave. She focused on that first big maneuver, and that was strong, and backed it up quickly with a couple of turns.
We were just having a bit of chow, and you asked one of the local brews how big. He said 3 foot. Come on, mate. I think it's a bit bigger than that. Who are you trying to impress?
No, you and I both looked at each other. So Nate Taylor, he was saying 3 to 4 foot. I said, you're dreaming. 5, 6 foot solid. And this is a replay from Laura Ropp. She's carrying a bit of an injury, I believe. I think she had a bit of a cut on her foot a couple of days ago. But always beware of the injured surfer, we say. And this is Alice Barton on her first wave. So just going down. I've seen Alice on the smaller days. She looked really quick. I'm excited to see what she brings to these solid waves today. And look at that. I mean, that's solid. As we see Janire with a couple of nice backhand turns. Good flow on this one. Works it up, gets vertical. So mixing it up well on this ride. Unfortunately, just not completing that last turn. And this first one for Kika. Watch this first maneuver and the spray. Wow, so much power off that section. Keeps her nice and deep, so manages to get super critical on that last turn. And I think that's a very well put together opener for her. And this is, of course, Laura. So Laura is looking strong as well, deep off the bottom. Whacking it off the top and doing well to get that little completion. So that's a really good exchange from all our surfers. I think Kika has got the best of the openers at 617. Just quickly with that discussion of the Championship Tour surfers, obviously we haven't seen them in the Challenger Series over the last few years. They almost probably have a bit of a target on their backs, right? Because if you get one of them in your heat and you want to prove a point.
I wonder if it makes a difference to have not surfed a 4-man or 4-woman heat for a while as well, because it is quite a big change to having these consistent 2-man and woman heats on that championship tour. Big looking wall in front of Kika Veselko here. She's slightly behind on that first section. She's looking to make up some ground. It just has to press the eject button here for Kika on a really solid looking bowl on the end there. Now Yanire, she's going to get a good looking section. She's into it. She's going to hold on. And just a little mistimed on that end section there, but what a massive, just absolute draw off the sandbar there. You can see that's really good signs that this sand can hold such big swell, Paul.
Yeah, I mean, that was such a good-looking wave there for Kika. It looked like Kocius. That thing just looked amazing for her. Sometimes those dreamy-looking waves, those bombs, are actually harder to get a score on. And I think she realized she went a long way without doing any kind of maneuver, so it would have felt great, nice free surf wave, but she hadn't really done anything. I mean, this thing just drains and runs, and she's just trying to get around that white water, and at this stage thinks, I need to belt this. We know how aggressive she is. And she just gets a bit caught mid-face. She can't go in here, no room to move. This is the backhand from Yanni. Really trademark style. She's quite distinctive, the way she does that counter rotation with the shoulders. She kind of winds up first, waits. Works really well to her on steep sections, and there's plenty of steep sections out here.
Yeah, there was definitely a couple of moments on Kika's wave there that had potential for probably excellence. So Kika will definitely want to regroup after that wave there. Sierra Kerr, she's been such a standout this event so far. She's going to continue that run and move into that next round. She is with the lovely Emma on the glass.
Thank you, Jessie. Sierra, I got to say it the other day, and now I get to say it again. You're not just back, you're back. How good was it to surf a heat that's like longer than my free surf?
Yeah, for sure. It's actually been longer than any of my free surfs. Maybe I've had one free surf this whole trip that's been more than like 40 minutes. So I was out there and I was like, this is pretty much a couple heats in one. So I was like, we can either get in rhythm, even if I have a bad start, I can get back in rhythm. So it's good to have that time just to go rip and catch some waves.
Nice. And I know your dad was saying on the beach you've actually taken out a slightly, I think only half an inch longer board. You're going to go straight back out now and test out a different board. Can you talk us through that?
Yeah, I've like the smaller board that I've been riding every heat, but waves are a bit bigger today, so I wasn't sure how the smaller board would feel, and I haven't really been free surfing before my heat, so I was just like, oh, I'll go with the step up, and then now I'll try the smaller board see how it feels for the next couple days.
Nice. Well, free surf or no free surf, you're absolutely shredding. Go have fun. I know you want to get out there. Back to you guys in the studio.
Thank you. Sierra, to start off the year with at least a 9th place finish now is really good signs for this season. I know we touched on it before, but her talent across the schedule that we have this year on the Challenger Series, all those beach break conditions, incredibly suited to Sierra.
How good is it to see her just happy again
Yes.
as well? You know, we know about how good she is and what her attributes are, but there's just been always last few times we've seen her, she's had health issues and just been kind of something there. You can tell she's had her struggles. It's so nice to see her joyful, enjoying her surfing, and that's when she's going to surf best, and she's ripping here.
Crazy to think she hasn't had a free surf longer than 40 minutes, and she's reading the ocean so well out there, Greg.
Yeah, it's an interesting point. I remember when I used to train in that, there was one of my heroes was...
Used to?
Well, when I trained harder than I do now. My hero was Tom Curran, and he used to talk about 40-minute surfs where you really just get out there and power for 40 minutes. You don't waste time, and you come in. So maybe that's a good strategy. Don't go out for 2 hours and float around. Put the 40 minutes in free surf during competitions, get the job done, and go and rest up.
Interesting that she only took a half an inch longer board out there when it is well and truly a lot bigger. Let's get back to that though. Alice Barton, like we mentioned, first ever surfer to qualify out of Great Britain. She's going to get 2 nice turns, so let's enter her back into the chat here. She had a 3.83 for that first wave. Did go incomplete on the second, but a really nice regroup. Paul, I'll let you fangirl over that one.
Yeah. Nice surfing from her. I just think she needs to choose a better wave now. It was decent. It'll help her out. It will be a second number for her, but just looking at some of the potential out there, she'll want to find something that maybe just offers a touch more, but really good technique from her. I mean, her technique is great. Nice little snap in her pocket, and then does well just to set up and not try and do too much. So gets up there for the hit, comes out with the speed, exits. It's decent. It's good surfing. Is it going to be the kind of score that's going to get her out of this heat? Probably not by the end of things, so I think she'll want to kick on from here for sure.
Greg, when you think about the conditions today, obviously it is pumping, but it is quite solid as well. Like you mentioned in your free surf, there's a lot of power out there. Is there a certain surfer that springs to mind that you see doing really well in these conditions on the women's side of the draw today?
To be honest, I would have thought that more experience is going to be key today. So I think like coming up, we're going to see Sally Fitzgibbons being really strong. But I reckon the best number that's going to come from the women today, can I tell you who?
Please.
Sarah Baum. I think she knows these waters. She loves the big walls. And she's on a Timmy Patterson shape by Gunteron.
It's good that you're impartial, mate, as well, isn't it? I mean, there's no bias at all, which is cool.
Well,
it's just subjective.
I mean, you haven't stopped talking about Alice Barton from UK, and of course...
Well, she's actually in the water at the moment.
And of course, SpaceX doesn't stop talking about the Aussies. So I need to back the South Africans. I'm far away from you guys. I'm in my own corner here, so don't worry about me. But watch that rail line of that Gunteron that in the next heat that Sarah Baum's riding. There she is warming up. I've seen it the last couple of days. It really holds on those big turns, and I feel it's going to stand out for her today.
Paul, you got me in trouble.
That was all you.
Right, really solid first turn. You can see a bit of water, a bit of lump to deal with on these foamy sections. For some reason, her waves aren't staying clean all the way through here, Paul.
Yeah, she needs to just change something up. Still plenty of time in this, but it's not quite happening for Yanni at the moment. She's got a couple of mid-range, lower numbers in. Laura Rapp's got a decent one locked in already. So by this stage, you kind of want to have something ideally when you're running. You kind of, your scenario, your plan. At this stage of the heat, you think, well, hopefully I've got something kind of in the bank that I could, use by the end of the heat, because these can go really quickly. I think the other thing we're going to see today as well, certainly this morning, is everyone's going to get opportunity. So can you afford to make too many mistakes? Great first hit from her in here. It's not a lot to work with, really, actually. That was kind of a little bit of afters. I thought the first turn was good. That actually looked better on the replay.
Yeah, that first turn was fantastic. I love how she pushed that tail. And here we go with Laura. Nice close-out finish. Wow, it's exploding out there on that sandbar. And Laura has that score, that 6.43 in the scoreline, so that is the biggest number of the heat. So putting together a couple of solid scores. That last wave of Janira, it's all going to be in that first turn where she pushes that tail. A bit of a point of difference where she actually blows that tail and gets a bit of drift off the top. So yeah, I'm interested to see where that score goes for Janira, but I think it's going to be mostly loaded on that first manoeuvre.
Yeah, we watched Laura once again, didn't we, in the juniors in the Philippines or something. I thought she was a little bit unlucky there, actually, this year. I thought she was in great form and just kind of unravelled for her a little bit suddenly. But I think she's definitely been, from that age group, one of the most improved over the last 2 to 3 seasons.
Yeah, definitely. She's actually got a pretty deep bag of tricks herself as well. It would be really nice to add another Brazilian woman to the championship tour, because right now it is only Luana flying that flag. Tati obviously is taking some time off. She's welcomed a little girl into the world and she's looking to come back, but I feel Laura really wants it, and she would be that type of surfer who would have a crack in all the stops across the championship tour. She's going to have to slip back down to second really quickly, but I do see that last wave of hers definitely replace that 317. That first carve, it's that type of carve where the rail holds, the speed, you feel the pop out of it. It would have felt incredibly nice to combo it up with that finishing turn too. So Laura, she's going to score to lock in. Last for Yanire, all in that first turn, like you mentioned, Greg, but it goes to a 5-5.
Yeah, it's a point of difference. You wouldn't have seen a lot of that progressive type surfing in these stronger waves today. Most of the surfers would want to hold their rail, just keep everything tidy, and the lips are heavy. It's one thing I said to myself in the free surf this morning is don't hit the lip. It's it's so strong out there. Just don't hit the lip, because it's got so much power in that lip. Just carve and just keep it safe and get yourself into the studio in half an hour's time. But it's really strong. So she did connect with that lip and get that fin drift, which I really enjoyed on that first manoeuvre.
And like I mentioned earlier, interesting that Sierra only went half an inch longer board. If it was me personally, I would definitely be thinking 1 or 2 inches longer, just with how big it is in comparison to the last few days, Greg.
Yeah, it depends on the board as well, though. The curves are so dialed in on the equipment, they could take a half inch and actually make that board feel a lot longer, make it hold a lot more, pull the tail in. So it depends. You can have a half inch bigger, but you can really make that board feel like it holds a lot longer and a bit more volume. so it paddles in a lot easier into the bigger waves.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to seeing everyone's kind of different equipment choices throughout the day. Laura Rupp, though, 7.67. So taking that frustration from the World Juniors and starting to really apply it in fine form here, Paul.
Yeah, it was the moment we were kind of waiting to happen where someone's going to post a proper two-wave total. We're seeing it now. She's over 14 points. So she's kind of set the marker. I think that's, it's slightly above par, but that's, you expect servers of this caliber to get those kind of numbers in these sort of waves. So early on in this one, you're getting fives locked in, and that's, it's a stepping stone to something, but I think that's decent return, really, for the quality of the waves out there. And I think surfers around her now, a bit of thinking to do. Think a kick of a Selco. She does have that 6.17. She doesn't really have any kind of backup score. So I think she's in a really good position here. Got priority as well, but she's got to make a decision.
Yeah, I'm intrigued to see what the next play is from both Kika and Alice, and even Yanire as well. It's quite close between second, third, and fourth, but Laura Rupp with a real hold on this heat here. Let's see if she can really grasp it and take this win all the way home right after this.
Welcome to KwaZulu-Natal, the destination for all seasons. Nestled on the breathtaking north coast of the Zulu Kingdom, this vibrant town offers something for everyone. KwaZulu-Natal boasts several beaches that have been awarded the prestigious blue flag, guaranteeing cleanliness and safety for all visitors. Our inland region offers a world of adventure. Get your adrenaline pumping with thrilling activities like ziplining, hiking and off-road biking surrounded by the natural beauty of KwaZulu-Natal's landscapes. Kids will love our animal farm, getting up close and personal with friendly animals. Immerse yourself in history as you explore the rich heritage and legacy of great leaders like King Shaka and Chief Albert Lutuli. Conveniently located just a short drive from King Shaka International Airport and Durban International Conventional Center, making it easily accessible for both local and international delegates, with an abundance of world-class accommodation facilities, dining options and attractions nearby, you can truly make the most of your time in this magnificent region. KwaZulu-Natal, the heartbeat of the North Coast.
Welcome back to the Ballito Pro presented by O'Neill. How good is this? This is the middle of winter in South Africa. I know we have it good because my family on the other side of the country all freezing in a million layers. We have such good surfing on. As you can see, people chilling all over the beach. There's also something going on like every corner of the beach. Yesterday we had kids hanging off structures in the sky, jumping on trampolines, soccer activations, tons of food, tons of surfing. We have a really, really good day ahead. I'm frothing, and I've only had one coffee, I promise. Back to you guys.
Thank you so much, Emma. Only one coffee. My goodness, I just downed my second already. But Emma's family that she's talking about is from J-Bay, and her family owns a really, really popular restaurant over there called Nina's. So if you're heading over to J-Bay anytime soon, swing into Nina's, support Emma's family. I love Nina's. I went there a lot last year when we were in J-Bay. So Emma, amazing attribute to our team, killing it on the sidelines there, and also absolutely rips as well, Greg.
Yeah, absolutely rips. And Nina's is just it's like a meeting place in J-Bay.
It is.
Everyone, where we're going, Nina's, and such a cool family. And this is through the replay. Laura Rupp, oh wow, how's that maneuver? Just holds that rail, whips it again. So much spray coming off that board, and then whack with that finish. So much confidence. I'm pretty sure she's carrying an injury. I heard she's got a few stitches in her foot, but
wow,
it's hard to believe. I mean, there was almost a question mark whether she was surfing today or not. And like I said at the start of the heat, beware the injured surfer. That was always a motto we stood by, because sometimes when you do have, say, a slight injury and maybe you've got a disadvantage, you do focus on what you can do well, and that you can still choose waves well, have good wave selection and make very sound decisions. Well, she's done that, and she's ripped the bag out of all these waves.
And thinking back to that 767, that was one carve with a really solid finishing turn as well. That had two really, really solid carves. They were convincing. They had a lot of push and drive through them. And then to combo it up, you can tell that she really is going from strength to strength right now, Paul.
Can be a bit of a tendency as well to do sort of the same carve twice sometimes on a really good-looking wall like that. And she mixed those up. I enjoyed the variety that she showed between those two manoeuvres. I actually really liked the second one as well. It had loads of flow in it. Really nice surfing. She's really good value for the lead at the moment and making smart decisions, picking good waves, and then on the wave itself, surfing really, really well. A couple of sevens. I think she'll be delighted with that. What a heat she's having.
Wow, look at these waves marching in from the south. The competitors have just got a sighting of the set, and there we go. Look at it, solid. And that one's spitting as well. That was crazy.
It is absolutely cooking. There's so many people sitting down the beach, mind surfing these waves, and just in awe of Ballito. So many Challenger Series surfers, even this morning, or the chirp was that they've never seen it this good before. It is absolutely firing right now. And obviously Laura making the most of those conditions. She's got such a big distance between her and second place being Yanni, with 9.3 being the requirement that our Basque Country surfer needs to take the lead. Alice Barton, it's a different story. Only looking for a 5.01. Kika Veselko a 4. It's so interesting needing to require a 4 in conditions like this, because you're thinking, oh yeah, easy, but it seems like Kika is chasing probably a score well above a 4-point ride on her next wave here, Paul.
Yes, absolutely. She's not thinking about the 4, I don't think, at all. At the moment, I'm just wondering where her mind's at in her head. It's been a while now. You think about how good that wave she rode, that she got a bit wrong. She needs to wash that off.
Here we go, Yanire. Under the lip on that first one, but she's going to have more steep sections there, but she unfortunately buries and has to get out of that wave for Yanire. So just a small score. For her, it's a different story. Dropping a 4.67, you can see she's trying to force that potentially on one of these smaller ones to make those requirements a lot more difficult for our surfers in third and fourth, Greg.
Yeah, it's just getting caught over the front foot, Yanire. And let's just watch this replay. Sets up off the bottom, clicks that first turn nicely, and then on this bottom turn, just getting caught too much pressure on that front foot, catching that rail. So it will be a reset from her. And Francisca, yeah, we think about that 0.93, that big wave. I think she was under a lot of pressure on that wave, and I think she probably got fairly smoked by that lip at the end, and then a heavy paddle out. So it's been a bit of a reset for her. I mean, these waves are solid, and just looking at this, it's the type of waves that you've actually got to pump yourself up really hard before your heat. You've got to be mind surfing it and looking at it and not going, oh, that lip's going to hurt me or that section's going to smoke me. You've got to be going, look at that section. I'm going to hit that section. I'm pulling into the tube here. I'm attacking that last section with speed. I think that's the mindset you got to go with. Otherwise, if you're too slow and you just try and go with the lip, that's where you're going to hurt yourself. You're better off attacking the wave.
Feels like the technical challenge has really changed in the last few days. It's been all about smashing that closeout where the big turns are coming, that audacious Rio on the closeout. It's not about that today. That's kind of too heavy, too big on these set waves. Beautiful face turns with power. It's exactly what Laura Up's doing. She's adjusted brilliantly to what's required, and that's how you make these heats.
It's an interesting point you make as well, Greg, because if you're timid with those sections, that's where we've seen a lot of people come unstuck and really pay the price of some harsh wipeouts. Kika, better looking first turn. Has speed, but doesn't have enough for another section here. Can a single maneuver on a set wave be the requirement she's chasing?
I think it can be. She's looking for a 4-point ride. I think definitely a single big maneuver, and that was a good maneuver. She really lined that up well, and she had a lot of power. She was on the rail. There was lots of spray. So it didn't really connect with the lip, but it was one solid maneuver. I think that might have to be her go-to. And yeah.
I'm not convinced. Yeah, I think she's waited a long time for that wave. That was not what she was looking for. She may get this low number that she needs here, but this is not the type of surfing she was hoping to do. It's decent.
A lot of spray on that turn, though.
She's waited 12, 13 minutes to try and find a wave. She's already got a good score locked in. Let's see where it goes, but I think certainly not what she was planning in her mind. in terms of putting up for a 2-wave total.
Here we go, our current heat leader. She's looking to drop a 7.13, so she's already got such a healthy lineup. Those calves with so much grunt and spice in them in the lip. For a second, very convincing turn here for Laura Rupp. And she is just, honestly, having one of those heats that we've seen from multiple surfers over this competition where she is just in rhythm and going for it here, Paul.
Well done. Really well done. And look at the flow as well. From takeoff, rather than just kind of dropping down the wave and like right on her toes and hanging on, she's doing a highline pump mid-face. She's just kind of reveling in this, setting herself up. So much flow and poise. She knows she's got a big cushion. That was really cool. I love that gouge on the rail. And then back, really tidy, a different type of maneuver. There is that closeout turn because it was a smaller section. The wave had come inside. She's ripping.
Kiki Vasilko gets the score, 4.53 for her last single turn, which means Yanire and Alice looking for scores in that mid-range world. So a 5.21 for Yanire, Alice a 5.54. We've seen a 5.5 essentially for one manoeuvre for Yanire, so this is definitely doable, but that last wave for Laura, Greg, that's the type of surfing we want to see.
Yeah, I love it. That's going to be the best score of the heat. And if you took these score lines and put them on a piece of paper and turned them into a graph, Laura Rupp's graph would look really good because it's moving in the right direction.
Wow, how...
And she keeps improving. It's just absolutely firing out there.
Look at that inside track. That is crazy. It's just cooking. I mean, you guys have been, well, Greg, you in particular, have been surfing here for a really long time. This is probably some of the best conditions we've seen for the Ballito Pro.
What I like about it is look at these waves going unridden. There's so many opportunities for our competitors. They've got 35-minute heats, so it's all there for them. If they want it, it's there. The heavy sections, plenty of waves. You've got tube rides, you've got carve sections, you've got big closeout maneuvers. So absolutely everything's there for our competitors today.
Paul, you've seen a lot of Alice and her competitive savviness. It's being backed into a corner, a strength for her to start to drive her way out of this one.
She's making a couple of mistakes out here. I mean, you have to question, why did she not have first priority for a start? Because everyone else has ridden waves, so she's been paddling. She's been caught in two minds a little bit. She's just ridden, well, two proper waves. She needs to fire up here. That number, it's definitely not a huge one that she needs. That 5.54, totally capable of that. Let's see if she can get herself something, though. She needs to get a bit busy here. 3.5, that's still enough time. Definitely needs to fire up.
Yanni with first priority. This is a big looking wall ahead of her. She's going to need a mid-range score. Like we mentioned, it's a 5.21, and that wall completely tapering off. So we're still seeing, Greg, some of those waves actually do really just taper off right at the end instead of having those consistent open face walls.
Yeah, it's that looked like a great wave coming in. You would go on it, but it definitely tapered off very quickly. You look at these score lines, you want to be aiming for multiple waves. You don't want to sit too long. You want good wave selection, but in 35 minutes, you want to be trying to ride at least 4 good waves, I would imagine. Yeah. And looking at that last score from Laura.
Yeah, 8-1. Job well done. She's in on the beach already, Paul.
Back signing autographs on the sand. Thank you very much. Lekker.
Lekker. I mean, she didn't really have much more she needed to do. You look at Kika, needs a 9.6. Other two girls, it's definitely out of reach for them to get into the lead. Let's take a look at this 8 again, Paul.
Just extra impressive. We saw her limping there. There's that injury that Greg was talking about. No sign of that whatsoever in the water. Full flow, full speed, great variety from the turns, using the rail, attacking the lip, just squaring up to it. A little release, a dynamic turn as well. Brilliant, brilliant surfing. Excellent, according to our panel. And then amazing to see that discomfort. I'm sure that's informed the decision to come in, partly to do with the scoreline, but it's also the fact that, she's carrying some kind of discomfort there. But the way she's limping and the way she's surfing, those two don't seem to correlate, because that was so impressive.
Put it this way, the next in line is Tash van Krienen. Tash has her boards and her backup waxing up, being told to be ready. There's a question mark over Laura surfing her heat. 35 minutes later, Laura has surfed her heat, and she's got an 8.1 and a 7.67.
Yeah, I'm so glad she actually decided to surf this heat, because it was so entertaining. You can see a smile on her face as well. That's a solid looking first heat total. My goodness. So this is starting to get a little bit more tricky for these other ladies.
Major opportunity for Alice Barton. 90 seconds. You need a 5. The waves are cooking. You got priority. She's been able to refuse now a few sets. Time to pull the trigger on something.
Here she goes. 5.54 is the requirement. We've seen waves go well above that so far in this heat. 2 calves. It's not overly convincing for Alice. She's got 60 seconds to try and get herself out the back. Find another wave here. You can see she's frustrated, but considering how far in she is, and look at those lines starting to come through as well, she's potentially going to have to swing on an inside one here. She's going to do that. So another opportunity for Alice, but she goes over. So unfortunately, it is story has been written for Alice Barton. We are going to lose her in the round of 32. We'll see her again over in the US Open as the second stop on the Challenger Series season. It is just Yanni now who needs a 5-2-1. Kika Veselko does have priority here. So she has the potential to take any wave that she wants off Yanni. The clock is really starting to wind down here. Slight little lump rolling on through. Kika says no. Yanire says yes. This has got to be crucial. This first turn, mega important. Too much foam on the face. Kika now, she's going to defend out the back. She knows she needed another wave here, but looking at where Yanire is, she probably knows that it's not going to be a 5-5 for our Basque Country surfer. So Kika Veselko, she's going to get the job done, but it really was just the Laura Rupp show, that entire heat, Paul.
Laura, absolutely incredible out there in early and through to the next round. She'll look to just recover any discomfort that she's feeling, but she needs to just take a lot of energy and positive thoughts from a blistering performance. Looked so relaxed and comfortable in bigger conditions that are tricky. You know, it's glassy, but it's not perfect waves in terms of getting you 2 scores. There's closeouts. A lot could happen. Really well managed.
Yeah, very, very impressed by our young Brazilian. She has really set a tone of what to expect for this round. And the next one has a couple of big names in it. Sally Fitzgibbons, India Robertson, Sarah Baum, and Sophia Medina are going to battle it out for a spot in the round of 16. Let's find out how that heat pans out right after this.
This new generation never goes outside. This new generation is lazy. This new generation needs to wake up. Wake up.
The 2026 Ballito Pro presented by O'Neill is brought to you by KwaZulu-Natal Municipality, official host and title sponsor partner of the Ballito Pro presented by O'Neill. By O'Neill, official presenting sponsor of the Ballito Pro. And by Corona Cero, made with 100% natural ingredients.
Cooking conditions, clear blue skies, and a couple of really convincing excellent scores here this morning. And they're only in heat number 4 here of the Ballito Pro presented by O'Neill, stop number 1 on the 2026 Challenger Series schedule. Some of those excellent scores actually belong to the lady sitting next to me, Ariane Ochoa. Welcome into the booth and congratulations on your 9-point ride this morning.
Thanks for having me. Yeah, I'm super stoked. I was at the first heat. First heats sometimes are a little bit tricky because you don't have no one before, but it's been a really nice heat for me, and the girls, they were ripping.
Paul, we also saw excellence in that last heat as well, so already multiple really good scores rolling through today.
Yeah, the levels massively jumped up, and part of that's to do with the waves. Of course, the waves are really good, but it's also to do with where we are in the competition and this round, the talent we're seeing as well, and you can see how much it means to everybody as well. So really impressed. I can't wait to see the rest of this round.
This 9 was actually what I watched with my first cup of coffee this morning, and I was genuinely shocked with how big this wave was. I'd love for you to take us through this.
Yeah, so I didn't have first prior, but yeah, the girls didn't went. So I was, okay, let's try it, because I knew the judges, they want like big walls hitting big sections. So yeah, I saw the wave and was big. So I say, okay, I'm going to have a big section. I don't know if I'm going to make it, but I'm going for it. I'm happy that I try, and yeah, I made it.
No claim at the end there. I thought maybe now you just kind of just breathing.
I claimed my 4.9 or something, and I didn't claim my 9. A little bit weird, but you know, you are so focused on, yeah, so much emotion. So no claim in that way, just for the 4.9.
Too cool.
You were probably just in survival mode at that point. It was such a solid wave. We have a great heat on our hands right now. Sally Fitzgibbons in the red, India Robinson in the blue, Sarah Baum in the white, and Sophia Medina in the green. Ariane, when you look at this, 4 of the most competitive surfers in the water here.
Yeah, like every heat, it's amazing. Everyone is surfing so well. And I think it's going to be a really interesting heat, like everyone. I think 4 of them, they really like big conditions, and I think they're going to hit like good section, and we are going to see some show.
Paul, we saw in that last heat with Laura, she looks so confident in these solid conditions. There isn't one of these ladies that I don't think will have that same confidence in this heat.
No, absolutely. And I also just think, you know, we're talking about the big scores that we've been seeing go down this morning. They're all going to be really inspired by that as well. At the same time, you just got to temper that and kind of be a little realistic. Get some numbers on the board early. It's what Sal's trying to do here.
Yeah, Sal loved that first carve. She got a really nice hit, just a single maneuver. It's going to come in at a 5.83 for one solid turn.
But I think what we're seeing already in this, they're not necessarily waiting for those perfect bombs, those 6-footers, the biggest waves. It's like, let's get numbers on the board. You know, we've seen a couple of head high waves being ridden already, and I think that's probably a pretty good tactic.
Tell us, how solid is it out there? Because when you're paddling around, for us in here, it looks like there's a lot of water moving as well, and if you get one on the head, you're going to get pretty flogged.
Yes, so the sun is there. It's so shallow. And there is so much water moving and current, so you don't want to get one in your head. So, yeah, they've been like big, huge sections, but I think it's good to start the heat with the smaller waves, because the big ones, they are really hard to surf. So to get the confidence, it's nice to start with some medium waves to put some turns, and after keep creating bigger scores.
Has it stayed, your lineups in particular, stayed the same even with this increase in swell?
I think now it's early in the morning was cleaner, but still some amazing waves coming. But yeah, the peak, it's been similar all the week. I haven't seen it change too much. There are some that comes more close to the rock, and other ones in the middle of the bay. So yes, it's been quite similar during all the week.
It's pretty cool to see just this solid swell really hold on this same sandbank that we've seen over the last couple of days in the QS as well. Let's see what Sophia Medina can do on this wave here. 5.77 on her first one. She's going to give us a carve to think about at the start of this wave. Now really connects with a nice looking pocket, tucks in at the end there. I think that was just a couldn't help yourself moment. But Sophia, I put her in that same bracket as Laura Rupp. So much improvement over the last few years, Paul.
Yeah, sort of similar line on that wave, actually, wasn't it? The beautiful open-face carve after the big, long, drawn-out bottom turn, and then going into the lip as well. I mean, that combo is just a winning combo of turns in these kind of conditions. That's a really good read. I don't know whether she's been inspired by what Laura just did, but it makes so much sense, this line. I just love the way she holds that bottom turn, lets this one breathe. And then just sets up the timing really, really nice. It's super cupped out. She doesn't need to smash the lip. Just use the speed that you've got. Use the steepness of the wave. It looked great.
just those big oncoming sections, they've got to be daunting. So when you were winding up for specifically your second turn on your 9, what were you thinking? Like, I just got to hit this right now?
Yes, so the wave has so much power, and you don't want to push harder too, because that isn't gonna work probably. So you just need to find the right timing with the power of the wave and the section. So yeah, I was looking like to don't be too strong, because sometimes I can't go too strong, and with a strong wave, like, doesn't connect really well. So you need to really find the right spot and not do too much that you don't need, really.
Now, Greg Emsley in that last heat said he expects some excellent scores to come from Sarah Baum. She had a couple of really solid numbers roll her way in the QS 2000 that we had before the Challenger Series. You've had a little while now to surf with everyone in the free surf, see where everyone's best level is at. What do you make of the competitor that is Sarah Baum?
Yeah, so I'm really a good friend of Sarah Baum. We've been traveling during the Challenger Series. She's been ripping, like, and I see her really comfortable, like she's feeling at home, and she's been doing the QS 2000. I think she made it to the final, and she was ripping, like putting high scores, and I think like we are gonna see really good surfing from her.
And what about your crew? I mean, obviously the European women last year is one of the big stories on the CS, and out of Spain and the Basque Country, it's been one of those stories over the last couple of seasons. It's been incredible to see.
It's amazing. Like, we have a big team representing here on the Challengers. Everyone is being ripping, like Nadia on the CT, Annette last year almost qualified for the CT too, Yanire, like, and the boys too, they are ripping. So it's really nice to have a big representation from our country, and everyone is ripping. So I think that motivates everyone to get better, do better. Yeah, it's really nice to have all the team here.
Laura Rupp had a exceptional heat in that last one, 8.1 for her very last wave, and she's battling what we think is an injury as well. Emma, what is the insight with Laura Rupp?
Not just the injury, I literally watched Laura like hobbling up the beach this morning. I went to her to ask her if she's okay, to help her carry her board. Tell us what you're actually currently facing.
Yeah, 2 days ago I cut my feet on the fin and I got 3 stitches, so I've been not able to surf yesterday, and I was hoping they call off. Hopefully they did, and I have half a day to rest and recover. And got super excited to surf today because the waves are pumping. My heat was super excited. I actually have almost the same heat last year against Kika in Janeiro, and ended up being the same. I don't know how I won, but this time felt better because the waves were pumping and my surf was great. My board was great. I got similar conditions at home, and this board was feeling amazing there, and I just put on the heat like... I'm hoping this works because I just got one wave this morning just to feel my feet and see if it was fine. I didn't feel any pain, so I was like, let's go for the heat.
Nice. Well, definitely look good. I know Ballito's a special place for you. You got semi-finals here last year. Do you want to just give a little shout out and a hello to everyone watching back home?
Sim, vou falar em português. Queria agradecer a todo mundo que acordou cedo para me assistir, ao meu pai, à minha mãe que estão em casa, minha irmã está torcendo por mim também. E agradecer por estarem confiando em mim nesse processo, por estarem me apoiando. Foi bem difícil ter machucado o pé e ter levado 3 pontos, mas eu consegui descansar bastante ontem, fazer um reset na minha mente e ir com tudo para essa bateria agora. E daí agora eu vou descansar e acho que a recuperação está indo super bem, né? Então vamos com tudo para o próximo round.
Woo! Well, rest up that foot. I'm sure tomorrow will feel a little bit stronger. And good luck for the next round. Back to you guys in the studio.
Thanks, Emma. To quote Greg Emsley, beware the injured warrior. She is just... You wouldn't even tell that she had stitches in her foot in that last heat, Paul.
Yeah, she just looked amazing out there. And you can see the stoke on her face. There's, you know, obviously you're doing an interview on the glass, you won a heat, you're happy, but there's kind of double reward as well when you feel like you've surfed. You know, she's been out in really, really good conditions, that energy that everyone gets from the ocean, but when you win a heat and win it with good numbers as well, and you're facing a bit of adversity, she'd be just feeling amazing right now.
This last wave for Sophia Medina, it's a 5.9, so she's going to lead with a 5.77 as the backup number. And then, of course, Sal with that 5.83 and a 2.67. India Robinson not with a wave yet, similar to Sarah Baum. India having that CT experience, but has been struggling to get back there a couple of years now, Paul.
The Challenger Series is so brutal when you think about surfers that are kind of able to step up onto the CT and you're thinking, all right, they've made that jump. We've had the cut recently. You end up back here and you think, they're good and they're so good. They've proven they can do it. They'll get back there. It's not really like that because from your first heat, 3 other surfers in the water, absolutely brutal. There's so much talent, sort of similar kind of level and different sort of stories as well. Veterans, we've got new talent we've never seen before, and everyone basically fighting for very few spots, particularly on the women's side. So not really surprised to see her get a little bit stuck there because, I mean, it's pretty much, that's basically what happens. In fact, it's the exception on the Challengers when that doesn't happen.
Ariane, tell us about your experience with the Challenger Series and what Paul's talking about, because we're so lucky that we just talk about it, but I imagine competing on this level would be exceptionally hard.
Yeah, it's super hard. Like, everyone rips, and actually the 4 women hits, they are super hard. Like, you need to get the priority after the wave. So I think it's harder to compete with 3 more girls than with another one. The fight is different and the strategy. And here, like, yeah, I think it's you really need to find that momentum to put your surf in the heat. And yeah, it was like my first year on the Challengers. I was really close to qualify, but after I've been quite far from it. And actually, just last year I didn't qualify for the Challengers, so I have to requalify through the European QS tour, but I'm really happy, and I think that year off after being 4 years on the Challengers helps me a lot to little bit reset and take some rest, because it's so much stress and you put always too much work, and sometimes like doesn't pay off in results way. So I think sometimes it's nice to have that space and reconnect with the competition.
And watching the year that surfers like Yo-Yo had, Nadia, Kika, that must fire you up a bit as well. Seeing them and you're thinking, I've been surfing, I've been beating them, we've been beating each other for years. I can do this too.
Yeah,
this is an opportunity.
It's been amazing because we have been competing like for so much years since junior times in Europe all together, and see those girls that they qualified like makes you think like you can do it too, because you have been doing hits during so many years and being there fighting with her. So it's been super inspirational. Like, everyone has been ripping, and I'm really happy to see more European surfers on the city, because before was just those last years Johan de Fer there. But yeah, so it's been really cool to see everyone there.
Yeah, and not just getting there, surfers like Nadia. I mean, the things people were saying about her backhand at Snapper this year, I mean, you would know about that as well. But I mean, some people were calling it like they've never seen those kind of turns out there from a woman on a backhand. I mean, that's amazing to hear.
She's amazing on the backhand, and I think this year, like the year before, she has some opportunities to compete just 3-4 events. But I think this year, when you are already with your spot and you already have some competition before, like, you are more mature, and I think she is finding the spot in the city and putting like her surf. So I think she's getting more confident.
And obviously, Joanne Defay has been awarded the maternity wildcard for next year. You guys would have looked up to her for a really long time. So for her to have a kid and come back and still want to compete at the highest level, that's also extremely inspirational.
Yeah, it's been amazing to see Tati, Carissa, Joan de Fe. Like, yeah, I think it's really good for our sport, or overall for the sport, to see this girl, like, you can do it. You can have a kid and you can keep competing on the high level. And that is like super powerful women to be able, because it's not easy to have a kid.
No.
And at the same time, already to be an athlete and a competitor is hard, so to put both of them together must be really, really difficult. So it's amazing what they are doing and showing us like the way that you can do.
Yeah, women's sport is definitely being redefined at the moment. Sarah Baum, lovely first turn here, Paul.
She waited an absolute eternity to surf this wave, and you're thinking, was that the master plan? And then you see the wave and the way she surfed it, and you're thinking, all right, okay, yep, she knows what she's doing out here. Really well connected. Enjoyed that.
Sal airdrop into this one. She's going to tuck in for a tube this morning. Beautiful bottom turn, hack in, but just gets exploded by the white water.
Wow.
Now we see Sophia Medina pulling in. It does, unfortunately, clamp on her there, but this is just a testament to how pumping it is out there this morning. And this time of the morning has been typically when we've seen more barrels so far, Ariane.
Yes, so before my heat, my boyfriend told me, like, you will have some barrels. So if you get the opportunity, try it because there are some up there. And I was, okay, I'm going to have in mind. But I didn't find any. But yeah, I've seen a lot of them. So it's amazing to see Sally and Sophia getting some barrels. And oof, Sally got their stock.
Sophia has stalled for a really long time on that one as well. So you can see that they're both trying to push the level here. Sarah Baum, like Paul mentioned, waited a long time for that. Is it really easy to get sucked into that sit and wait strategy out there this morning?
Yeah, I mean, you want to start the heat early. Everyone wants to start the heat early, but the thing is sometimes there is so much water moving and I have that problem this morning. I wanted to start early, and after it took me a while until you get the wave, because you don't want to take a wave that is going to be a closeout, so you have to paddle, lost so much time. So you have to take in mind, like, to take the proper waves that is going to give you at least a proper score to start your heat, and you don't want to take anything there because after you can put in risk all the heat, the construction of the heat.
Yeah, it's cool to see so many different plans starting to unfold here. Still waiting for numbers to roll through for Sarah Baum. India Robinson still with just that one wave here. So no one taking a real chokehold of this heat so far. We've got just over 15 minutes to go. We're going to take a quick break and come back to live action very soon.
This is peak summer vibes here.
That is a launch.
The U.S. Open's like the mecca of all of Orange County.
The pier is absolutely packed. The beach, standing room only.
Deep. A new world champion. And when it's on, nothing comes close.
The Ballito Pro 26 has had incredible waves all throughout the event so far, and we rocked up. It's pumping again, but Paul, we've still got plenty more waves coming our way.
Yeah, this actually swell kind of came past, sort of fired up early on a few days ago, and then sort of kicked back in from another direction. It's like the energy sort of redoubled and fired back at us. Really good direction, according to our local spies as well. So really enjoying how powerful and long these lines are. This is what we're looking at for today. Yeah, I'm going with those numbers. That's legit, absolutely. Light winds as well. Might go a little on in the afternoon. We've been seeing that, but nothing untoward. Certainly yesterday didn't go crazy with the onshore. And you know, you're looking at a forecast and you're seeing these sort of numbers and you're thinking, this is amazing. Towards the very end, that we were looking at maybe a huge kind of stormy day, and that's actually changed a bit as well. So even maybe getting more favorable all the way through this window. So it just gets better and better. And every day we come down, the surf's better in the morning as well. Like we're truly blessed. This is epic.
We are so lucky. We have been these last 3 days just to come down to the morning. It's absolutely cooking. We're getting 9s from Ariane in the very first heat of the day too. So that's just setting a crazy benchmark for the rest of the field. Looking to this heat, Sarah Baum had a number drop in while we were in break there. So 6.37. Pretty solid score for that last wave. So she's going to be looking pretty good. We were saying in that last heat, Ariane, sometimes needing a 4 can feel really wrong in conditions like this because there's so many excellent waves out there.
Yeah, it's really hard to choose the right wave. And I think in those kind of conditions, to get a 4 is not easy at all. So, yeah, I think Sarah, for the first wave, she got it's a really good score that you want to have in your pocket. And I see she got a second one that is going to be around the 5.
Yeah, so another score starting to drop in for Balmy here. It's a 5.27, so she now goes up into second place. India Robinson, just with that single turn there, a 4.67. She's starting to push herself just slightly into a corner here, Paul, with 11.5 minutes. Yes, there's lots of good waves, but we know it can tend to be tricky to find 2 scores in that amount of time in this swell.
Yeah, she's got priority. She needs to start using it, needs to start surfing. Basically, it's just one wave, and even on that wave, it's just one really, even a short turn on a short wave. So just need to see more surfing from her. The scores haven't run away is the good point. Just still time as well. 11 minutes is fine. No one's going crazy on the scoreboard. You look at those top 2 up in the mid to high 11s. It's decent, but very much within her grasp. But she needs to just find a bit of that rhythm. It's really hard from a standing start when you're not doing rotations, you're not doing laps of the lineup, just to kind of pick the right one. Maybe even have 2 or 3 misfires, easier to then identify. If you're just kind of watching, it makes it harder still to pick that right wave.
Absolutely. Sally Fitzgibbons, she's looking for a 5.82 at this point to get herself up into that top 2. You can see we had a shot of her dad on the beach there. I actually ran through the airport with them to get our connecting flight from Johannesburg to Durban. We made it with 5 minutes to spare, so we bonded really quickly in the airport a couple of days ago. But I love that Sal is still bringing her dad along to events, and you can see that they actually make a really cool dream team, Paul.
Yeah, they do. I mean, an absolute fixture. It'd be weird to show up at a surf contest and they weren't there, I feel like, these days. The other thing that you pretty much know you're going to get is a really, really strong performance from her. She's still showing, even on that where the 4.83, I mean, it kind of went wrong a little bit at the end, but she just got something to show that she always had. But Amazing how surfing's kind of changed a bit with the times as well. But at this level over the last couple of years, she's had to come back to the challenges and get it done here. She's just had too much quality, basically. We've seen that. She's really stood out. A couple of extra turns that we're not really seeing from other people. So she's still really, really strong. The other thing, I think, is she just loves it. She enjoys it so much.
She's such a competitor. She's going to take a smaller one here. She did paddle and lose priority on a wave just prior. This one, though, it's looking to pay off. 2 really nice turns. It's going to have a third section for her to draw a carve out of for Sally Fitz. So 3 turns. Has to better a 4.83. Ariana, I really do love putting people on the spot. Do you see that going into that 5.82 range that she's looking for?
Yeah, I think it's going to get the score. The second turn it's been sick, and 3 turns wave, like, I think it's been a really nice wave. The first carve also was really nice, so I think she's going to get it. And also, I think it's a good choice to get some waves that they are medium-sized, because allows you to make sure you are going to finish them, and yeah, I think it's going to be the score.
Paul?
But yeah, just talking about the joy that Sally has for surfing, really relish it as well. Ali, I want to ask you, we got angles on you when you're surfing. Obviously, I've seen you watch a lot of heats. After a lot of your turns, particularly at the end of waves, you do this like big smile. That's kind of like a thing you do. You must know about that. And is that happy? Sometimes, even maybe if things aren't going your way, you do the same thing. It's a bit of a signature.
Yeah, I think it's my face after the turns, but I think it's a really positive body language. As we know, that the body language is really important. So to be smiling, I think, is really nice way to put out that pressure you have in every hit here, because obviously you have stress and pressure because you want to get those 2 waves. So yes, I think it's my face and like that.
It seems to be working so far.
Pretty cool though. You get flogged, you pop up, there's a smile on your face.
Yeah, I also realized with the years, like it's really important to feel happy, comfortable, not to focus on the competition all the time, because you need to be happy with your people around, with the place. So I'm trying to find also that balance. Whoa, oof, that was
Sophia.
She's sending it.
Yeah, she is. That wave unfortunately sent her takeoff square, but you could see she was really trying to look down the line and get herself in a good spot to maybe try and pull in again. She definitely looks to have felt that wipeout a bit. That's kind of what we were talking about earlier, Ariane. You can get stuck in a bit of a wrong spot on those sets.
Yeah, so you need to be careful now. We have to see how long it's gonna take her like to go back to the lineup. Let's see. I don't know. She is there like waiting. Maybe sometimes it's actually better to stay in the white water, wait until the sets comes, because if you want to paddle against the set, it's impossible. Like there is so much water moving and it's really strong up there.
I love seeing this, though. I mean, strategic surfing, it works, but it's not always necessarily the most entertaining. She's got a couple of good scores locked in, and she's just having at it. We saw her pull into that wave, deep barrel, that was sick, charging on a really late drop there, and, getting lit up. I love it. It's entertaining.
Yeah, she's got everything, a really strong repertoire, and she's going to need it because this is the 2026 schedule. So from here, we do go to Huntington Beach pretty quickly, and then we head over to São Sebastião in Brazil, Ericeira in Portugal, and then stop number 5 is next year. It's back in Newcastle in Australia. But Ariane, 4 beach breaks, 1 point break, and I'd say 5 stops that suit your surfing.
Yeah, like my favorite here, South Africa. I love this country, but also Ericeira is a really special place for me. I think the best competition I have done, it's been there in Ericeira and in Challengers, was pumping, and I have a special connection with the wave. So yeah, hopefully I can have good results, and yeah, in all of them if I can choose. But I think Ericeira is the one that fits more with my surfing.
Was that the first Challengers year there? Was it a couple of years ago?
Yes. Was pumping.
Waves
I
are
haven't
big, huh?
seen. Yeah, it was big, and yeah, really nice hits, high scores. That competition was with really high scores. So yeah, I have really good memories from them. Oh, dolphins.
Yeah, we are on the Dolphin Coast, and these guys do tend to pop their heads up multiple times throughout the event, but this is actually the first time that we've seen them in the booth, Paul, so far.
Yeah, absolutely. Stoked to see them this morning. Absolutely beautiful and glassy out there. They're just gliding through, not too worried about who's making it through to the next round, what the sort of qualification scenario looks like, living the dream.
So Sal, you can see her pulling off a wave there. She actually did get that score, so her last wave is her best so far, 5.87. She's now taken the lead. Sophia Medina needs a 5.8 to move herself back up into the lead. I wonder if something happened to her board there, because it seemed that she was paddling back towards the beach. Now Bormy needs a 5.3. Clean looking wall here. That foot slightly slipping on that first turn. She regains really well into it for a third, but loses it there. Still 2 nice turns out the back there though for Bormy. But really solid wave selection. You can tell it has a really nice pace for a goofy footer.
Yeah, that was a really nice wave. She almost fell in the first turn. I don't know what happens there with the pad, but yeah, that last section is really hard too. Like, I find that these last sections here, they are so important. It's really important to be in the right place, and yeah, they are really hard.
Sal, get in a carve here and then not much after it, Paul.
Yeah, just a quick in and out for her, but even on waves like that, going through the motion, still going fast and enjoying herself. All right, Sarah Bunn, one of her strengths is her strength. She's just so solid on the board. I just wonder how costly this might prove to be. You think 5.3, the requirement. That wave has got a 5 on it all day long for her. She could definitely go a couple of points up from that. Couple of wobbles. The first turn, whenever you get it a little wrong on your first turn, looks like you just kind of over-rotated a little bit. You break your rhythm for the rest of the wave. Couple of minutes, 3 minutes or so is a little bit of a longer paddle back today. It could be tough for her.
Yeah, it's such a doable requirement for Sarah Baum. You can see a massive pot of dolphins in the wave of Sally there. That one's speeding behind her to start. She's going to hold the rail here for the first car for Sal. Bumpy bottom turn on that second one, which unfortunately sends her over the edge for that second turn. Sal, she's still trying to build. She doesn't feel comfortable in first place just yet, but our friend's starting to get a little bit more involved in this heat with the dolphins.
How good surfing.
So good.
Seriously, you're just watching people, legends, ride waves. Meanwhile, cetaceans in the wave face, body surfing as well. It's a beautiful morning. Ocean's glassy blue water. We're living the dream.
We are living the dream, Paul. I totally agree. This is such a beautiful part of the world as well. The fact that we can share the ocean with such a massive pod of dolphins as well. So Ballito, Willard Beach, KwaZulu-Natal, we love coming back here every single year. There's that dolphin we were talking about, Ariane.
Yeah, beautiful image, like Sally surfing with the dolphin. She got interference by the dolphin.
That second turn, unfortunately, it did knock her off the edge there, but I love the fact that she's still pushing so hard, Paul.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, that's, you know, she only really knows how to surf one way. And it's her surfing fits, I think, this wave so well. I'm a little surprised she still hasn't gone above the sixes, actually. So the kind of waves she's been catching, the sort of form she's in, I would have actually expected a little more. At the moment, from her, well, she's in second place. Sarah Baum did get the number on that last wave.
Yeah,
actually.
5-6 on that last wave from Baumie. So she now takes the lead, 90 seconds to go. I'm really curious about Sophia Medina. Is she back out the back? Did she have to do a board change? And was there enough time for her, if there was a board change, to now get back out and get another wave? She was looking really, really strong on her feet. That looks like her on our far right of the screen here, but that also could potentially be India Robinson with that first priority. So Baumie, she's going to be holding it down here. 60 seconds to go. We've mentioned it before. She is one of the few surfers who has 2 hometown advantages on this Challenger Series season. India Robinson now needing a 7.03, her best turn, but it sends her on her heels there. And Ariane, you mentioned those sections at the end can be quite difficult, but some of those first ones really do bowl out on you as well.
Yeah, it feels like you are going to finish the turn, you are comfortable, but after there is the water pushing you up and you really need to find the balance there. I have seen, and it happens to me so many times, like the nose dive, that you almost there and at the end you miss the finish. So it's, yeah, really hard to make it happen properly.
Yeah, India just unfortunately struggling to get started this whole heat. She's got so much potential, so much power as well. And you'd see that her power really suiting this extra swell that we have on offer today. Sally goes to tuck in, but just mistimes it a little bit. So she is going to have to settle with second place here, but she will be moving through to that next round, the round of 16. It is going to be Sarah Baum taking that one out, so getting the score, that 5-6. So Baumie and Sally moving on through. Sophia Medina and India, unfortunately, bowing out of competition. Ariane, it's been an absolute pleasure to have you in the booth. Congratulations again on your 9. Obviously, wanting to mimic that multiple times throughout this event.
Yeah, thanks for having me. And yes, I hope to keep doing well, trying my best. As always is my goal. So yes, I'm really happy and I really want to make another round and another round, so let's do it.
And just really quickly, your goal for this year, clearly to qualify for the championship tour, but is there any slight personal goals that you'd love to achieve as well?
I want to keep studying. Like I stopped for a couple of years with so many stuff, traveling. So yeah, I want to also put some time on that. So yeah, let's see.
I love it. I love it. Thank you so much for coming in, Paul. Love your work as always. We are going to go to a break and welcome back in a very special guest in the booth for that next heat as well. We'll be right back.
Welcome back to the Dolphin Coast of South Africa. It is the KwaZulu-Natal region and beautiful sights and sounds in and around. It doesn't get better than this, folks. It's the best place to be on the coastline. Southern Hemisphere winter here, and Ballito showing off for the opening event on the Challenger Series of the season. Of course, it is just absolutely pristine conditions here, not a breath of wind, solid swell in the water. And of course, we can't celebrate a better way of opening the World Surf League's Challenger Series, the first stop coming to you from Ballito. It's a very good morning. Gig Saliers alongside Kyle Linder. We've been calling the heats, and we bring a special guest into the studio. Paul Canning, former championship tour surfer, of course, heading up the O'Neill brand here. Great to have you, Paul.
Yeah, thanks very much, Gigs, and thanks, Kai. Great to be in the booth with you guys, and yeah, looking forward to calling these next two heats.
Well, several seasons now with you guys as the title sponsors along with Ballito, and it's like we've built it up to this. Waves of unity, man. Look at this place. It's pumping.
Yeah, no, it's amazing. I think this is our 8th edition now that we've been the presenting sponsor of the Ballito Pro. And yeah, I mean, in every edition, we just really love telling unique and compelling stories around the history of KwaZulu-Natal, the fauna and flora of the area, the sustainability and the beauty of these beautiful blue flag beaches. So yeah, this year's theme, Waves of Unity, it all sparked from the very last heat, the final heat of last year. We had a look, and there was this amazing image of Luke Thompson just after he won, getting carried up the beach with a South African flag draped around over his shoulders, and that kind of formed the foundation of this year's theme, or celebrating national unity and using all the colors of the South African flag, and yeah. Waves of Unity, what an amazing theme for this year.
Yeah, great call there. The Rainbow Nation of South Africa, it all coming together. And certainly that is what is the story in the lineup here. Everything coming together as far as conditions. Local time here, 9:40 a.m. We're almost on that complete spring low tide, and action in the lineup early on. Quick wave, Kai, to get Anon Matsuka's scorecard turning.
Yeah, just a quick one in for the Japanese surfer. Nice little hack off the top. Got a 4.5 for the singular maneuver. We've seen some good scores dropping so far already in the day and the event. But the real story is just the surf. It just keeps pumping. It's almost gotten better over the last two heats. Finally saw some barrel action, and just super amped to see what we're going to get.
Well, let's have a look at the world junior champion, Isla Huppets. Now residing on the Gold Coast of Australia. She'll be attacking these sections as well, and does a very good job of getting her scorecard open here. 35-minute heats established for competition. And certainly, Kai, we've had to use those 35 minutes well, because there's been times where our athletes have been stretched as far as getting back out into the lineup.
Listen, a couple of the surfers have had good 5 to 6 minute sort of time periods, which in a heat is like a lifetime, trying to get back out there. The sand is so shallow right now. We're on a spring low as well, which makes it even more brutal. And we've seen a couple of surfers getting like really good waves and then actually having to do the run around. This one though, nice big bottom turn, good solid carve. Looking for something more, gets another carve in. Just a little bit of a speed wobble there. Went for the closer and rode out of it. So she'll be happy with that for a start. Not a bad way to get the heat underway.
Well, just talking again to conditions on hand here. Of course, alongside us in the studio, former CT surfer Paul Canning. Paul, we think of the history of Ballito over the seasons. This is some of the best Ballito we've been presented with.
Oh, yeah, definitely. Yeah, we were just chatting about it earlier. I mean, that big year, I think it was around 2011. It's got a little bit of that sort of look to it. You know, if you look at it, the sort of conditions we're getting at the moment, you would normally more experience it in February, March when we have our cyclones. And this is not really coming off a cyclone. It's quite strange to have these sort of conditions in the middle of our winter, but very strong conditions coming out of the east, and of course onto that shallow bank. We haven't had banks like this at Ballito for a few years. So yeah, it's just with the mixture of the swell and the banks is just making for some amazing conditions.
It's making for amazing conditions. It's making for amazing performances in the lineup as well. And so many stories to unpack here. And it's just the round of 32, guys. We've seen 9-point rides this morning. Of course, Ariana Chawa, a guest in the studio in that previous heat, coming off that momentum of the single best wave of the morning thus far. We've had a number of excellent category scores, and certainly some surfers pulling in for the tubes as well, Kai.
Yeah, I think Paul and Trav maybe had a little visit to one of the local Sangomas before the event this year, because they've really scored. The waves are just pumping.
Well, look at the size of that wave for Bella Kenworthy, who will pick a lefter out of the lineup. We'll see a lot of lefts happening, but generally on smaller surf. The minute the surf gets into this way overhead range, it's not that often that we'll see left-handers. But Bella Kenworthy will, for now, just open her scorecard. And with all of that, let's go down and hear from winner of that last meet, Sarah Baum. She's down there with Mike Frew.
Thank you, Giggs. Sarah, you had everyone, all the local supporters, absolutely on the edge of our seats, biting our fingernails with that one.
Geez, no, I have no fingernails left either. Yeah, geez, these second round heats are so gnarly. They're so packed, and like, you know, all of the other girls just rip so hard, and we all had scores as well. So it was just like the situation was changing so many times, and yeah, the surf is cooking. So like people can just drop scores like, you know, within seconds. So yeah, geez, I'm just so happy with how I handled it mentally. I trusted myself and trusted my surfing, and geez, so stoked.
How did you feel after falling on the last turn on that one?
Oh no, I was like, just try and get an extra half a point. I know that, yeah, the first turn felt quite nice, and I felt like I came into the second one pretty quick, and yeah, I was just like, just trying to fit a third one in there just to try and get those extra points. And yeah, when they dropped the 5-6, I just threw splash water, and I was just like, okay, where's Sophia? I need to go and find her and try and sit on her, and yeah, just so stoked.
Beautiful conditions here today. I'd say it's almost the best Ballito Pro morning we've had in about 8 years. That one that Sally took off on, you were paddling near there with the dolphins coming through the lineup. Tell us about that one.
Yeah, Sal and I had quite a few really good heats at J-Bay when we did the event a few years ago. And it just took me back to there. Like, she was just bottom turning and the dolphins were just like cruising down the wave. And I was just like, oh wait, I'm in the heat. So yeah, it's so sick to see that. And yeah, the sand's been so good for weeks. And yeah, it's pumping. It's a beautiful day.
Great to see fizzing energy down here. It's all happening in Ballito. Sarah, well done. Can't wait to see you in the next round. Such a nice result for you so far now. Back to you, Giggs.
Well, Ballito is showing off in 2026 for the first stop on the World Surf League's Challenger Series. Into picture Isla Huppets, who has fetched a 4 for an opening score. So no real rock and roll numbers just yet. And on Matsuka, our surfer from Japan in the green singlet, she's found a 4.5. So early stages of the heat here, Kai. And Kenworthy, the 3.6 on the left.
Yeah, Isla getting that 4.0 and then picking up a flogging on the mid-bank. Got just one of those surfers we spoke about earlier, just getting absolutely drilled, taking the safe route back to the beach and doing the run-up. And I mean, Paul, you've surfed here for a long time. You know the lineup here. We'll just quickly look at this left. Probably one of the first lefts we've seen in the event. Really nice turn. Not getting the second, but getting a small score of a 3.6, at least the dice rolling. Then we had this wave for Sol. Been waiting to see this one. Comes around the corner, nice carve in the pocket. Now waiting for a little bit more work. That wave pops up Just you actually see the barrel just give a little spit there as she came down from that second turn. So there's definitely the opportunity for barrels out there, Paul. And then let's just talk about it. You've surfed here a lot. This wave can be brutal on the paddle out. I don't think the people watching at home who haven't been here can understand how powerful it is.
Yeah, no, I mean, it's a very shallow bank off the end of the right there, and you can get stuck on the bank and take a lot of energy to get back out. But yeah, as we were saying, with the east swell direction, it's very like broken up, coming straight onto the bank, and we saw another surfer looking for a left there. We saw Bella go on that last left, and I think they've identified, you know, one big turn you can get a 6 or even a 7, you know, you can go high on a big turn. So whether you're going left or right, if you can get up into the lip and do one big turn, you're going to get the points. And so, yeah, I mean, normally we'd only be really looking at the rights here at Willard Beach. The swell normally has got, at this time of the year, got a lot more southerly in it. And the rights are the ones. But, yeah, today with the east swell direction, we got a couple lefts too.
Yeah, and then, I mean, Gigs, we saw in that last heat, Sally getting a bit of tube time. Just watching some of the empty waves during the last few heats, we've seen a couple of blowouts. Some of the girls maybe will start sort of looking at that strategy.
Well, it's mid-morning. It's almost on the low tide itself now. We're just minutes away from the low, and I've got a feeling that we'll get a lot of consistency in the lineup as well, Kai, over the next hour. As that tide starts to turn over, you see the Red Bull buoy out the back just sort of bobbing up and down. There's a lot of energy. It's quite linear. It's straight on, and you made reference, both of you, to the sandbar itself. And certainly the right angle of wave approaching here just opens up, and just seen some waves spitting through the lineup. So yeah, we're teed up. Let's see if we get some time behind the curtain. Hasn't been a lot of that going on. Loved how Sophia Medina went for broke in the heat previous with pulling behind the curtain. As we are almost on cue, just another medium-sized wave that just finds its shape, turns inside out on the sandbar here, blows out. Just Paul, we've made a lot of comments about the comparison. Feels like a mini version of the North Shore on a day like this.
Yeah, no, for sure. I mean, we actually been here for about 10 days now. We started with Young Rookie Rippers, which is a local junior event. Then we went into the JQS, and then obviously the QS 2000, and now we're at the Challenger. So we've been here for well over a week. And actually, when we first got here, the very first day of the junior event, there was a massive swell. I mean, it was 10 to 12 foot here on and we were all worried that it was going to ruin the bank and take all the sand off the bank. But it's actually just pulled more sand down from the next beach up, from Bathers and Bog Beach, further south, and even made the bank even better. So yeah, I mean, we've had over a week of really good waves, and I mean, the forecast for the next few days looks amazing. So we've really been blessed.
Well, the results of all of that swell that we got at the beginning of this surf carnival is just grooming these sandbars. There's no shortage of sand supply. It is a series of sort of rock granite bays with sand packed into it. We've seen various years on that topic as well. I think to a few seasons back, there was a season where we had no sand, and it was a small left-handers for the win for Ian Gouveia a couple of years back. So it does move. It is ever-changing, but certainly we'll take it as one of the better years in 2026.
Oh, we've certainly been blessed this year. And I mean, you know, that's the thing with the sand bottom wave. Every year is going to be slightly different. It's dependent on what's happening. We're looking at a big El Nino year this year as well, which could be why we're seeing this sort of out-of-season big low pressure sitting directly south of us, whereas normally they'd be coming from the southwest, a bit more square swell. But we're not complaining, because looking at the forecast, you know, last weekend, we were kind of like, well, it's going to be a bit smaller during the week, but that swell, if anything, has just grown.
Well, let's have a look how the scores will grow for Bella Kenworthy here. She gets out on the face, medium-sized wave. It's going to find a little bit of leftover water from a bigger, earlier set, and she'll just track through the inside sandbar that we keep making reference to. Of course, lots to talk about with Bella Kenworthy. She's had that seasons on the championship tour now. We think back to her win in 2024. Backed it up straight away with another great result at the US Open. And Bella Kenworthy really has risen to the championship tour level in the last. But she finds herself here starting to focus on the 5 events ahead for the Challenger Series, guys.
Yeah, and we'll watch this wave now. Takes off. Beautiful bottom turn. I really like the front side wrap from Bella. She's a really stylish surfer. And of course, we know she's got the airs and that sort of thing in her bag of tricks. That's how she came on the scene, was in, the Ladybirds with Stab magazine. I just feel, Paul, sometimes she seems to be like one of those surfers that's very affected by like her confidence. Sometimes she'll get in a heat and maybe have 1 or 2 bad waves, and it like really affects her.
Yeah, I mean, she is an amazing surfer. I really like the way she opened up on that first turn, and it was probably quite early in the morning at the moment, but I know her dad, Jason's been out here a few years. I don't think he's here this year, but I don't know, it might be a bit early in the morning for him watching, but yeah, I mean, they're just a real full surfing family. They got, a lot of experience in the family, and Bella's an amazing surfer. And what I've been impressed with both on the men's and the women's this year is, we know they can all do these crazy airs now, air 360s and that, but the power that they showing as well, the mixture of power and aerial surfing is just incredible to see.
Absolutely, and as I say, the pace and the intensity of the surfing on the wave face from all of our lady athletes really has been wonderful to see the state of women's surfing, and certainly getting to be showcased here in Ballito. This heat is moving along, lads. It's 35-minute heats out in the lineup. We're just passing the halfway mark in it. No real scores yet standing out at us. Best is Sol Aguirre, the South American, with her 4.9. But other than that, everyone really in with a shout here, Kai.
Yeah, it's open ticket here, and but I mean, we were speaking earlier, Gigs, about this like new generation of girls and how far and hard they're pushing the sport in the ladies division. You look at that trailer for the new Red Bull movie, Paul. I said, like, when we were growing up, it was the momentum generation, Slater, Machado, Taylor Knox, that sort of generation, really pushing men's surfing to a new place. And I really feel like at the moment we are living through the momentum generation for ladies. Like, it is just developing so fast.
Yeah, no, 100%. Yeah, you get these little pockets of, through the years, as you say, the momentum generation. Then there was that Brazilian storm, and what I've just been blown away. I mean, I did a trip back to Hawaii for the first time in 20 years. I was there over the winter, and the thing that stood out to me the most was how much women's surfing's improved. How many girls were in the water every day and pushing the limit, and how well they were surfing, and that really just stood out to me from my trip to Hawaii. And we can see here at this event, the level's just gone, just going out of control, really.
And that's Lelio on screen as she starts to prepare. Of course, lots of big heats coming your way. Care of the round of 32. We're going to just sit back and allow a break in here as we've moved past the halfway mark. We trust you're enjoying the show from beautiful Ballito. Stay with us.
Welcome to KwaZulu-Natal, the destination for all seasons. Nestled on the breathtaking north coast of the Zulu Kingdom, this vibrant town offers something for everyone. KwaZulu-Natal boasts several beaches that have been awarded the prestigious Blue Flag, guaranteeing cleanliness and safety for all visitors. Our inland region offers a world of adventure. Get your adrenaline pumping with thrilling activities like ziplining, hiking and off-road biking surrounded by the natural beauty of KwaZulu-Natal's landscapes. Kids will love our animal farm, getting up close and personal with friendly animals. Immerse yourself in history as you explore the rich heritage and legacy of great leaders like King Shaka and Chief Albert Lutuli. Conveniently located just a short drive from King Shaka International Airport and Durban International Conventional Center, making it easily accessible for both local and international delegates, With an abundance of world-class accommodation facilities, dining options and attractions nearby, you can truly make the most of your time in this magnificent region. KwaZulu-Natal, the heartbeat of the North Coast.
The 2026 Ballito Pro presented by O'Neill is brought to you by KwaZulu-Natal Municipality, official host and title sponsor partner of the Ballito Pro presented by O'Neill. By O'Neill, official presenting sponsor of the Ballito Pro. And by Corona Cero, made with 100% natural ingredients.
Welcome back to the show. It is the World Surf League's first Challenger Series on the calendar. The Ballito Pro proudly presented by O'Neill. Beautiful lines marching into Willard Beach here as we continue the action from the round of 32, heat number 5 this morning. Gig Sleers alongside Kai Linda and special guest, former championship tour surfer Paul Canning. Paul, of course, great to have you here. That O'Neill banner firmly attached to the Ballito Pro for the 8th time. And one of our better editions of the event.
Yeah, it's amazing. I'm really such a surf fan, you know, and I've got 2 kids that are very entrenched in surfing now in the juniors. And, you know, our vision when we first came on board 8 years ago with the KwaZulu-Natal Municipality was to create a festival that catered, you know, with the JQS and the QS. So we got the juniors, we got the local South African guys on the qualifying series, and then into the Challenger, and giving the guys an opportunity to surf against the best in the world here in South Africa. And yeah, that KwaZulu-Natal Municipality really saw our vision and backed us 100%, and it's just amazing to have created this festival of surfing.
Yeah, absolutely. And I mean, Kai, you can also talk into that from the point of view you've had that involvement with the skate side of things, all those other activities pinned in and around the contest site here.
Yeah, it's wonderful, and it's been going for a long time now, so people are starting to see it as a really sort of a key holiday destination for this time of year in South Africa. You don't have to be a surf fan necessarily. You know, you want to come here. The rest of South Africa is absolutely freezing right now. Here at Ballito, it's warm, the sun's out, you can see there's boardies and bikinis. People are going to music festivals. There's so many good restaurants and other sort of festival activities. Skating was great. We always have a great skate event with Paul and his team. And then you've got some of the world's best surfers just going ham and cooking waves.
Well, into picture comes Sol Aguirre, heat leader. And it's been a relatively quiet heat here. Some surfers still on single rides in the lineup here as we move towards the 11-minute mark. But Sol Aguirre will open her scorecard again and starting to go to the lip line, which is where the points have been coming from. Prior to that, already leading the heat with the 4.9 and the 4.43. Does she up her numbers here, Kai?
Well, nice bottom turn, big power hack. Really like that first turn. Comes up straight into the lip for turn number 2. There was a lot of commitment there on the second turn. Probably her best wave so far. She's looking to beat the 4.9, throw away the 4.43. She might just creep up into those 5s or 6s there.
Yep, let's see where that score navigates. It is certainly points out of the lip line from Sol Aguirre. Of course, Sol, a 9th in Ballito this time last year, finished the Challenger Series, even better off momentum with that final event over in Newcastle for a 3rd place finish. But she needs to get into her full straps here if she wants to get to the championship tour level. And certainly a step in the right direction. Yeah, 100% on right on the cue there. Kai 6.33. So the heat leader for now just stretches herself ahead of the pack.
Yeah, and she's going to be happy with that one. A little bit of a paddle out ahead of her. I saw a couple of waves coming in from behind. But 6.33, she's putting some pressure on the other girls now. The surfer in white, Hapats, she's got some work to do, only a 4.0. Matsuoka only with that 4.5. So some of the girls struggling to find a bit of momentum out there, Paul.
Yeah, but I mean, still 9 minutes to go. You know, one big turn can change the heat.
Love the way Sol Aguirre just approaches that for the 6.33. That is a look at the single best wave of the heat thus far. And right now it's a lead over a championship tour caliber surfer in Bella Kenworthy. Anon Matsuka, the young Japanese surfer, as we mentioned, just 20 years of age. She got a 33rd in Ballito last year, a little bit better up the scale with a 9th place finish. She'll be wanting to get into gear here herself. Holding a 4.5 in the context of the heat, it's a respectable number. It really is a lower score battle right now for backup scores. 8:40 on the clock. Everybody can still do with a lot more in the lineup.
Yeah, and it just takes that one wave. We saw it in a couple of heats already, a bit of a slow start, struggling to find their rhythm. It is difficult out there. I mean, the waves are firing, but a lot of water moving around. Also, the bank is shifting quite a bit. You see like a set breaking up at the top of the peak, and then suddenly the next set's down at the wide bank. So a bit of a lotto, but if you can find that one good wave, you're going to get a huge score, and you just kind of need to move around the lineup a bit too, Paul. I don't think staying static in this lineup is really a good game plan.
Yeah, no, 100%. And yeah, I mean, Isla's not in a bad position at this point of the heat. She does actually, her single scoring wave is higher than Bella's at the moment, and she does have second priority. So I don't think she would be very stressed at the moment with 7 minutes to go. She was actually at our press conference the night before the event. She's very young. She's out here with her mom, I think. I saw her mom sitting on the side at the press conference. So she'll just be gaining lots of experience and really nothing to lose. And yeah, I mean, for her requirement is lower than both of Bella's counting waves. So she's definitely in the game.
And Paul, while we have you in the booth, it's great to just tap into discussions. You mentioned that vision with the KwaZulu-Natal municipality to have a big surf festival. Certainly this year, the full focus on Ballito. And the other thing, just you mentioned the Rookie Rippers, the JQS, the O'Neill Smith Shapes, Ballito Pro Junior. Just a tip of the hat to what Geordie Smith has brought to this event in his own way.
Yeah, no, it's amazing to have the whole Smith Shapes team part of the event with the juniors, Graham and Llewellyn and Geordie and Mikhail. Yeah, it's just they've partnered with us in the juniors now for the 8th year, and they sponsor a lot of the young juniors. Geordie's given so much back to the sport in South Africa, and it's just great to have them involved in the event.
Yeah, it's great to have everybody following the 57th edition as well. We think of the history of this event, Kai. We go back to the Gunston 500 days, put the red cap on for the Mr. Price Pro, which then would change locations, care of a lot of core surfers influence like Pierre Tosti and Greg Swart back then. And we found this home in Ballito since, and just such a rich history book to tap into.
Well, I mean, I go back to my first gigs here on the beach, Mike, and Paul Canning was surfing in those events.
I think he'd still make a heat or two.
Probably would. Probably find the foot would do okay out there on a day like today too.
Yeah, we need to have a Masters heat out there, I think. Fun, especially in conditions like this.
Absolutely. Into screen comes the 20-year-old Japanese surfer, Anon Matsuka. She'll go down in the second maneuver as we start drawing the discussion towards what is going on in the lineup here. It's been a little bit tricky here, perhaps at the very bottom of the low tide now as we look at the local clock just after 10 a.m. That is a good punch in the lip from Isla Huppets, the young Australian who grew up in Janjuk down in Victoria, now makes the Gold Coast home. She got that World Junior win at the end of last year over Sierra Kerr, and she's in the lineup here. She won that in solid right-handers in the Philippines, and so we saw a Sierra Kerr performance earlier on today that was pretty well managed start to finish. Of course, Josh Kerr just alluding to all of this build-up again as these young Australian ladies are on the push in 2026.
Yeah, no, for sure. Man, it was just going back to the history of the event. It's funny, my very first Gunston I watched, I was 12 years old, and Pierre was in the semis. He made the semis that year. I think it was around 1980, 86, 87, around there. My best result was mid-90s. I got 5th. I got to the semis in the Gunston 500, and now to be involved as a sponsor with O'Neill, it's incredible. And you know, we were looking at the history of the event. There's only been 8 South Africans that have won the event in 57 years. So it's an extremely, extremely difficult event to win. And yeah, with Luke taking out the victory last year was amazing.
Yeah, so much to talk about. Former victories will be the fond memories of this lady on screen, Bella Kenworthy. It's taken a while to get her back into the system here. Plagued with a low pair of threes as well. Bella Kenworthy in a very vulnerable second place position. Perhaps they're just pushing the scorecard in the right direction as we slip underneath the 4-minute mark. Meanwhile, as we mentioned, Sol Aguera, just a 6.33. Found that one with those two big turns in the lip. The scores are going to come out of the lip line. We saw that from Sarah Baum in the previous heat as well.
Well, I think we've seen it the whole event so far, as the judges have really rewarded that critical surfing in the bowl. See the young Japanese surfer. Now that was a proper turn. Unfortunately, just couldn't back it up with the second. But that first turn was pretty critical. Then we saw Isa take off on this one. Waits coming around the corner, also vicious little front side turn there. She's going to get a decent score, even though it was the only turn. And then, like this way from Bella, nice and clean, wraps it around. Now waiting for the section, gets up into the lip. Not going to be a massive score, but I think she's going to improve. So it's turning into a tight heat here.
It is very tight. Judges will recognize, though, the two turns in the lip line for Bella Kenworthy. Just that single hit to the lip for Isla Huppert. It was a very critical section. In the context of things, just feels like the ocean may have just slowed down a touch through the tide turn here. We are at the very bottom of the tide chart here, and this heat is whizzing by, 2.5 on the clock. Judges have a scorecard open for Sol Aguera as well now. So a couple of numbers to scrape in as a very tight heat starts making its way to the finish.
Yeah, and I think now it's going to get down to that crunch time. 2 minutes on the clock. You can't be too choosy. You've got to get involved. And I think what's quite interesting, Paul, I mean, of course, you are a devastating backhand surfer, being a goofy. The goofies seem to have had a slight advantage in this event this year, because that bowl with that slightly more south-southeast sort of angle have been so tight that the goofies are really able to drive up into the lip.
Yeah, and you can definitely make the turn look a lot better on your backhand. I think you can pivot in the lip, you can swing the nose round more compared to the natural footers, you know, who are trying to like extend out of the lip. They're not really getting as much pivot in the lip as a goofy footer would. And yeah, I think you throw more spray, you know, when you're pivoting at the top with a lot of speed and power. So it's definitely favoured the goofy footers this year, especially with that sort of fast closing out bank at the end of the wave.
Well, slightly ruffled lip line sometimes as well. So good discussions between goofy and natural, but right now judges are just pondering some numbers for us here. Bella Kenworthy's 2 turns, Isla Huppert's a single manoeuvre in the lip line, and then of course Sol Aguera, who's looking to better a 4.9. Numbers starting to track in. 5.4. We'll see Bella Kenworthy firming up that second place position, start looking to the requirements of Huppert's down in third, Matsuka in fourth, and on cue, here goes Matsuka, snap in the pocket, 4.7 for requirement, and she'll fit 2 turns in there. We'll just sort of, as surf fans, process that along with you all at home. Is that going to meet the requirement of 4.74?
Kind of a bit of a Harry Potter on the second turn. She had to wave the magic wand, but she did well to ride out of it. First turn was nice, and she was just coming out of that first turn and realized that that section was going to go, and just managing to get up for a very quick second turn. It's a big requirement in the context of the heat, a 4.74. Normally that's not such a big number, but this heat's been a bit slower. Just see that thing grinding through on the bank. She's got a nice paddle ahead of her.
Well, beach announcers will start closing this heat down. It has been a relatively slower heat. We were bragging about conditions as we came to the start of the coverage of this heat, but this one has gone a little bit slower, slightly reflecting in the scoreline itself, and judges still questioning this one.
Yeah, like I said, the second turn, I mean, it was almost like 2 turns in one, like a 2-for-1, Paul.
Yeah, for me, I would have rather just wanted to see one big turn. You know, I think that wave had for one, if she just missed that first turn and went in one big turn, could have got the 5. But yeah, breaking it up into 2 smaller turns is probably going to affect the score.
Yeah, and also when you're bottom turning down that bank and you're watching the lip line, sometimes your reasoning goes out the window a little bit.
Well, numbers are in. Isla Huppert's only fetched a 3.7, so she remains in third. Kenwe has cemented herself in that second place position. Kieran, the 5.4. And Sol Aguera remains the heat leader. And of course, Matsuka just waiting for that number. We feel that it's a little bit of a sort of zigzag through the top end there. Perhaps one big meaty turn would have met the requirements, and that is going to bring an official result and a close to heat number 5 as this waves thunder through here at Ballito. There is your official note. A 6.33 and a 4.9. We'll see Sol Aguera get the heat win, and she'll take Bella Kenworthy, a former winner here in Ballito, a championship tour surfer, with her. And we'll step back and enjoy the scenes here at Ballito. Thanks very much, Paul Canning, for being with us. We'll see you after the break.
This new generation never goes outside. This new generation is lazy. This new generation needs to wake up. Wake up.
The 2026 Ballito Pro presented by O'Neill is brought to you by KwaZulu-Natal Municipality, official host and title sponsor partner of the Ballito Pro presented by O'Neill. By O'Neill, official presenting sponsor of the Ballito Pro. By Corona Cero, made with 100% natural ingredients. And by SMG Yamaha, the official vehicle and water safety partner of the Ballito Pro presented by O'Neill.
Welcome back to beautiful Ballito on the KwaZulu coastline. It is the World Surf League's Challenger Series, the first stop of the season, as we draw your attention to a fresh heat number 6 about to hit the lineup. Anat Lelio, Championship Tour surfer, here to start making work of the Challenger Series. Ellie Harrison, a sparkly performer from Australia. Watch for Tessa Tyson. She's got a backhand on her, as does Leilani McGonigal, as we greet you with a Sawabona good morning from the Zululand coast. Gigsalia's alongside Kai Linda and special guest Paul Canning, former Championship Tour surfer. Got the O'Neill hat on these days, and we're loving being part of the 2026 Ballito Pro.
Yeah, it's been amazing. As I was saying earlier, it's just... I love this time of the year. It's just, I'm such a surf fan. I love seeing all the pros come out, and also, you know, such a long festival of events, having the juniors and the QS 2000, letting the local South Africans go up against these international surfers, gain so much experience, and yeah, it's just an awesome festival of surfing.
Well, opening repraise from Ellie Harrison and Leilani McGonigal, respectively. Kai, couple of nice openers for our two ladies.
Yeah, that was a quick start. Both of them getting the combos under the belt. Leilani, a lot of experience here in Ballito. She's been coming for a long time. Her brother also used to be coming out here and competing, so they've spent quite a bit of time in Ballito, and she'll feel very comfortable. She's surfed this wave in these conditions, and you see just a quick start going into wave number 2 already.
Well, live action. The Costa Rican just free falls out of that lip section at the end there. Leilani McGonigal back in 2026 looking for her best result yet and a step in the right direction for the Challenger Series rankings. And she's going to turn around and do the run, it seems like, as she just aimed for the beach post that ride. Wave number 2, though, already in for Leilani McGonigal. Early priority handed to Tess Tyson in the lineup. But, a small wave perhaps due for Annette Lelior. We'll wait and see. She is in a third prio. Meanwhile, clock's moving along. First 5 minutes already done. Look at the height of this wave here. Ellie Harrison, the Australian, just stuck slightly behind. And a quick fun start as we get this one moving, Kai.
Yeah, I like the commitment there. That wave was lining up on the drone. You could see it was a pretty big one. She was just a tad deep, but going for broke. I think all 4 of these ladies maybe had an eye on that last heat, and we're sort of seeing how the surfers in the previous heat maybe just got a little stuck in the lineup. So deciding rather let's keep the momentum going from early in the heat. But also we said it was a bit slow in that last heat. Suddenly the swell seems to be tapping back on. This lady, though, nice quick start, beautiful backhand crack there, and really drove the second turn as well, Paul.
Yeah, I really like the extension she got out of those turns. Great backhand surfing, great technique there.
Well, waiting for some opinions. Some numbers are falling in. Let's have a look at the open driving turns of Championship Tour surfer Annette Lelior with the Israeli flag. And, well, a quick one we mentioned, Tessa Tyson, as we introed. She has a solid backhand of her own, and she won't be intimidated by these conditions on hand. Waves stacking and marching into the bay here in Ballito in the late morning. 10:20 on the clock for the morning local time. And we're just starting to go through that tide shift here. We'll see if that changes up any rhythm, changes up any momentum. And more importantly, if that filling, I've got a feeling the next 2 hours still are going to be some thundering waves on the bank.
Yeah, and I mean, conditions are so clean. Just look at this one. Dropping in, beautiful bottom turn. Gets in on the wrap, a little bit out on the shoulder, so the judges aren't going to be throwing anything major at that, and then just kind of hit the bit of a wobble and out of the back on that. But the forecast for today is super light winds right through to later in the day. You can see that land breeze has tapped off a bit, but it's going to leave its legacy for at least the next couple of hours. Hey, Paul?
Yeah, and the forecast for the next few days, it's actually, we've been so spoiled for waves, but now it's like, you know, on which days do we run? Every day looks so good right through to Saturday. And Saturday, there's that big southwesterly swell, you know, coming up the coast, which really is the right conditions for Willard Beach here. But with all these Wednesday, Thursday, and Friday looking amazing, we're going to really have to, I think Travis is going to have a hard job just picking the right hours out of each day.
And what's nice is, like you said, we don't normally get the sort of cyclonic swell direction this time of year, but what it's doing is with the swell coming a little bit more from the south and the east, it's actually plugging those holes in the bank. It's pushing sand back in.
Totally, yeah, 100%. And they're just creating a lot more opportunities, you know. On a big southwest swell, everyone would be up against the rocks. You know, the takeoff area would be quite small, and you would really have to use your priority and quite limited. But now there's so many opportunities in a space of maybe 200-meter playing field that you could get a 9 off the end of the bank, you know, under 4th priority. So it makes it very exciting.
Well, just under the 27-minute remaining mark here. Waves approaching. All surfers sizing up their opportunities. The beach has warmed up nicely. Temperatures are subtropical here. Let's go down to the beach and chat with Mike Frew. He'll be there with Sol Aguirre.
Sol, a tricky heat win there. On the dead low tide, you said it's really difficult to paddle it down the inside there, getting smashed by those sets. But a good win, but an emotional win, you said.
Oh yeah, for sure. I mean, not only on the inside, but when I was paddling out around the rocks, we, like Bella and Isla, we got smashed. And yeah, obviously it's really hard out there. Low tide, I think it's really strong and powerful and hard to manage to make it through in the waves. But I'm glad that I got that 6 that, yeah, just made me feel, you know, in rhythm. And yeah, glad I'm safe and my boards are good. They didn't break. It's really hard. So yeah, glad. Yeah.
This is turning into a nice event for you. Got through that heat. Your previous best this year was it a third in Newcastle?
Yes.
And so how's this now looking forward in terms of your preparation for the next heat?
Yeah, I mean, this is a good preparation because it's, I think, as hard as I can, I don't know how to say it, as it can get. Sorry. Yeah, it just makes me stronger, and I've seen the forecast. It looks really fun tomorrow and the next day. So yeah, I'm glad I made the hardest day through, and now I can rest a little bit and yeah, prepare for the next one.
Well, you got through the ocean power on that one. We'll see you in fun waves in the rest of the event. Congratulations. Rest up, get some hydration. Back to you guys.
Well, Mark, making note there of Sol Aguirre's campaigns in the Challenger Series, and certainly a third over in Newcastle. Just will bring her that encouragement as she starts to work her way through the remaining rounds here. Conditions still looking good here, Kai.
Yeah, it's looking fantastic. I mean, just beautiful glassy waves, solid overhead, lots of power. The bank is really opening up, and watching the paddle now, just look how, didn't get into that one or not, but Paul, these waves are just lining up on that sand. It really is just looking great.
Yeah, no, it's amazing to see. And yeah, just going back to Sol, that interview is so classic. You know, she obviously speaks Spanish, but then she didn't know the word in English, but I mean, she speaks perfect English, you know, so good. And not only are they such amazing surfers, you know, these guys that a lot of them are on the championship tour now, they're speaking like 3 or 4, some of them 5 languages. I mean, it's incredible to see.
No, absolutely. A huge shout out to everybody that is in their second and third languages doing the interviews. Of course, it is English for the Australian Ellie Harrison. Nice top section there, and she'll guide it around the sections for more. So that is going to be a meaningful number now for Ellie Harrison. A 5.33 previous to that. And we'll just keep her honest as well. She just gets absolutely porpoised in the lineup there. We'll just love the shot. You can see how hard the waves are breaking here. We've said it is North Shore power, and certainly Ellie Harrison being kept honest there. And in that previous beach interview as well, Sol Aguirre just saying how hard it is to penetrate and make it out over the sandbars. Meanwhile, hooking in the top corner, Leilani McGonigal will go down. And where is Anat Lelior in all of this? She is a championship tour surfer of 2026. Right now, they only threw out a 217 earlier for her. And our girls are getting absolutely trampled in the lineup here.
Well, I mean, I have to say, Ellie Harrison, that was a really good wave. She's already got the 7.5, and now she's waiting for another score. So she's starting to take control of the heat. Just watch her take off your big bottom turn, beautiful power arc right back into the meat of the wave. Little cover up there, and then comes around the corner for another big hook. And the third, and really like putting the little exclamation mark there, Paul.
Yeah, surfing with a lot of speed too. I mean, that board looks really good, and it's just really got a lot of squirt to it and a lot of speed. And the way she pulled that first turn right back, yeah, it's just amazing.
And then she got this one, bam, just laid into that lip. Nice airdrop out, came around the corner for another one. So if the previous wave was a 7.5, she might even be improving with that second wave.
Well, a lot of talk about the goofy footers, but the natural footers starting to get the numbers. That one just, Kai, a little bit squirrely there from Leilani as she came out of that. But certainly Ellie Harrison setting the pace here. The young Australian from Barwood Heads, Victoria, is in full flight here. We want to see her get far in the draw here in Ballito this season. Looking back to last year, not a great result at 25th, but she really backed herself in the back part of the Challenger Series last year, 5th in Brazil, a 5th to finish the Challenger Series season in Newcastle, and certainly on her way to a good result here now with those scores on the scorecard.
Yeah, I'm loving the surfing. Powerful, committed. She's really going for the sections. We spoke earlier about how we feel like the goofies have almost got the sort of advantage on that vertical attack, but that's not holding Ellie back. She's really driving the board up into the lip, Paul.
Yeah, no, that I was interested to see where that, yeah, it actually comes in at a 7.27. Was that the wave? So,
yeah.
yeah, I think it all came out of that second turn. It was a beautiful turn, the way she just laid into the lip, a lot of style, a lot of speed, came out of the turn with more speed, and yeah, some great surfing. Funny thing with the goofy foot is I think, you kind of want to just like cut it short and to make the turn, but you almost then get caught out, and you almost have to hit the lip and come down with the lip, but then you're coming down with the explosion and also a risk of falling. So it's just a fine balance between that pivot in the lip and then falling with the lip and not getting up there too early or too late.
Well, attacking that lip line, Ellie Harrison on the forehand. Gets that pair of sevens in and really separates herself now from the rest of the pack. The three goofy footers in second, third and fourth respectively have some bigger requirements now if they want to brag for a heat win here. Of course, it is the top two positions that are the focus. Let's have a look at third place, Annette Lelior, the championship tour surfer with an 817 requirement at this stage. She perhaps want to do it in two parts. Tessa Tyson, we've spoke of her backhand. Saw her in the European surf scene. She comes from St. Barth and French Caribbean, so always plugged into all of the European events. And she has a very useful beach break approach of her own. Let's have a look how she navigates this. It's not perhaps wave selection letting her down there. Annette Lelior with a cleaner looking wave on the outside. This one will run into the troubled section. She'll go around Tessa Tyson and she'll try and fit that second turn in. So wave selection right now questionable for both Annette and Tessa. And right like that, we slip under into 19 minutes to go.
I think if you listen to Sol Aguirre in the interview in the last heat, she said, even on the paddle out at Bathers, they got absolutely smoked on that. I mean, it's pretty much a mutant sandbank at the moment. I mean, I've seen some horrific looking waves there. And that's going to rattle you. That can throw you off, especially now you've got to suddenly start thinking heat and strategy. Then you take off on one or two and things don't go your way. And suddenly you're kind of backpedaling pretty hard. I mean, Paul, you've got all that experience. It's very hard to pick yourself up from there.
No, totally. And, I've been watching these heats, and the guys are already jockeying for position. The heat before theirs, when they do that paddle out at Bathers, so they're trying to get deeper and make sure a couple minutes before the heat starts, they're on the inside, so they're putting themselves even further up the beach at Bathers, and doing that, they're getting, those heavy ones on the head on the paddle out. So they're trying to get out and trying to hold the inside, make sure they're on the inside for the start, and it would definitely rattle you. But, I think like Giggs was saying, it's just been the wave selection here. You just can't go on those waves that are going to hit all that foam. You can see it there. It's just, it kind of makes the wave flatten out and get all turbulent. You got to just really find those ones, whether they're the wider ones or the slightly smaller ones, or ones that are coming through with enough time after the previous set. But you need to find those waves that have got green water on them.
On Giggs, if you look at that shot now, you see where those two surfers are in the lineup. They are miles down the beach after getting to the back line. So now not only have they taken a bit of a flogging and their waves didn't really panel out, now they've got a big paddle to get back to the main peak.
Well, they have got the difficult part done. They're out into the deeper water, so they'll make their way back to the southern end of the beach here. Both Annette Lelior and Tessa Tyson sharing a similar score. They're 2.23 each, as those were fairly low-end exchanges there. All credit right now to Leilani McGonigal, who is in a sound set of scores of her own, a 617 and a 417, not being threatened yet by either Lelior or Tyson. And we've moved into the second half of this heat, 35-minute heats. This one slipping into the second half here as the clock continues to count. But as I say, just a little bit of unmentioned credit right now to Leilani McGonigal finding the 617 and the 417 on her backhand.
Yeah, and you see two such strong surfers in third and fourth, but they just haven't been able to find those waves that give you the scoring potential. And Leilani, we even saw on that last wave of hers, big set wave, she went for the big turn off the top. She was so close to riding out of that. She would have had a bigger score.
Yeah, no, totally. And both Annette and Tessa, I mean, if you look at the total heat score that they're chasing is 10 points. You know, I mean, to advance, it's the 8.11. But I think they would be looking at this point of the heat, still 15 minutes to go. They would be looking at the total and going, okay, well, I need to match that 6 and 4 that Leilani's got. And still plenty time. You know, the mindset of these surfers, it's never over until the siren goes. You know, and it's not a massive score.
Well, with the ocean just in a lull, it's looking beautiful out there. We're going to sit back, take a quick break. Stay with us. More continues from Ballito after the break.
This is peak summer vibes here.
That is a launch.
The U.S. Open's like the mecca of all of Orange County.
The pier is absolutely packed. The beach, standing room only.
Deep. A new world champion. And when it's on, nothing comes
close. Welcome back to the Ballito Pro. We are in the beautiful KwaZulu-Natal region of KZN on the east coast of South Africa. It's Tuesday, 10:30 in the morning, and look at all the people enjoying the world's best surfing out here in Ballito. The Ballito Pro, the anchor event of the 16-day beach festival that we have here in KwaZulu-Natal. It's a major economic and tourism driver for the region, and we've had some of the best waves on the East Coast that we've had this whole year for the event today. So everyone really getting into it. The beach is probably the fullest, I think, for the event so far, and everyone's loving being down at KwaZulu-Natal. Back to you, Gigs.
Well, Mark, I'm a little jealous. Everybody down on the beach, it's warmed up nicely. The surf fans are amongst it. Of course, both athletes and coaches, competitors, everybody just really plugged in and enjoying particularly the action from the lineup here. Mark making mention there of the quality surf on offer. And let's start going to some replays here, Kai.
Well, Tessa looking for a score. She had to go through a few sections there and just not looking like she was able to make up her mind on what she wanted to do there, Paul.
Yeah, she looked a little bit indecisive and probably realized it wasn't the wave she was looking for. I just got out of that one. And as we were saying earlier, there's lots of opportunities. She probably now, being in fourth priority, I'd say would want to maybe sit a little bit wider and just go trying to work on getting a score that'll get her into that 10-point range.
It's kind of interesting today because we've looked at this situation. I feel like some of the surfers are really like stubbornly waiting for that like cracker to come, but you can, if you need it, just take off on a closeout, throw a massive turn and get a score. So it's almost like at this point of the heat, you haven't got anything. Maybe it's just time to try go for that big turn.
Yeah, no, for sure. We've heard it in the past. Sometimes priority can be a curse, and then you got it, and then you feel like you wait for 5 minutes and it doesn't come. Then you can't go. You feel like you need to wait longer. In these sort of conditions where there's lots of opportunities, sometimes it's just to get busy and just go for those big one-turn hits.
Like start surfing.
Yeah.
Well, this is all theory, guys, because the ocean has the say here. And certainly when you're in the lineup, you're starting to look down these well overhead waves, trying to identify which one to pick if you're up with priority like it is at this very moment for Anat Lelio, an 8.11 requirement for the 26-year-old surfer out of Israel, and a two-time Olympian for our surfer, of course. Great backstory with her as well. A sporting family, adventurous parents, and also a sister that surfs. And instead of her bar mitzvah, they said, let's go to the European contests. And that's how Anat Lelio got the exposure to seeing the sport at the higher level. And she came back from that trip really just buzzing. And here she is years later as a championship tour surfer. Let's see how that experience will guide her through. And she'll just get that nose stuck in there. An opportunity to really garner a big step in the right direction as far as building scores for that requirement. That one will just go unstuck here as we hit the 10-minute mark. Oh, I think, will she pay for that little mistake a little later on, Kai?
Look, that's going to hurt, that one, because she had really put that wave well together. You know, she had worked it down the line. She was looking so good off the bottom, driving the turns, and all she needed was that little exclamation mark just to finish off, and she would have been looking at a good mid-range score, something to build off of, like Paul said, towards that 10.0. Did well on the takeoff, comes around the section. That first ball was a little bit flat, but now watch the rail work start up, and she really is good on the backhand. Love this little bottom turn, beautiful turn, and then just getting the nose caught right at the last second there. 90% of the work had been done, and yeah, that's got to hurt.
Well, instead it'll just become a 2.77. Does reduce her requirement just a touch, does the championship tour surfer that is here in the Challenger Series in the red singlet. Of course, we mentioned Anat Lelio being 26 years of age. Her Challenger Series is over the last few seasons to get to the championship tour. A 9th in Ballito last year, and she really ramped it up at the Challenger Series level with the 3rd Nerasera. And that was a semi-final against Tia Zabrowski, of course, a 4th at Pipe as well. So Anat Lelio belongs on that championship tour. There's no doubt of that. We saw that with a 5th place in El Salvador just a month back. But little moments like this just getting plagued by wave selection here in Ballito at the Challenger Series level.
Yeah, Giggs, and I've got to be honest, I think you lost Paul for a second there because we saw two little lefts barreling off. The goofy footer was a bit distracted.
Is that why he's got that glazed look in his eyes? Okay, that makes sense. That makes sense.
And that really is, she's a really good surfer. And, you know, like we say, sometimes, you know, you just get a bit out of your rhythm. It's easy to do in these difficult conditions. I mean, we can analyze the surfing as much as we want right now. I can tell you right now, I might not even make it back line today with my workers' arms. So it's heavy. It can throw you. It is tricky. It's not perfect, you know, out there. But she just needs to connect the dots. If she had ridden out of that last turn, I think it would have been a different heat already for her. She would have found a bit of confidence. And we all know in surfing, sometimes just you need that one wave. You can be having a shocker. You get that one wave and suddenly everything turns around. So let's hope she can find something. She's still got some time, 7.5 minutes. So she's got time, but maybe sit a bit wide, like Paul said. Look at that wide set. Maybe even look for a left. She's solid on her front side too.
Yeah, no, I think she'll be really disappointed in not making that closeout turn. That's where all the points were, you know. And she would have definitely got to that second wave of Leilani's. She probably would have gotten that 4-point range, and then she would have only been looking for a 6. And there's a big difference between looking for a 6 and nearly an 8, you know.
Well, you are with us here in South Africa for the opener. It is the Ballito Pro coming to you from Ballito for the Challenger Series' first stop over to Huntington Beach for the US Open of Surfing. That's not far away, just around 2 weeks out. And then, of course, over to Brazil at the end of September, into Portugal in October. And then, much like seasons past, we'll finish in the early part of the next year, 2027, in March, back at Newcastle.
Yeah, and Paul, obviously we know a lot of these spots. São Sebastião, the new venue in Brazil. You ever been there?
No, that's totally new for me. I mean, obviously I've been to Rio and Florianopolis and Sao Paulo, all the main places, you know, that where we've run events in Brazil in the past, but never to that spot.
So So it's nice to see a freshie on tour. And then, of course, we were chatting yesterday, exciting for the championship tour guys. Cloud9 back on tour for the first time. They've had it on the QS, but now we get to see the world's best at that heaving right-hand reef break.
Well, let's have a look at Anat Lelio, who, while we were just summarizing the Challenger Series ahead for the year, Anat Lelio feels that is her best, right? Scorecard is open. What are we thinking as we saw that replay?
Well, I'm thinking we just spoke about it. She just needed that one wave, and that was the big one-turner, but it was a heavy section. And you could see the emotion there. That's changed the game for her. Now she's just got to hope there's not a murderous set to get out there again, because she's only got about 5.5 minutes.
Well, just glassy conditions here in Ballito as we start getting into the back end of the heat. Kai, you made mention of a new stop at CT11, Cloud9. Of course, we are halfway through the schedule here as well. We got going in Easter and Bells Beach right now. The next one coming at us on the championship tour over in Chopu, Tahiti. Kelly Slater, a wild card coming up in that. Then we'll shift to Cloudbreak, lower trestles, back to where we saw the final fives unfold over the last few seasons. Peniche is back in a better set of dates, perhaps in the mid of October. That edition of Cloud9. Surf Abu Dhabi is always an interesting and controversial discussion. I love those performances in the pool. And then the mega payout of points, the Grand Slam event, the final at Pipe Masters.
Yeah, it's exciting times, and I'm sure Paul's looking at that schedule and just going, imagine Chopu, Cloudbreak back to back.
Yeah, how is that schedule? Are you kidding me? That's amazing. There's some of the spots on there. So, yeah, the guys are going. There's a treat for surf fans, treat for the competitors, and it's going to be a very exciting second half of the year.
Well, sets coming at us here with 4 minutes on the clock. Look at that beautiful figure eight driving turn from Ellie Harrison, who's going to zip right past Tessa Tyson there. All surfers looking to be involved here, everybody wanting to up their respective numbers. It's been priority in the lineup for quite an age now for Leilani McGonigal, who's been occupying that second place position. And have a look at how the waves are just pounding through the lineup here. Two of them out the back with priority and second priority. But on the inside, both Ellie Harrison and Tessa Tyson getting a bit of work. We spoke about there's the rhythm of the ocean. Perhaps they're going to sneak out. What are we thinking of Tessa?
Yeah, she got the first turn done, second as well. That wave going up and flat. I think her body language just tells you everything you need to know. She's a little out of rhythm here. This lady, though, really on a tear. Beautiful wrap back into the whitewater. Kind of had to pull that turn short before she cut the surfboard in half. But I'm loving the pots flames, and I'm loving the surfing from Ellie Harrison.
Oh, that was a wrap on the forehand for the young Australian. 25th in Ballito last year for Ellie Harrison. Much better 5th in Brazil and Newcastle. Of course, we have seen Ellie Harrison a wild card all the way to a 5th at Bells a couple of seasons back. Got all the way to the quarterfinals. Eventually got stopped there by Joanne Dufay, who we know will be back in 2027. So many fun things to talk about here. But this heat is moving along, chaps. 2.5 to go. And as though we love that wrapping turn from Ellie Harrison, it's only going to fetch a 5.37. Doesn't appear in her top two scorelines. So no changes to the situation. Lelio in red has improved scores. Now a requirement just a 5.02. And Leilani McGonigal, oh well, guess what? She's sitting right next to her.
And with priority. So, Paul, you can talk us through this. You've been through this kind of experience. How far will she let Anat paddle from her right now?
Yeah, it's an interesting point to talk on. You know, it's how soon do you start really sitting on the person? Sometimes you can get so fixated on sitting on them, but start too early and it ends up backfiring. I think we're probably going to see one more set in this heat, and so they're both going to probably get a wave. But yeah, I know. I mean, a mid-range 5. You don't want to start. Well, we're down to 1.5 minutes now. It's getting into that sort of zone. But yeah, it's
the kind of curveball scenario here. Though, is Tessa Tyson's back in the lineup, and she's sitting wide. She picks up an absolute screamer. She needs a 7.51.
Well, this is a decision. Was it to block or was it to improve a number? Either way, Leilani McGonigal will hand the priority to Anat Lelior as we move down to a little over 1 minute. Leilani McGonigal, a 4.17 to improve upon. And was Anat Lelior trying to sell that? Did Leilani make a good decision? We'll answer all of that in 60 seconds' time, because we're inside the last minute now. More waves approaching the lineup. Look at the size of this, and it's going to open the gate for the championship to a surfer to free fall out of the lip. She likes the feeling of it. It's been a tough heat for her with wave selection. We've gone through a period of time where really nobody fetching decent scores in the lineup, and Anat Lelior got the opportunity. 5.02 requirement, and well, she feels, what are the surf fans thinking? What are you thinking, Kai?
Well, I'm looking at the two waves. It's a great comparative because both of them taking off on pretty heavy right-handers, both of them goofies. I thought Leilani put out a pretty solid turn on her wave. That was a big barreling section, and she really attacked the lip line with the airdrop out. Ellie's not done, though.
Well, back to live action as the clock starts to count down. She'll get it in the lip and just not bring a completion, but judges' scorecard open for that exchange between Leilani McGonigal, who took off with around 90 seconds to go with the intention of improving on a 4.17, opened the door for Anat Lelior, who was only looking for the 5.02. And here we are on the edge of our seats with another tight finish.
Well, and I think the thing to take note of is, yes, let's watch this wave. This is the important one. Comes banking off, goes right up into the lip. I mean, that was a heavy section. She may well improve the 4.17 there, Paul.
Yeah, it's gonna. These replays are really interesting to watch. Yeah, we see Anat. She just kind of missed that first section and got it done in the foamier part of the wave. I think Leilani might slightly improve, which means that Anat is going to lead a little bit more than that 5, maybe a 5.5, but it's going to be a very close finish.
Well, Ellie Harrison, either way, a 7.5 and a 7.27. She doesn't get to improve on her score, but Anat Lelior is being gassed here in the lineup, as has a number of our surfers through the course of this morning. And you can see this lineup in Ballito keeping our surfers honest. And, well, judges having a long debate about that blow-for-blow backhand turn comparison.
I think the judges have got those two waves on split screen and like looking at it. If I'm going to be hypercritical, I think Leilani's section was a lot heavier. It was really in the barreling section, big closeout, and Nut kind of missed that section and went out a bit more on the shoulder. It was a bit frothy. I mean, look at this. She took off. It was a bigger, slightly bigger wave, but she waited so long for the turn. And it was critical, but I don't know.
Little free fall in there as well.
Free fall for sure, but I think Leilani is definitely going. Oh, she did. She got a 5.43, so a big jump in the requirement.
Wow, 6.27, the new score required, and the judges' scorecard still percolating on Anat Lelior, who got the free fall out the lip. Emotions and our surfers are spent after this heat. But McGonigal did take off, opened the door for Anat Lelior, but did achieve what she wanted to. Replaced the 4.17 with the 5.43, puts the heavier requirement on our championship to a surfer, and everyone is just sort of just breathing out from that heat. It was a big, big set of efforts, and of course, right now, Ballito is the winner because the waves were just keeping everybody honest. Big credit, though, to Anat Lelior with the 7.5, picking that out of the scoreline. Everybody just doing a little debrief here. Judges are still on at this moment, so we'll just stick with it. Waiting for the scores. This is borderline. It's a 6.27 requirement. One judge has gone as low as a 5.7. It's going to come in little shades short of the requirement, and we'll lose a championship to a surfer here out of the round of 32. Ellie Harrison, all credit to her with the pair of 7s for the win. Leilani McGonigal backed herself for the second place position. And that was a fun heat to call, people.
Yeah, I think Leilani, in the end, did what she needed to do. She really committed to that turn, and that was the difference. And not brutally unlucky, Paul, but good result.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, an official result there, Ellie Harrison and Leilani McGonigal. And Just so much fun just calling that. And Paul, it's been great having you in the booth as well. Of course, a former championship tour surfer. You're involved here with O'Neill. And wow, with heats like that, what a Ballito Pro.
Yeah, thanks very much, Gigs. Thanks, Kai. It's been amazing calling it with you. Hopefully I can come back again over the next couple of days. I really enjoyed it.
Yeah, we might ask you back.
Come on back.
The show continues. Stay with us. It's the Ballito Pro, the Challenger Series from South Africa. We'll see you after the break.
Welcome to KwaZulu-Natal, the destination for all seasons. Nestled on the breathtaking north coast of the Zulu Kingdom, this vibrant town offers something for everyone. KwaZulu-Natal boasts several beaches that have been awarded the prestigious blue flag, guaranteeing cleanliness and safety for all visitors. Our inland region offers a world of adventure. Get your adrenaline pumping with thrilling activities like ziplining, hiking and off-road biking surrounded by the natural beauty of KwaZulu-Natal's landscapes. Kids will love our animal farm, getting up close and personal with friendly animals. Immerse yourself in history as you explore the rich heritage and legacy of great leaders like King Shaka and Chief Albert Lutuli. Conveniently located just a short drive from King Shaka International Airport and Durban International Conventional Center, making it easily accessible for both local and international delegates, with an abundance of world-class accommodation facilities, dining options and attractions nearby, you can truly make the most of your time in this magnificent region. KwaZulu-Natal, the heartbeat of the North Coast.
Ballito, you a beauty. We'll fly over the beach here. It is packed. Sun's out, waves absolutely cooking. Performances going through the roof here today. A really fun day of competition so far. Loads more great heats to bring you as well. Expect the action to ramp up and up. We're seeing real quality surfing, a bit of drama, some upsets, some clutch moments as well. Speaking of people who perform under pressure, but look great while they're doing it. Starling, Emsley, how you guys doing?
Very good. Waves are pumping. It's so good to watch. If you're sitting at home and you're in the Durban or the KZN or KwaZulu region, grab your stick, call in sick, come down to the beach, have a surf, watch some surf action. It's really beautiful down here today.
JJ, enjoying yourself?
I'm loving the day so far. We've seen excellent scores. The women are really rising to the occasion as well. It is solid. It really is. And you can see the conditions, that wind is still holding out for us. So another good-looking hit on our hands too, Paul.
Heavy hitters include Nadia Aristabe out of Spain, Teresa Bonfalo from Portugal, Minami Nanoka out of Japan, Eden Waller from the USA, very highly rated young surfer. Already a couple of wins for her on the QS this season. She's absolutely on fire. She'll be enjoying the look of these conditions. Can't wait to see how Teresa and Nadia go at it as well. And of course, Nonaka. She'll be relishing a chance here to do well in quality conditions. From what we've seen in the last couple of heats, well, expect to see plenty more of that caliber of surfing. Here's Terezinha.
Oh, you can see that back knee just unfortunately collapsing on that bottom turn. So it put her out of rhythm for the rest of the wave there. Eden Waller, like you mentioned, what a young gun that is coming through the ranks. She's just so good. Even that, it was a slight mistake. Oh, not mistake, but slightly mistimed on that carve, but still has so much water go out the back here. And then Nadia Aristabe, what a year she's had so far. These backhand hooks are just really been her power play all season. She's our defending champion here in Ballito. And this is a really interesting heat when you look at it, because women like Teresa and Nadia, they are the stronger surfers power-wise in this. They have a lot more strength, a lot more physique about them, where Minami and Eden are quite small, but their timing on the wave is impeccable. So this is a really big contrast between who we see in red and blue and green and white here.
Grego, a couple of mistakes already from Teresa Bonvalo. How much is that going to play on her mind already? How hard is it just to wash that off and think of your next wave?
Yeah, you know, you got lots of time in the water. The surf's big, it's powerful, it's very demanding. And what I've seen from today is a lot of emotion in the water and on the beach, because it's
And in the booth.
And in the booth, but it's heavy water. So Teresa's going to have to just settle in. There's lots of time. But I like this. I like that there's emotion, because if you get through the Challenger Series and into the Championship Tour, this can very much be a normal day of surfing. All the spots generally handle big, heavy surf, and you have these extended heats, 35 minutes, and you need to learn to adjust and compete in these heavy waves, and you'll see the more experienced surfers being able to handle this comfortably today.
Stretched out our heat time to those 35 minutes. Nevertheless, we have seen a couple of surfers really struggle to connect within that time frame in this juiced up lineup. So far, numbers already healthy for our CT surfer. Nadia Aristabe had a zero outs in the Basque Country, 6.17 for her. A decent start. Let's get down here from the winner of the last heat. Australia's Ellie Harrison is with Emma.
Thank you, Paul. Ellie, as I was saying to you now, thank you so much for such good surfing. That was so good to watch. I know that, I mean, from the beach, it looks like the waves are absolutely firing, but it is a little bit trickier than it looks.
Yeah, it's definitely pretty tricky out there. I don't know, I just tried to make it pretty simple for myself, just look for two waves. And yeah, I guess I got pretty lucky at the start with that. I didn't really know what to do for the rest of the heat. I was like, oh, I got two scores. I don't know.
Better than doing the runaround, like you said. The runaround and paddle back out has been quite a mission. 2024, we were just chatting, you got a fifth here. Last year, you got knocked in the first round, so this is already a pretty good start.
Yeah, I love it here in South Africa. It's the most beautiful place and the waves are amazing, and Ballito's been turning it on for us, so really excited to try and make a couple heats here and just set the tone for the year.
Nice. I know there's quite a big time difference for home. Do you want to say a little hello to your family and friends watching?
Yeah, I think it's just kind of afternoon at home, so I assume my family will be watching. So yeah, hi to the fam, mum, dad, grandma, aunties, uncles, friends. Thanks for watching, thanks for supporting, and yeah.
Nice. Well, good luck for the next round. That was incredible surfing, and we're looking forward to seeing you again. Back to you guys in the studio.
Thanks, Emma. Well done, Ellie Harrison, once again. Showing her class, really. She looks like she's definitely CT caliber. Showing it again with a couple of big sevens out in good conditions during that cross. Got some more tube time. Eden Waller getting pitted, JJ.
Yes, so good to see just a healthy, deep barrel ride. I mean, Eden, you could see it coming from a mile away. As soon as she paddled into that, it was set your line and tuck in. And that is so exciting to know that even with this tide slowly starting to change, it is still absolutely cooking and big barrels. We haven't really seen any of our women take full advantage of that this morning, but Eden not mucking around.
Yeah, Eden's 16 years old. She looked so comfortable. It wasn't like, oh, is there a barrel? She just set it up. She saw it coming from miles away. Her positioning was perfect. She didn't try and rush to get out of that barrel. She stayed nice and deep and perfect line through the whole barrel.
Let's see where the judges go with this number now. It might set the tone as well for the way the rest of these servers approach the heat with speeds. Nanaka, a ton of speed, but she had that section. I mean, it almost rattled our camera position as that lip just explodes on the shallow sandbar right there. Another look at Eden here.
Yeah, this was great. Look at her. She could see that she identified this one was going to funnel, and she just perfectly placing herself to thread that beautifully for Eden Waller. It's crazy how much experience she has in the barrel, considering how young she is. She's so versatile. I mean, we talk about this next generation having incredible air games as well. She is well and truly in that conversation. So Eden, she's that type of surfer who, if she went all the way and did qualify for the championship tour this year, just purely because of how creative she can get in heats, you wouldn't be surprised at all.
Stab Ladybirds winner in the pool. Amazing in beach break conditions as well. The progressive approach and now getting barreled on the Challenger Series in South Africa. Another look at Teresa here, Greg.
Yes, connects that first turn nicely on the rail and backs it up with the closeout maneuver. So getting solid maneuvers. Looking nice and drivey on that board is Teresa. But yeah, Nadia Aristabe, our defending champion, opening with a 6.17. Eden Waller, I think, is going to get a really good score. Teresa's going to have to really Well, she's going to have to. She's got to surf if she wants to get through this heat. She's going to have to surf and surf hard.
We talked about emotions, and we're seeing some here. We saw a little splash of the water. Now she's holding her arms up, and this has been something that we've seen quite a bit from her. She looks a little bit rattled. What do we think's going on here?
She definitely is a passionate surfer. Definitely. Especially when you think of a heat here last year, she was frustrated when she lost, and she was very emotional and was happy to show it too. But 6.33 for that wave, I feel it is great. I think this is more based on priority. Both of those women waving their arms, asking for a situation. You never know, but sometimes when Teresa gets a little bit frustrated in heats, she actually tends to push harder in her surfing, and she's come so close to qualifying multiple years now, and I think the difference between her getting close and making it is probably adding a little bit more variety in her surfing. We haven't seen her do that in a couple of years, so maybe this little bit of frustration will push her over the edge to do that.
She tends to find a bit of fire coming up against some of this younger generation as well. Definitely seems like something where we see that passion come out. Now let's see how she responds throughout the rest of this. We'll get another look here at Eden Waller, who is just in absolute full flow. Still waiting for numbers.
Yeah, look at this tube ride. Eden actually, if anything, was trying to slow herself down. She wasn't rushing to get out of that tube. She saw it was wide and open, so she just kept her board speed sort of in third gear and didn't try and race out of it. She thought, I'm going to spend as much time under the curtain as possible. And it's going to be a big discussion where the score goes, because that is maturity beyond her years, riding that tube.
In terms of tubes so far, we haven't seen the judges go crazy over them, have we? We haven't seen any really deep ones either, but they tend to kind of dial it back a bit, certainly maybe compared to years previous. I wonder how this will change things when this number comes through.
I'd say that's probably the deepest barrel we've seen in competition so far. Jacob Wilcox got a nice one. Rio Wider got a good one as well, but that was Eden deep in the barrel. So she actually threaded it. She had the most cover time than we've seen from any male or female in this event. So I'm not surprised we're seeing numbers filter through.
There's the answer. It's going to be excellent, isn't it? 8.33 for Eden Waller. Got seriously chewed a little kick at the feet there with excitement. That is the Portuguese corner. Watching on Maria Salgado.
I really like that score's gone to excellent, because it's just the maturity of that barrel. Let's just watch it again, way deep. She disappears. We can't see her through most of that tube ride, and that is from an angle looking into the tube, and this is the straight angle, and it's just super hollow. Her positioning was good. Technically, that is some of the best surfing we've seen today.
She'll go again here. Waller off the bottom with a spring in her step. Just pushes on her rail. Doesn't push too hard. I think she realised the wave slowed down a touch. Nice rhythm. Well paced into a slower section. A speculative jam in the pocket to finish. She'll lose the 2.5 in the backup. But having that 8.33, that's huge.
Yeah, just quickly trying to replace that 2.5, which is a smart move from Eden. She definitely has time to do that. It didn't probably need to be on a small wave, but there is one thing about creating momentum and then keeping it in a heat. So Eden just trying to stay on her feet, stay busy. She was in one of those lower priority rotations, and now that she has fourth priority, I'm excited because she's going to be able to swing on some of those mid-sized ones that potentially those high seed priorities don't want.
Bomb for Eric Starbe here, and drops down. By the time she gets to the bottom, the white water will run away from her, so not a great use there. She's not going to add at all really significantly to her total. Some time will tick away. She's going to have to get at the back of the queue as well. So after a decent start from her, doesn't quite land the second punch there, Grego.
Yeah, Nadia, she wants to settle. She started so good with the 6.17. Hopefully, sport's got a funny way about it, doesn't it? We saw our defending men's champion Luke Thompson lose out in his first round. I hope that's not playing on Nadia's mind. She's the defending champion, but she just needs to settle. You got to be careful on this wave of being too deep on that takeoff. Once you're behind on this wave, you just can't get back on the face. You've got to make sure you start on the face so you can dictate to the wave instead of the wave dictating to you. But plenty of time. I think our current world number 10, Nadia Aristabe, will settle and find a good number of her own.
I like this one for Eden. Just unfortunately a little slow on that first carve. It really frothy, but looking lively and good on her feet. It was just a small number there, but she can mimic that on one of those bigger waves with a nice clean wall rather than that really frothy, tricky to read inside section. You can definitely see her rail surfing has that a little more power to it to what we saw last year.
19 minutes and 40 to go in heat number 7 of the round of 4:32 for the women. Eden Waller in that lead at the moment. The 3-4 dropping in. Going alongside at 8.33. Bonvalo in second at the moment. She's got that priority. Let's see how she uses it. Going to have to make a decision in terms of what kind of wave she wants to go. Something similar to the 6 that she just got. Let's see what she tries to identify. Of course, she can go right up the scale, go into the excellent scores as well. It'll be an interesting one to really sort of set the tone for her heat. So far, so good from her. Aristabe, she's in a similar kind of position, really. In third at the moment, she's got a 6 locked in. Doesn't have a backup. She'll look to draw on that experience. We talked about what a weapon her backhand is. We had a chat with Ariane Ochoa when she was our guest in the studio a few heats back. Well, it'd be a good time to see it now, wouldn't it? Because, I mean, these rights, you think about her skill set, the power that Nadia brings. If she can tee off a couple of times, she's going to go right up there in the excellent range.
Yeah, and what she was doing in conditions out here half the size last year was pretty impressive. So for her to replicate that now on a big clean canvas here at Willard Beach would definitely be pretty awesome as a surf fan and a spectator. She also, I wonder if maybe feeling the pressure of being a CT surfer. There is probably a certain amount of, I'm supposed to make this heat. I am the CT surfer. I should be winning this convincingly. So Nadia probably just keeping her cards quite close to her chest here, but she's in a good spot to really take this one, either, if not to second, to first after a couple more good waves.
I get the feeling as we see this is live action with big hammer from Teresa, just not holding on to it. So using that priority there, and yeah, is a look here from our surfing green, Eden.
Swinging off the bottom, had a look at Aristabe, realised Eden, she had the priority and used it over Nadia. Didn't use it to great effect there, though.
Yeah, that was pretty critical from Eden. So that 8.33 is, of course, a major asset in her scoreline. She wants to back it up. Back to my point with Nadia, I get the feeling she's a surfer that likes to surf. It's either her scores are good to excellent, otherwise poor. You don't see a lot of average scores coming from her. She, you know, if that wave isn't working out from her, she doesn't waste time on it, or it will be a late drop trying to get super critical. But because she likes to set up those big maneuvers, she does get critical. So you'll find it's either a poor score or often a good score to excellent score with her.
Does feel like someone that needs a little bit of room, doesn't she, to really set up. When she does that, she's absolutely lethal. But maybe some of those mid-range ones where you just got to be whippy and quick, perhaps not one of her absolute strengths, but those backhand turns, they will pay big numbers. Speaking of backhand turns, what happened for Teresa here?
Oh, got there too late, unfortunately. She was getting up there as that lip was already starting to crash down, so it just pushes her right to that sandbank. And then Eden, this wave just had a really beautiful shape to it. She timed it well, but unfortunately that board, because she didn't take it all the way back to the nose facing the shore, it air dropped under her and she lost control.
A little over 16 minutes to go in this heat at the moment. The young American Eden Waller, she's gone excellent. She's got tube. She's looking good. More live action from beautiful Ballito real soon.
This new generation never goes outside. This new generation is lazy. This new generation needs to wake up. Wake up.
Now, the Aristabe brought the A game to Ballito 12 months ago. Your 2025 champ just hammers all week long out here. Used that powerful, dynamic backhand turn to great effect. She kept smiling. The wins just kept on coming in her heat. She looked great from the first stage, AJ, throughout the event, all the way through finals.
Yeah, she was exceptional. I mean, just those turns, that really is where she started to find her confidence, her power, and that strong point of that massive backside hook has been doing her a world of glory on that championship tour this year. So Nadia definitely has an incredible read on this lineup and is just going to channel a little bit of 2025 Nadia right now in this heat.
Yeah, how's she going with that, Greg? You surprised to see she hasn't made a bit more of a move so far in this?
Yeah, a bit of time. She'll make her move. She wants to feed off that wind and talk of that. Yeah, she is up and riding live action.
Right on cue. Big hit from her. Hangs it up on the backhand. It is just the one turn. It was beautiful, though. A bigger wave, super clean. Really nice technique that we've been talking about. So that'll feel great from her. She just had that 6 early on. Nothing else really in the heat. That'll be a helpful wave for a scoreboard, but just overall for her vibe, she'll be stoked.
Oh, definitely. That was a massive backside hook. So Nadia, you can just tell, I mentioned it just before, her confidence is really growing every single time she puts that jersey back on. Teresa, she's going to give us her variation of it. You can see her backside snaps are slightly different to Nadia, and the difference is that she has to almost carve through hers, where Nadia's are a big just power jam. And the display of water out the back is also a really big sign of just how hard Nadia is pushing as well. So by the looks of it, if it was me, I would definitely give Nadia the nod, but Teresa's going to drop that 2-5 and make that situation harder for Nadia Aristabe.
That single maneuver from Nadia was big, especially watching it on the replay. She got so vert on that maneuver and she pulled it all the way around. Yes, she wasn't thinking what's happening down the line, where Teresa's turn, she was hitting it and sort of aiming more down on what's coming next, and there was nothing. So that's where the difference is going to be in that scoreline. Nadia, I mean, honestly, could even go to first with that last wave. Eden Waller is in first at the moment, of course, courtesy of that 8.33, which is a major bonus in her scoreline. But, you know, we think about back to last year as well. Nadia also knocked Teresa out in the round of 16, if I remember. So there'll be a bit of a mini battle within the battle here as well.
Looks like she's bringing it in here. 11.5 on the clock. Wonder if this is a run around, something to do with equipment. Can't see a lot of signaling going on. What we can see is great looking waves marching in, though. Just see how clean. You see the power of the swell as it just pulses and hits this sandbar. Expecting significant numbers for both Teresa, but something a bit extra as well for Nadia, you would say. I thought she paddled a bit harder into that one. I got to her feet a bit earlier, didn't she? And then it really gave her a chance to just kind of stomp through that takeoff and really push. She got that beautiful timing done with speed on a big wave, really made that turn stand out. Judges will take their time to compare those two, just to run around for her. Just around, what, 10.5 or so. She's going to paddle back, couple of minutes, get down to bathers and get around. So probably get back with 8 or so minutes in the lineup.
Minami Nonaka on a run around as well, and she only has 3 scores under 1 point to her name here. So really, Minami is struggling here. She's got a 0.6, a 0.5, and she's just dropped another 0.5. So really interesting for Minami. She's going to have to fight really hard to get back in this heat.
All right, let's see how we go here. A couple of surfers back on terra firma doing the run around. Looks like Nonaka, maybe she got washed in. Doesn't seem to have really ridden a wave, but somehow found herself back on Willard Beach. Scores dropping in for our surfers, our 2 Europeans on the backhand. They're going to be pretty similar, actually. 10 minutes to go in this. And when this exchange comes through, it really sort of set the tone, particularly between those 3. Eden Waller, way out in front on a single wave. She's gone excellent. She got tube, but she hasn't been able to back that up yet herself. Still on a 3-4. Not what she would want after this much time out in a Challenger Series heat. Just wait for these numbers to come through. All right, so scoring for Aristabe, 6-1, and only very marginally underneath that. Bonvalo, 6-0-7. Good enough at the moment to push her to first. Surprising.
Yeah, I personally liked Nadia's a bit more than 0.3 better, but that's why I sit in here.
All right, Waller with a big wave, pretty much double overhead on her as she's driving off the bottom. Emsley, you baffled? Or was that just your resting face?
No, I'm just...
Is that concentration?
No, I'm just thinking back in my head for those two waves and why those scores are like that. We're talking about single maneuvers, so splitting hairs really. I'm thinking Teresa's wave to the judges' eyes was very big. It was a massive wave. I think probably the biggest wave of the heat. So that turn would have looked drivey and really big. But I just still feel Nadia's wave was also big. I just thought Nadia got more vertical, more critical, and focused on the one maneuver. But here we go, Eden Waller with the replay. She now gets the one big maneuver. So is this going to be enough to put her back into contention of first or second place here?
It's really tight, isn't it? Look where those scores are between three of our surfers at least at the moment. Onaka, nowhere near it. She's having a nightmare. She needs to get going here. Not really sure what's going on with her, but there's great waves out there. She hasn't been able to get anything at all going. But that three surfers, Waller, Aristabe, Bonvalo, not a lot to split them. And this one's so well poised. Massive advantage for Eden having that 8, of course, JJ.
Yeah, she's got to go back into the lead, or definitely into the top 2 with that last turn. It was a solid wave, one single belt. You think it's easily going to be that 394 for Eden Waller. So then it's going to be Nadia Aristabe out of that top picture. She's going to be left chasing another wave that actually has a pretty solid requirement too. So Nadia, she's going to be careful because Teresa, this is where a lot of her strengths come in. She's an incredible competitor. Definitely knows how to defend in situations like this. So 7.5 minutes. Teresa's going to put some pressure on our CT surfer here.
Can I make mention of the beach next to surfers? We call it bathers, where all the swimmers are. There's actually a rip that's sucking out there. There's 2 fingers of rips. One is there, and one is further down to the left of the beach just before surfers. There's a big rip sucking out. Now, if you're in that rip at bathers, you can get spat into the line out very quickly. But the other thing is the most amount of sand along the beach is in front of it, is on the outside of that beach. And when the sets hit there, they are going upside down, inside out, so heavy. So if you get caught there, you've got two tails. Either you're getting spat right out, if you time it right. If you don't time it right, you can get washed across those rocks, and yeah.
When runarounds go wrong.
Yeah. So we don't see Nadia with any priority established yet. So she did do that runaround. There she is on the screen. I reckon she probably had a bit of work trying to get around there. And there's Minami as well. They both went together.
This is another look at Nadia's last wave here, I believe. Oh, this could be an extra one. Oh, no, sorry, it was. So, yeah, no, I agree with you, Greg. There was definitely a size difference in Teresa and Nadia's waves. Nadia's turn had more impact for me personally, but Teresa, to put her board in such a critical part of the wave on a wave that size, definitely deserves the score that she got.
Yeah, I'd like to have another look at Teresa's wave as well, hopefully, because, just to see the size of that. It's a good comparison, and the judges also do, of course, get all these replays, and they'll slow it down and make those decisions. There it is. So quite a big green wall sets up, whacks it. There's a lot of spray off that maneuver as well. So, a lot of focus did go off that turn just because she was eyeing down the line. It looked like there was more on offer. But comparing maneuver for maneuver, there is those comparisons, and I can see why the judges have got them close. I did feel Nadia's was more critical, though.
I thought you picked up a bit more sort of carving element to Teresa's turn. And generally speaking, they would favour one with a bit more lip than that carving. But, hey, it was super close. The slight nod went to Nadia Aristabe, but Teresa Bonvalo at the moment in second place. Interesting to see Nadia now gets third priority assigned. So 5 on the clock. It was 11.5 when she was doing the runner. So 6.5 minutes to get back out there and get in a position to do something about changing the fact that at the moment, our champion is being eliminated from competition. A surfer from the C2 who's blown minds with the backhand. All sorts of praise from some big names in the sport coming her way for what she was able to do on the Gold Coast of Australia. But right now, in this Challenger Series heat, she's heading out of competition unless she can find herself a 6.24.
Yeah, definitely a tricky spot for Nadia to be in, but this is where she has to rely on that championship tour experience she's had over the last 2 years. So obviously this year is classified as her rookie year on tour, but she did have multiple wildcards throughout the season last year. So Nadia has been in positions like this. She's been backed into a corner, had to find her way out of it. She's done it really well this year, especially over at Snapper, and she knows that her backhand is definitely her weapon, but you can't help but really feel for Minami Nonaka here. She's just been, unfortunately, at the mercy of the ocean in this heat.
All right, Aristabe will go here. Surfers with better priority didn't fancy it. She did. Off the bottom, bang, digs in hard, goes over the falls, face down, board, spinning in the air. And she's time-wise, she's going to struggle here. Let's see if she can pop and get back into the lineup. She'll definitely try. If she gets lucky, there'll be a lull. It's a very short paddle. There are no waves there. If there's a set 5, 6 waves, you're caught inside, you're going to get blown up. You're going backwards. But she could just punch through here. Be interesting to see. But what happened?
Oh, this was such a shame because that section had the amount of points that she was chasing there. But you can see probably didn't have enough speed going into that turn. And she went really deep on the bottom turn, which she almost needed to go a little bit more shallow to guarantee that she was getting her board up in front of that wave face to push her back down rather than hitting underneath it. That would have hurt that wipeout as well. She definitely would have felt that. There also is an inside current that you can see is dragging her quite quick. That could be a blessing in disguise right now for Nadia to give her distance from Teresa Bonvalot.
So 3 pointers here from her CT pedigree. First of all, she gets out the back where Minami doesn't get out the back. They're together. So that's the strength of a CT surfer. She chooses the wave that her other 2 competitors have priority over her. So they're happy to not go because it's a heavy wave. She goes, I'm going to give it a go, and I'm going to try and hit that lip and get the score. If she had made that, which was heavy, she was getting the score. So she didn't hold back. It was a fearless approach. And then secondly, she's back in the lineup because of the strength of coming up from that heavy wipeout, paddling hard and getting yourself back in the lineup. So that's yeah, even if she doesn't get through the heat, those are positives she can take out from it, that she's always fighting, always within the game.
Teresa Bonvalot very interested in the position of Nadia Aristabe at the moment. She will cover her first priority for the surfer at a cash case, Portugal. She will use that to just cover Nadia Aristabe throughout the lineup in the remaining minute 40 here. Eden Waller still in the lead, 4-3-3. Marginal improvement with those couple of turns. Just added a little more. She'll still be thinking about trying to find herself something with a little bit more quality. Just add an extra polish to her scoreline, but getting tubed and going excellent at this stage has got to give you all sorts of extra confidence. So Eden Waller looking good in first place at the moment. There we'll see Teresa staying very close to Nadia. At this stage, there's not a lot you can do. You're not going to just race away on sort of paddle speed. So what can you do? Hope for a couple of waves?
Yeah, that's essentially it. It's a shame that she's paddled back into a lineup that has Eden in it as well, who does have priority over her too. So she's got to hope for 3 waves in 45 seconds on a lineup that just had sets that rolled through. But I can tell you right now, there is genuinely no more frustrating feeling than needing a score and having someone who has priority and the lead over you right there. And Teresa is doing exactly what she needs to do. This is what I said. She defends so well, but you could tell that Nadia, or if vice versa, you'd be frustrated in that position for sure.
Final 20 seconds here. Eden Waller, the young American, and Teresa Bonvalot out of Portugal. Those two are advancing out of this tough round of 32 clash here on the Challenger Series. A paddle from Teresa. She'll go left just as a block. She'll straighten out. And that looks like it for time on the clock. Didn't see anything behind that Nadia could try and get a hold of. And you have to say, well done to Teresa, who looks maybe just a touch rattled early on in the heat. We think it was just over a pretty simple sort of second or third priority. And at that stage, we're just speculating a bit, but you can see how much it means to her. She's slapping the water. This time it's a happy slap of joy. She's stoked. She's made it out of a tough heat. The CTs, Nadia Aristabe, she's out. Well done, Eden Waller. Showed her class out there. Going excellent. Getting barreled. I mean, she'd be stoked about getting barreled anyway. They'll be able to get that excellent number and a mammoth total. Loving the action. We don't have one special guest coming up next. We've actually got two very special guests in the studio real soon. The action will continue from the Ballito Pro as well. We'll see you soon.
This is peak summer vibes here. That is a launch.
The U.S. Open's like the mecca of all of Orange County.
The pier is absolutely packed. The beach, standing room only.
deep. A new world champion. And when it's on, nothing comes close.
We love this coastline, this beautiful coastline here in South Africa. Ballito has just been putting on a show for us here in day number 3 of the Ballito Pro presented by O'Neill. One of the few athletes that actually put on an incredible show for us today is sitting with me in the booth. What a privilege. One of surfing's best duos, Josh Kerr, Sierra Kerr. Welcome into the booth, guys. Sierra, like I mentioned, incredible heat earlier today, and it's just so nice to see you so happy and confident to be back in the jersey.
Yeah, I'm so thankful to be here, especially after the past year. So, yeah, glad to have a couple heats and hoping to keep it going. Glad to be here in the booth, though.
Yes, thank you so much for coming in. Josh, this is one of those places you have to come to. I mean, we love South Africa.
Yeah, South Africa is pretty epic. Obviously, really special coastline here, and it's a cool scenery, always a good vibe. Great time of year to be in Ballito. The beach is alive, school holidays is happening, so it's good fun to be around.
Well, you guys have timed it really well because we have an excellent heat in the water right now. It is the last heat of the round, but we're actually going to take a look at you, Sierra, this morning. Take us through this wave.
I took off and I was like, oh, this is a good wave. It had a nice double up to it. And I didn't really know what to do on the first section, to be honest, but it had such a good wall that I feel like I could have done anything and it would have worked out to be a good score. So just glad for that wave selection, to be honest.
Honestly, the glassiest wave, when you look back and you're like, wow, that was just so beautiful. This is this heat I was talking about. Brisa Hennessy in the red, Amura Suzuki in the blue, Nanaho Suzuki in the white, and Arena Rodriguez in the green. Now, Arena, she's a consistent in the juniors, those world juniors. You've competed against her a couple of times, Sierra, and she seems to be one of those women who are just consistently getting better and better every time she puts the jersey on.
Yeah, I think I had a heat against her in Philippines last year before, one of those years, and I think she beat me, actually. Did a really big lip line, so it was sick, and there's some big sections out there right now, so maybe she'll do another one of those.
Josh, pretty interesting. Every heat has had 2 big names that you're used to seeing in the surfing world, and then 2 more new names, but Brisa and Amuro with just so much class already about them in competitive surfing.
Yeah, absolutely. This is like a very strong regular foot heat right now. Like all regular footers, obviously, I call them style masters. I feel like all the Japanese are just so born with style on their boards. It's actually amazing. So technically perfect all the time, and obviously a couple of powerhouses in Brisa and Arena too, where they're very strong. And yeah, with these kind of juicy little sections out there, I think they're gonna, be able to displace a bit of water. So it should be a strong heat. I think the big thing with the heats right now is just not getting caught inside, because we've seen a lot of people getting a lot of time not actually out in the lineup, so that can kind of kill your heat a bit.
Yeah, especially with that tide change. We saw it with Nadia. It looks like there's a really strong inside current as well. Did you find that this morning in your heat?
Yes, very strong inside current. When you're out the back, you're like sitting, it's all good, but on the inside, it's whipping you to the next beach over.
This is Nanaho, who is an exceptional surfer. She's consistently winning on the qualifying series, but hasn't quite found her momentum. Look at the size of this wave.
Oh my goodness. If she could have got up into that, that would have been pretty special. She kind of went for the turn, but should have hugged the wall from the start.
Does it feel like it's getting bigger?
It does.
Yeah, no, it is.
We were watching it the last heat, and it's definitely gotten bigger.
We actually went for a surf. Sierra surfed Boggs. I surfed the next one up from Boggs, and it was a pretty special session going down up there, actually. There's some real waves around right now. Pretty amazing.
Yeah, it's cool to see Ballito really put on a show today. We came down, it was absolutely pumping. It's continuing to pump. And we are going to roll into the men's round next. So the men's round of 32, we saw the level in the 64 was through the roof. Josh, I'd love to pick your brain on this because Paul, Greg and I were having a conversation about it, but you've been on that CT, you've competed there, you know the stakes of also defending a role there. For someone like Brisa, how important do you think it is for those CT surfers to come back to the Challenger Series and compete here?
Yeah, it's it really shows where their headspace is at, because I feel like if you're in a good spot on the CT, or you might not be getting the results, you can feel like when you come to these events, you still like feel like you're just kind of that level above still, and you can kind of show that when you paddle out. So it'd be interesting to see, this is for like Brisa's first heat, obviously, to see how she comes out in this heat, where her like head's at, her confidence levels are at right now after, you know, like she isn't getting the results that she wants, obviously, but on the CT, but you feel like when you come back to the Challenger Series, you should be like, it should feel easy because you've done it all before. Yeah. You've qualified. It's just, you know, you got to pick good waves. She's a tour level surfer. She's out in some beautiful waves right now. So it'll be good to see where her head's at and whether she's going to just dominate this heat, or we'll see.
Do you think there's a level of maybe extra pressure for those CT surfers to perform at a higher level?
I think she's still got some, obviously it's not like the tour's over yet for her. She's still got time to get herself in a qualification position on that. But I just feel like when you're at the level, you're so experienced, you feel like you can just come back to these like Challenger Series levels and you just know what to do. Like, it's simple. You've done it multiple times, and you kind of don't have quite the nerves you might have at the tour level of certain heats when you're straight in. Especially this year's been a really tough one where there's no losers round, like no non-losers round, sorry. So you're going straight into head-to-head battles, and like you're instantly out of the event if you lose. So I feel like that's taken a few surfers by surprise this year and really taken some people out. I know if I was on tour, I would have hated that. I really enjoyed that non-losers round just to get some feel for the lineup and get a feel for the location, because I wasn't, say, the most disciplined surfer. So I feel like it's really helping the more disciplined surfers this year. So it'll be interesting to see how now, this is probably Brisa's first 4-person heat all year long. So
yeah, probably in quite some time too, because she's been on the CT for a really long time now. In that last heat though, Eden Waller, she was just so impressive. One of the best barrel rides we've seen of the competition so far. Love to catch up with her and Emma on the glass.
Thank you, Jessie. Eden, I just said it to you now, but I feel like if I got barreled like that, I'd be claiming it forever. Please talk us through that barrel.
Yeah, that was a super fun wave. I didn't even think, I've said this like 3 times, so I didn't even think I was going to get barreled when I stood up. So I was super happy. It just presented itself, and I was sitting on the beach, seeing a lot, but kind of just hoping to get waves to do turns, and so yeah, I was stoked.
I feel like I heard a little bit of a brew slip out from your mouth. I know that you and your family have been in South Africa for a whole month. Talk us through your little trip that you've done.
Yeah, we were up in Cape Town and then went down to J Bay, and now we've been here for a week or so, but it's been so fun. It's probably one of my favorite places I've ever been, so I've really just been enjoying my time in Africa.
Amazing. Well, definitely looks like it by your surfing, and good luck for the next round. Thanks for chatting to us. Back to you guys in the studio.
Thank you so much. I mean, what a competitor. That last heat, it's so cool to see Eden surf, and Sierra, you would know it just from knowing her and competing against her. She's just such a creative surfer.
Yeah, for sure. We actually live not too far away from each other in Cali when I'm there, so I get to surf with her a bit, and she rips, man. She'll get big barrels, can do really sick punts and everything. She's kind of got it all, so it's fun to watch her in a heat.
I just think she's such a surprise package too, because she's got everything and then sometimes she just gives you a little bit more, which actually makes her quite a scary competitor too.
For sure, yeah. It's what you want. You want to be that kind of unexpected type of surfer, so it's cool.
All right, Brisa, let's see what she can give us here. Lovely looking carve. She has that on lock. That is her real go-to power move here. This one's going to build through that second section, really hard turn to ride out of there, just with those two walls converging towards each other. But Brisa, she's no stranger to big waves. She's definitely not scared of putting her rail on a solid-looking wall there. Is that a pretty good start for this heat, Josh?
Yeah, I would have liked to see her get better wave selection. That first turn was great. If she'd get that on like a more juicy wave, that would just be an instant, very solid score. So, I mean, it's a start. Like I said, like even though the waves are pumping, it's still very competitive kind of based. Like this turn was great. Really ripped all the way through it. Just kind of those tapered walls. Obviously, we're looking at it kind of tight here. I know the judges are looking at it with the naked eye a bit more pulled back. So you kind of lose a little bit of that oomph to those types of waves when they kind of taper like that. And then she had to deal with like I call it the Margaret River end section kind of style convergence that comes together and just takes you down, which was tough. There's a lot of water moving kind of down in that bottom section, as you were talking about earlier, that is not easy to, you almost want to get the job done on that more outside, bigger piece of wall where it's in that green water before it gets to that inside rippy section.
Sierra, is it an easy lineup to read, especially during a heat?
Honestly, like I was watching the free surfs. I didn't go free surf, but actually here comes a good wave.
Let's have a look at Amuro. This could have a little tube on it. She's got too much speed, so she's going to go to the rail and just hack a massive first turn here for Amuro. So in two minds slightly there, but you were saying, Sierra?
Yeah, it's actually a lot harder to read once you get out there, especially when you're watching the free surfers. There's just action happening everywhere. Every wave's being ridden and shredded to pieces. So when you get out there in the heat, you're kind of expecting the waves to be everywhere, and then you realize they're kind of not. But there was definitely a bit more lump out there than I expected, and actually a bit slower than I expected. But you can definitely see the right ones, I'll say that.
Yeah, it feels like you kind of are constantly chasing lumps of water in the lineup because they do tend to move and shake around everywhere. Slightly in two minds here, Josh.
Yeah, definitely. Obviously, she would have had to like armbar it from the start to take advantage of that barrel, but she kept it through. But that first turn, that was a great rip off the top. But then she kind of had to deal with that real dirty water as the wave moved to the inside more. So, yeah, still a great turn off the top. I think that'll be somewhere similar, maybe even a hair better than Brisa's, but somewhere in the same realm.
Tell me, Josh, because you've obviously have this incredible career with so many different successes in different lights as well. This is a new chapter for you. Your dad, your coach, you guys are traveling the world together. It makes me miss my dad. I'm like, I want to hang out with my dad. But just to see the level of talent on both the men and the women's side, it also must be really enjoyable for you just to see where surfing is at right now.
Oh, absolutely. It's crazy. Just like the level, I'd say the base layer level is just so high right now. Obviously there's like still the crop that's just maybe that next gear in them, you know? But yeah, that base level layer is just like, wow, like everyone can win a heat out there. Like anyone and everyone could win the contest at this level now. Pretty exciting to see, especially the guys. Wow. Like, just the airs that are just everyone has in their repertoire now, which is something that I love, obviously. And just to see that power and airs combined, and no one really has big kinks in their armor. Like I feel like there was good specialists back in the day, but now everyone's like got a big variety of in their tool belt these days.
Yeah, you don't really see many specialists anymore now that you mention it, because obviously some of those guys at Pipeline, they're definitely pipe specialists, or Tahiti. When you look at guys like Amio and Cowley, they're so good. But as far as it goes on the Challenger Series, you're so right. It kind of is a level playing field just with how hard everyone is working now.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, even those guys that you just mentioned, they all can rip in all sorts of conditions as well. They're not real specific like they were back 20 years ago, you know.
No, on this one here, Sierra.
Yeah, super foamy one. This turn would have been sick if it was just a cleaner wall, because I know out there the foamy ones are so hard. I've been really trying to avoid them, but honestly, the water's just sucking out so much that if you don't get kind of farther out first turn, then you're dealing with that foam on most of the waves, and you can't tell where to hit it, what to do, and it's kind of bobbling you around. So that was just a tough wave to surf.
You've competed against Nanaho. I've competed against Nanaho. She is so gnarly in those QS events. She genuinely does dominate that Asia regional series. But so far in the Challenger series, you can tell that she has been struggling to find her momentum a little bit. Amuro, she's one of those surfers that you would also love to see on that championship tour. She got so close. She's a bronze medal Olympian, but there's definitely been a real rise in Japanese surfing over the last couple of years, Sierra.
For sure. I mean, we're in the Australia and Asia rankings for our QSs, and there's so many Japanese out there. They rip too, and Dad said they have the best style. Really good backhands too, actually. I feel like they all have a great backhand, so it's cool to see them going right, but when they get on those lefts, it's insane.
Yeah, they're so technically efficient with their surfing. It's amazing to see, that's for sure. And they're great competitors. So it's kind of fun to see them in a little bit more of an unruly lineup in Ocean right now. See how they kind of more go where it's like you got to match power with power. And obviously Amuro here did a really good job just identifying a pretty easy to surf, clean 1-2 wave right there that, to back up her 5-point ride that she already had. Definitely just like holding on to that competitive spirit right now, but it'd be good to see one of the Japanese surfers just unleash on a real more juicy, heavier looking section and see what we can get out of them.
Let's see what Brisa can do. So she got a 4 on that first wave. This one is a really sucky bowly section there. So just the one turn here. We're starting to see more of them filter through. We had Ariane Ochoa in here earlier today, and she was saying she actually really loves the strategy of getting small to mid-sized waves at the start and then building on those sets. Do you see that kind of being the game plan today, Josh?
Yeah, I think there's 2 different game plans. It's like doing what you're seeing Muro do right now, and the other one is just find something big and just attack, you know what I mean? And then both can work out on a day like this, that's for sure, because you could attack a section, but the wave will attack back as well, you know? It's pretty juicy out there.
Yeah, it looks honestly scary on some of those sections. So none of these ladies really getting a full handle on this heat now, but we're hoping it's going to start to really ramp up in the next 18 minutes. We're going to go to a quick break, but don't go anywhere. More action from the Ballito Pro right after this.
Welcome to KwaZulu-Natal, the destination for all seasons. Nestled on the breathtaking north coast of the Zulu Kingdom, this vibrant town offers something for everyone. KwaZulu-Natal boasts several beaches that have been awarded the prestigious blue flag, guaranteeing cleanliness and safety for all visitors. Our inland region offers a world of adventure. Get your adrenaline pumping with thrilling activities like ziplining, hiking and off-road biking surrounded by the natural beauty of KwaZulu-Natal's landscapes. Kids will love our animal farm, getting up close and personal with friendly animals. Immerse yourself in history as you explore the rich heritage and legacy of great leaders like King Shaka and Chief Albert Lutuli. Conveniently located just a short drive from King Shaka International Airport and Durban International Conventional Center, making it easily accessible for both local and international delegates, with an abundance of world-class accommodation facilities, dining options and attractions nearby, you can truly make the most of your time in this magnificent region. KwaZulu-Natal, the heartbeat of the North Coast.
Let's take a look back to when Sierra Kerr became a world junior champion. This has to be one of the highlights of your career, Sierra.
For sure. This is probably the biggest moment in my career, and it was near some of my friends and family from Cali, so it was amazing.
I wasn't shocked to see this when you won. I woke up to the news as well, but Josh, as a dad and a fellow competitor, this is one of the titles that every single person chases in their career.
Yeah, absolutely. It's been... obviously, it's such a monumental trophy to win the World Junior Championship. And, yeah, it was another dad tearing up moment on the beach right there.
As it should be. As it should be. Nanaho Suzuki getting a better wave.
The
but
dirty water's getting the better of her.
yeah, she's just struggling with those connections there. So Nanaho on some better waves, it could definitely start to improve those score lines. Amuro with a 5-5 and a 5. She's got the lead here. Everyone else just battling to get something going. One of the best things that we saw in women's surfing this year was the Red Bull Nowadays film. It was such a monumental moment for women's surfing. I'm sure you did as well, but growing up, I always watched the Leave a Message film, and this felt like it is the Leave a Message film for this generation.
For sure. We all talked about it a lot as a group together. Just making that film, us all being together, was really the coolest part of it. It was so fun, and to see how it came out. We have actually never watched it before the first premiere, so we were all like sitting on the edge of our seat, and yeah, it was great. I just loved being in that environment with all my people I look up to, and also such good friends.
How were the premieres in New York and all these places where you're like, wow, this is completely different to going and surfing a heat?
For sure, yeah. I didn't think I'd ever do a premiere in New York, but it was a cool experience. We got to like explore the city a bit, and yeah, it was just so fun.
Sierra's wearing a dress and everything
Yes,
too. It's like a big
saw
moment for
her.
her. I don't know if you know Sierra well enough. That's a big accomplishment for her.
I saw all the girls completely dressed up. Katie was in a floor-length fur coat. I was like, wow, this is sick. It was just so left field from what we usually see at movie premieres, but a project that you guys should be so incredibly proud of. Coming up next, like I mentioned, we do have that men's round. Ryan Kainalo, Joel Vaughan, Ian Gentile, Rio Wider. So 2 current CT surfers going to be in that first heat. And then Ryan, who has just been this real dark horse for the event so far, and Ian, a previous CT surfer. Josh, that's a wild heat number 1.
Yeah, that's a pretty stacked heat. Another good, strong, regular foot contingency. Obviously, Joel showed his teeth a bit more in that last round. So, and obviously Ryan's been here doing well in multiple events. I think he's I know he won the junior. I'm not sure how he did in the QS, but he's already done 2 rounds, I think, so far in the men's side of this draw. So he's definitely got a good feel for the bank out there. Yeah, definitely a strong. And then Ian, he's power versus power out here right now, so it's going to be really good.
It's a crazy heat when you think about it too, because Rio gets better in good conditions. So he's one of those guys who some competitors I feel are potentially more afraid of good conditions because it can show those tiny finite details that maybe they don't want to be shown, but Rio levels up. He wants everyone to see every inch of just how good of a surfer he is. So that's going to be out there in just over 12 and a half minutes time. Sierra, I'd love to know who some of the standouts on the men's side of the draw have been for you.
Oh, I watched Joel's air yesterday. That was sick. Have they done their first, this is the main round, or was yesterday the main round?
No, that was the first main round yesterday.
First main round was yesterday. That was great to watch. They were all getting like barreled in the morning and stuff, doing really big lip lines. Who was it that did that?
Winter.
Winter. That was sick, yeah. Massive section. Seen that. That was really good. There's so many. They all can just smash a big session when it comes to them, so it'll be good to watch.
Here we go.
Yeah, this feels like it's going to be a good-looking wave here. It's Amuro Suzuki using priority slash to start it off. Now you can see she's trying to slow down, tuck in again, just a little too fast for that one. But Amuro, she's been a silent assassin in this one because she's just chipping away. She's only got 2 5s, but Josh, you take that right now in the storyline of this heat.
Yeah, in the scheme of things, it's kind of been more heats like this than not like this, it feels like, this round for the female. Unless someone gets kind of a good, really good wave. This was a great wave, good first turn. And she really thought about committing to the arm bar, and she should have at the end of the day. But yeah, still a great first turn. She's finding that bit taller, green face kind of first section. It's just been that, the 1 point difference to Breesa's 2 waves, If Breesa, I'd love to see her find a wave just like that. And I think she'll, she just has that next level of gear of pushing really hard and can displace so much water. And will, like you said, will really commit to a rail.
Yeah, and it's still really open as well for Nanaho and Arena. Nanaho needing a 5.83, Arena needing a 5.23. Now, like you mentioned, Sierra, she can do crazy single maneuvers, Arena. She's definitely one of those surfers who lays it all on the line. If you're in Arena's shoes right now, are you thinking 2 waves or back down to 1?
I mean, I'd be thinking of just getting whatever the 5, 2, 3, and then hopefully building on something else, but definitely just getting that score right now and then putting a little bit of pressure on Brisa at least, and then seeing where she goes, and hopefully you're back out there quickly into another one, and the 5 becomes your backup.
Yeah, it's not very often you have to really think about how crucial the paddle back out is, but today it's a major part of competition, Josh.
Absolutely. I mean, we saw it in Sierra's heat. Eve, I don't think she even surfed the last maybe 15 to 18 minutes of her heat, but she ended up still making it through, got the job done just enough, and she had... And Kira dealt with it really big in that heat too. But yeah, I think talking to Isla before, she had a really tough time with the same situation going on. Here we go.
Okay, better
Nanaho.
looking first turn for Nanaho. And then she finally completes that second turn too. You can see just getting out quickly. That's that priority of the paddle out and making sure you're getting back out before those sets roll through. 5.83, Sierra, your thoughts?
Probably not the 5.83, but it looked really nice. That on a bigger wave would be great. Really good bottom turns, actually. She held them in really nice, which is always fun to watch. I think she'll be in a better spot than she is right now, though. It'll better her 3, I reckon. So.
And Nanaho, one of those surprise factor surfers who actually has an incredible air game as well. Josh, your thoughts on this wave?
Yeah, she identified a nice little corner, but I think just going back to, I just know visually on the naked eye with the judges, that wave would have felt very dissipaty off the end, which can really limit the score line that they want to throw out without that more juicier, bigger section. So here it is, a 4.43. So, I mean, in the scheme of things, well and truly back in the heat, makes her job a lot easier. Back out there with 8.5 minutes to go. She didn't get caught inside, so I'd say at this stage that was well done.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, she's, like you mentioned, well and truly back in this heat. A 4.41 is now the requirement. Brisa being uncharacteristically quiet in this heat, Josh.
Yeah, I would love to see her just identify one of those more juicier waves. You know, she's got priority right now. I'd love to just see her. Oh, she looks like she's gone a bit of a tapered one here.
Yeah,
that was a bit of a disappointing kind of wave choice, just looking at that pulled back shot. Obviously, great surfing. That's just pure rail and power right there. Hopefully she can find a nice finish to this turn. It doesn't just, here we go.
Oh, it did give
well
it
done.
That was really nice.
Yeah, Gus kind of gave her a bit more than it kind of visually looked on what we saw coming through on the pulled back shot initially. But I still think that will hamper her scoring potential, but it's going to definitely up her position in this heat. That was really well surfed.
To be fair, I thought that was going to be not a great wave too.
Yeah, I think she did really good to turn that into something because I just think I would love to see her back herself and find a bigger section. So, she's in these types of conditions has 8s and 9s all day in her repertoire. She's doing such pure, just strong rail surfing, ripped both those turns back, and lucky for her, it gave her a nice little finish here, and she clicked it really good on that end turn. So job well done at the end of the day, but still will be, I think it'll be suppressed somewhere between that 5 and 6 range at most.
Yeah, it's interesting for Brisa. She waited a really long time for that wave as well, but maybe just trying to force a score on one of those mid-sized ones to keep up with Amuro here, and just knowing that if you get a 5, it is going to apply a little bit more pressure on Nanaho and Arena here. Arena seems to have gone missing right now. I haven't seen her in the lineup for quite some time, potentially been stuck on that inside section, but she, like I mentioned before, is that type of surfer that you can rely on to, if she has to get it done in one big turn, she will. And that's been a really fun part of competitive surfing, especially here in Ballito. We've seen so many scores for just one big maneuver, Sierra.
Yeah, for sure. Honestly, those bigger sections are just, they're not easy, I'll tell you that, but it's the easiest way to get a score. You don't have to grind to the inside. You don't have to get stuck inside. If you just do one big turn on that outside section, that's 7s, 8s all day, and you really didn't have to put that much work in other than maybe trying to survive a big airdrop. So hopefully we see someone get one of those waves.
And from here, Sierra, the next stop on the Challenger Series obviously is the US Open, and a place that you are really comfortable with and love to go to. I was chatting to your dad the other day. Is your plan to go straight there from here?
Yeah, going straight there. Dad's going on a golf trip, but I'm going straight there.
You deserve it.
My mom's there right now in America, so I'll be excited to go back, and my friends are home from college, so it'll be good fun going home for a little bit.
And then from there we go to São Sebastião in Brazil, Ericeira in Portugal, and then back home to Australia for the last event, which is obviously in Newcastle, but a new stop in Brazil. Have you been to São Sebastião?
I have not, but Dad, have you been there?
Yeah, I've been to. It's in Maresias, correct? At
Yeah.
Maresias Beach, great. Yeah, I've had a couple competitions there, and it's one of the better beach breaks in Brazil, in my opinion, that I've been to. So I'm really excited to see Sierra surf there, and also Ericeira. Sierra's actually never done a Portugal event, and yeah, which is kind of pretty exciting for us. And it's one of my favourite places to go to as a bit of a both between the waves and the event itself.
And then, of course, we have a wild card this year for the Challenger Series. There we have the International QS 6000s counting towards a result for a CS result. So essentially, if you win an International QS 6000, that's like essentially like getting a semi-finals in a Challenger Series. Sierra, are you planning on going and doing some of those events?
We've looked at a couple of them. I reckon I'll end up doing some. Not sure which ones, but I think it's great having that, especially that only 4 results count, so it's pretty tough if you lose out early in a comp. You want to back up something to secure yourself, so I'll definitely look into those QSs, and they're at fun waves too.
Yeah, you've been to Taiwan.
I have.
Have you won Taiwan?
I did win Taiwan.
Well, that makes sense. One of those events potentially happening over in Taiwan. So pretty cool to see some extra stops just in a different form being on the table. Arena going for a single hit, but there's that Margaret River end section that Josh has been talking about. It's hard to navigate. And Nanaho just mistiming that one here. Let's see what Brisa can do on a slightly bigger wall. Her last wave came in at her best. It was a 5.37. This one already feeling better. Really strong rail calves. Tricky looking end section. She's going to click it and get bonus down the line. That one, unfortunately, does eat her. So a couple of mishaps from our surfers here, Josh.
Yeah, I'm a bit surprised that none of the girls are really backing themselves on just finding that one taller, bigger, juicy, like one click section where you know you can get 6s and over just for that one major maneuver. They're all seems like they're trying to find these more smaller, cornery ones, but then, as we're seeing, a lot of them are going into this dirty water inside and really hard to surf. And this is like, yeah, I mean, that was a great turn, but just there was not much juice on the wave right there. And this was a bit cleaner. That was a great turn. But then we start dealing with the dirty water right here. And it's just so much water moving in there and just so much going on.
Here we go. Amuro gets the cover. She's been chasing this entire heat, but unfortunately that one shutting down. That is the Japanese crew on the beach there, just supporting every single heat. There's Kana Nakashio, Minami Nonaka. You can see Keijiro Nishi there as well. A really talented group of people, like we mentioned, that is getting stronger and stronger every single year. Past the 3-minute mark here. Let's see where this one went wrong, Sierra.
Let's see. Oh, we're going to swing in.
Hello!
It was a tough wave. It would have looked like it was stretching where it might have given you another section, but it ended up having a little warble in it that bent it out to sea a bit. So I think she would have been searching for it and then ended up going out to sea and shutting down.
Yeah, that was a tough one. Maybe better to go straight into the attacking returns on that one and let it run away. Just get that nice big maneuver and just let it run off from you, which seems like we haven't really had anyone get that major maneuver and with it exploding behind them and that kind of feeling. So hopefully towards the end of this heat we can see someone get one of those more juicy sections and really back themselves. I was surprised to see Arena go that kind of smaller cornery wave before. We know, like just talking about those, they're just harder to surf and you've got to surf really good on them to get good scores right now. And even if you surf good, you're still kind of going to get your score hampered a little bit on those ones. And would have liked to see them back themselves. Looks like we've got some solid sets coming, so let's see what happens.
Bigger looking wave coming towards our competitors here. It is our Japanese surfer, Nanaho, with that first priority. It looked like it was maybe going to unfortunately land on her head, but she's going to get underneath it. So Arena is going to swing down the line. This is that bigger looking wave we've been chasing for our competitors. Tries to tuck in and get a barrel, but is slightly ahead of the section there, and a bit of a sigh of frustration for you, Josh.
Oh, that was, she identified the wave. She just had to get out to the bottom a bit earlier and wash off that little bit of speed that she kind of held through that juicier part of the wave. And if she was able to wash that off and actually get a bit of depth in that one hollow section, that was a pretty big score on offer. But like we said, it's tough to read, and those barrels are a little, there's a lot of water moving around. And obviously, I'm not sure where her home breaks are and how familiar she is with her barrel riding and stuff like that. But that was almost the wave. That was the wave she was looking for. Just needed to pick a different line to get the score on it.
Yeah, it is. It's so frustrating when you see an athlete get the wave they need but just not being able to execute on it. And it must feel frustrating as a competitor as well, Sierra. The only woman who you'd say has a really good chance here is Nanaho. She's got first priority. There's 30 seconds, but there's nothing worse than looking to the horizon and not much coming your way.
Yeah, for sure. We can't really see her in the screen right now. It looks like there might be a little wave going deeper, which hopefully she's around there, but nothing super big coming. But you always hope that there's going to be that last-minute buzzer beater. It's what you dream of, and hopefully we see it here.
Some competitors just have it that they're like a magnet. There's 5 seconds to go, and where no wave's been breaking the whole time, a wave just pops up to them. So hopefully Nanaho can channel that here, but this clock is unfortunately going to wind down. We're not going to see Nanaho Suzuki get the chance, and it is going to be Amuro moving on through. She surfed a smart heat, then got the job done. Brisa Hennessy, she is going to move through as well. Sierra, tell me about any other projects you have on the go, because you're more than just a competitive surfer. You're a free surfer as well. You love charging all different corners of the world. What's on the cards for you this year outside of the jersey?
Yeah, doing the challengers and then hoping to do a little film project, a little personal one. Hopefully get some other girls in it as well and other people. But we've already been to Kandui this year and got some clips, so hopefully do some more trips. Not sure where yet, but we'll see where we end up.
Are we going to see a Kersey clip this year too?
We'll see. I might try and drop one in on the side, just underneath it all. We'll see what happens.
You definitely should. I'd love to see a father-daughter clip too. Just going to put that on the table as well, maybe in the years to come.
There is a thought of a little project of that around the wave pool with me and Sierra doing a little daddy-daughter dance. So we'll see what happens.
So cool. Well, thank you guys so much for coming in the booth. You potentially may surf again today, so good luck if that is it. And if not, enjoy your time and hopefully get you back in the booth again, guys. That was really fun.
Thanks, Jessie. Appreciate it. I'm excited. There's some air wind coming up. I just saw that at the end of that heat, so let's see these boys go mad.
I know. So we are going to roll into the men's at round of 32. We are going to take a quick step out of the booth and bring in Kai and Gigs for the call.
This new generation never goes outside. This new generation is lazy. This new generation needs to wake up. Wake up.
The 2026 Ballito Pro presented by O'Neill is brought to you by KwaZulu-Natal Municipality, official host and title sponsor partner of the Ballito Pro presented by O'Neill. By O'Neill, official presenting sponsor of the Ballito Pro. And by Corona Cero, made with 100% natural ingredients.
Welcome back to the show. It is beautiful Ballito in South Africa for the World Surf League's first Challenger Series stop. And what a day we are seeing in the lineup. Gig Saliers alongside Kai Linda for the call. And wow, Championship Tour surfers into the lineup again as we start looking at the round of 32. Surf is solid overhead and it's Ballito on fire in 2026.
Yeah, Gigs, it's firing out there. I mean, the little onshore tuft came up. There was a bit of debate on whether they would finish after the ladies, and when we all turned around, these four were in their vests and in the lineup already. They didn't really give us a choice. They wanted to surf.
Well, a little texture on the ocean surface here. It is the Indian Ocean. We're east-facing, and it is a romping swell that has in its third day, as is the event itself, and will go into action with sweeping lines from the young 20-year-old Brazilian Ryan Canalo, who is no stranger to the Ballito lineup. He's taken several junior titles here over the seasons, and in fact a win over Dane Henry to brag about. We'll drill into all of these stories as we get the round of 32 underway here, just on midday in South Africa, and we're going into the afternoon. And look at these conditions.
It's amazing, and yes, there's that little light tuft of easterly on it, but it really is light, and the waves are still so groomed from that morning, that elongated morning of offshore land breeze, and the swell is just pumping. The sandbag is so good that pretty much the surfers were like, you can't not send us out. It's so competitive out there.
Absolutely. Introducing world-class surfing to the lineup here in Ballito. Ian Gentile into picture. Look at these turns. That is a hammer right there, and he'll emerge from that white water. Ian Gentile taking on Joel Vaughan and Rio Waida, along with the young Brazilian Ryan Canalo. Welcome to the show. It is Championship Tour surfers in the draw here. It is the first Challenger Series event of the series this year, Kai, and wow, we're in full volume here. We're loving it.
Yeah, and Ian Gentile, I mean, these conditions really suit him. Obviously a Hawaiian, but he's like that guy you see getting up on stage to play music, and he looks a bit geeky and nerdy, and then he just drops some Danzig on you, you know. He's that understated heaviness, and you saw it in that turn. Rio, of course, just going to revel as well in these right-hand conditions. He knows the wave so well. Great two-turn combo from him to open things up. Got the 6.0 for that. Ryan Canalo on this one. Sometimes you forget how young he is. Just look at that carve. Just draws the line straight into the bottom turn. The flow, incredible from this young surfer. And three-turn combo, he drops a 6.5. So we're underway, Gigs. It's on.
It is totally on. And where's this score going to go?
Well, nice first turn, but it's the second section. So heavy. Just took the elevator down to the basement and riding out. That was a big turn, and 7.67 just to start things off.
Wow, we're loving it. 35-minute heats here, 28:29 to go, as a 7.67 makes its way to the scorecard for Ian Gentile. That is a great step in the right direction for a surfer that you might think runs a little hot and cold. If there's so much just flow and style to his surfing. If anything, consistency is the one thing, and maybe he brings us that in 2026. What about this man here, Joel Vaughan, from the central coast of New South Wales, Australia, gears into his own set of turns. He's already had a couple of blistering performances in the opening rounds of the Ballito Pro, and here he is in the round of 32 and gets a fundamentally strong wave to get his scorecard open.
Yeah, and pretty much in the first sort of 6-7 minutes of the heat, you've got every surfer going sort of medium to really excellent. So it just shows you how competitive the waves are right now. Joel Vaughan looking really good there, just class act. You can see, like you said, you know, the guys who've been up to the CT, Ian Gentile, Rio, Joel, these guys just bring back that little bit of polish back to the Challenger Series. Watch this wave now, just flows straight into a big power carve. There's no like downtime, straight up into the lip, big heavy turn on a heavy section. Maybe the worst of the batch there, and then comes in for a nice little layback blowtail over the section. Really good surfing.
Lovely, nice pace and flow to that. Judges pondering and just allowing that to simmer a little bit. They'll bring us a number shortly. 6.5 in for Ryan Canalo for his opener. You mentioned Rio Waida for a 6 to get going. And, well, Ian Gentile, 7.67. We'll see where Joel Vaughan's opening score lands in and amongst the discussion. Everybody gearing up and getting real numbers to the scorecard here in the early stages of the heat. First heat of the round of 32. I just love this overview here as see the surfers navigating their way in the lineup here. Gentile's back at it. Lovely drift there, crosses over himself as he goes down the face. This one, though, he will take a spill, and it'll be a smaller score just to back up his 7.67 for now. And where is Joel Vaughan? There he is, back in picture. He's taken a hammering over the last minute. If you, 90 seconds maybe is a long time to be in the impact zone. It's easy for you at home sitting on the sofa, easy for us to just sit here and ramble on. But Joel Vaughan's been through the grinder there in the last 90 seconds of his life. But he'll wash those ears out and he'll get a 7.27 from the beach announcers. And another big roll of the dice here from Ian.
Just such a unique turn. He's pretty much the only guy you see doing that turn as well. It starts off as like a drawn-out carve, and then he just sort of tweaks the tail out a bit and drifts it. Really enjoyed watching it, and yeah, just unfortunate not to get through the second turn because that was turning into a really good ride. Yeah, Joel Vaughan just got absolutely thrashed. Saw him try to duck dive one, and it just dragged him about 80 meters back. So, like you said, Giggs going through the meat grinder, but he's going to be happy. 7.27 to start. That's a good start to this heat, and he's still got 25 minutes on the clock.
Well, meanwhile, a 3.5 in early to establish Ian Gentile as the heat leader. Backup scores due from everybody. Of course, Gentile won't want to lean on that 3.5. Have a look at the semi-point break type of lineup now as the tide starts to push in. Ryan Carnalo, the 20-year-old Brazilian from Ubatuba. Beautiful open rail lines for him. Taller athlete in the same sort of nature as Ian Gentile. And the young Brazilian made reference to his O'Neill Smith Shapes Ballito Pro Junior win over current World Junior Champion Dane Henry a week back. And Ryan Canala certainly looking very comfortable in the lineup here. He opened with that 6.5. That was his backup score. It's going to be a nice number to join the 6.5 car.
Yeah, he's looking very focused, and I'm loving the surfing. Nice big hack off the top, comes flying around the corner, just draws that turnout. Another nice little flick up to the lip, and then just working this wave right down to the inside. He had a little think about it, and what I'm really noticing about him is he's really filled out Gigs. He's put some meat on, and you're seeing it in the turns. There's a lot of power in that surfing. He's a really proficient aerialist as well, but so far just relying on the rail.
Well, judges will bring that score in, a 6.23. So into the lead now with the pair of sixes, Ryan Carnalo, the young Brazilian. And while the judges establish those scores, let's go down to the beach.
Thank you, Giggs. Muro, well done on your win in that last heat. It's actually looking more like Hawaii out there than Ballito at the moment.
Yeah, like it was kind of getting big, and then even like I was scared to like paddle that. Like I was like, oh, I don't want to like stuck in middle, but like yeah, I made it like out there like. And then actually I didn't have any strategy. I was trying to enjoy the moment, like just go south.
You told me that you paddled out as far down as Bog for your heat. That's a long paddle, and it's about, what, 300-400 meters down the beach?
Yeah, like I was so like didn't want like stuck, like so like I paddled out from like all the way and like paddling so hard, like yeah, and I made it.
Do you want to give a message back home to all the supporters in Japan that have been watching it? You told me that your family is watching back home. You want to give them a word in Japanese?
見てくれた方、応援ありがとうございます。次もフリーサーフィンみたいにサーフィンできるように頑張ります。応援よろしくお願いします。
Great surfing. You survived some powerful surf out there to take out the win. All the best for the rest of the event. Back to you, Giggs.
Yeah, thanks, Michael. All credit to Amura Suzuki getting a win over Brisa Hennessy there. Of course, both those two ladies, Amura and Brisa, on their way to the round of 16. We have completed the round of 32 on the women's side of the draw. Now, round of 32, the opening heat on the men's, and it's solid overhead surf here as we move towards the lunchtime mark in Ballito, South Africa. Of course, here on the East Coast, these are real solid swells marching in. We had a big system that started as a big long-range south swell, and the storm sort of stopped over the horizon behind the picture as you see it, and a couple hundred kilometers out there just sat there and spun away, and a consistent, more easterly swell, and giving surfers like Ian Gentile opportunities to build big numbers.
So it was a nice whip to start things off and went over the top, got a 4.83, so improving the situation in second place, putting a bit of more pressure on third and fourth. And Gigs, I've got to be honest, I'm with Amura. I would have probably paddled out in Mdloti.
Yeah, just so that the viewers understood that context of the interview. She basically walked to the other side of the village to paddle out, way off to the right of screen, a few bays down. And yeah, it's certainly testimony to how much sand is packed into the coves this year and how much power is in this relatively short period swell as well that is in the way overhead range when the big sets march through.
Yeah, it's got a lot of grunt. I mean, earlier we saw Joel Vaughan just getting body dragged underwater. So, you know, and these guys are fit, they're strong, they're used to sort of surfing heavy water. So when you see them getting a flogging like that, you got to know how much power is in the ocean. And it's kind of interesting, I think a lot of the discussion looking towards this first men's heat, especially with Joel Vaughan and Ryan Carnolo in the mix, even Rio Wider, was, you know, that little onshore tuft. We heard Kersey when he left the booth saying, oh, the air wind's coming up. But so far, pretty much sticking to the rail game.
Well, there's some big waves out there. I mean, to bust an air on a solid, on the way to an 8-foot wave is brave stuff. We'll see how Rio Waida navigates here because we slip under the 20-minute mark. He's held the priority now for a bit. 6-point ride in the hat for him already. But better, 7.67 for Gentile. Joel Vaughan, a 7.27. And even Ryan Carnolo, respectively, both of his counting scores right now, Kai, over the score booked in for Rio Waida.
Yeah, Rio just sitting with that 1.6.0. So he's going to be looking for something. He's got priority, though. So he's got the pound seat at 19 minutes to go. So still lots of time, too. It was weird. This heat kind of started off with a bang. There was just like a flurry of waves and activity. And we've seen a little bit of a drop-off since the interview. But I suppose with the tide coming in, we will see a little bit of a slowdown.
Well, let's see how it all pans out. You see the Red Bull triangle starting to bob up and down out the back. Indications of more on the way. 18.5 on the clock as we anticipate a big roll of the dice from Rio Waida. Of course, Rio in the championship tour jersey now for the past few seasons. Started off this year with a respectable 9th at Bells, a 5th in the new location in New Zealand, losing in that quarterfinal to Morgan Siblick. But overall, a lot of not great results for Rio Waida, and that's why he turns his focus to this year, the Challenger Series. And of course, he knows how to get points on this ladder of events. Back-to-back winner, the Ballito and the Sydney Surf Pro back in 2022. And expecting some rocking stuff from him from the 5 stops on the Challenger Series. And of course, he'll be working backwards and forwards now between both championship tour with Chopu on the schedule as the next event. So many things to talk about as we move towards the halfway mark in this opening round of 32. We'll take a quick break. Stay with us. It's beautiful Ballito in South Africa.
This is peak summer vibes here. That is a launch.
U.S. Open's like the mecca of all of Orange County.
The pier is absolutely packed. The beach, standing room only.
Deep. A new world champion. And when it's on, nothing comes close.
It's a lunchtime here in South Africa, and it's beautiful scenes from the KwaZulu-Natal region. This is the Dolphin Coast, and it is the World Surf League's first stop of the Challenger Series. How good is these beach scenes? Kai, you said everybody within an hour's drive this morning came take a drive down, and surf fans are packing in here as the action will continue in the opening round of the heat of 32. It's a lunchtime greetings from Giggs and Kai as we really enjoy our time here in the beautiful KwaZulu-Natal region.
What a wonderful place to be. You see all the people. I mean, La Montagne, the big hotel on the beachfront there, you could just see in that aerial shot all the people up on the sun decks and bound by the pool, and it's living La Vida Loca in wintertime here.
Absolutely, and of course just a short drive away, the new Club Med having opened its doors. What an opportunity for tourists to come in and enjoy the facilities, the climate, the landscape, and then just a short drive out to see the Big Five, of course, the big game, all the animals and the experience of the African bush. It's all just right here on your doorstep in Ballito.
Yeah, and we saw the Indonesian Big One there, but unfortunately that wave not panning out for Rio Waida. But I'm pretty sure we'll see some more action from him before the end of the heat. And, you know, Rio is one of those guys. I had a chat to him yesterday, and he was like, he's from a tropical paradise, you know, Indonesia. It's not exactly a sucky place to be, but he said this is one of his favorite stops on tour because he just always has such a good time. The weather's great, people are awesome, and it's interesting for an Indonesian to say this to you, but he says the food is fantastic.
Love it. Love the stories. Everybody enjoying their time, their experiences here. Just want to take the story to Rio Waida sitting on priority for quite a long time to pay out with a 2:17. He'll be a little bit frustrated with that decision, and still 13.5 minutes to amend that. Meanwhile, Ryan Carnalo, the surfer that has warmed up nicely with a junior win here over, as we mentioned, over Dane Henry. Let's have a look here. Rio Waida now in that lower priority, or just gear up some turns. That's a little bit more of what we want to see. That's more of what the panel want to see as well. Just liberating that lip and tearing into it. This is a little bit down the beach. He'll have a bit of work to do here. There is no jet ski assist. It is the Challenger Series 4-man format. And surfers just working their way through. We saw in the women's round of 32 all through this morning some challenging moments and certainly fitness and strength with being challenged.
Well, it's wild. Under priority gets this thing. That first turn was ridiculous, and then closing it out.
See where that number goes. Either way, he's going to replace the 2:17. That's perhaps what he was looking for in all of that period, holding priority, but gets a sort of gets away with it as he gets another opportunity. You see the water moving. There's a couple of different vents and rips running out against the oncoming swells as everybody tries to position, negotiate. Of course, you want to use those flushes to get out and over the sandbar. You see these beautiful scenes here, lovely little textures on the water here. It is the Indian Ocean. We are east facing on the east coast of South Africa. Not a far drive up to Mozambique. And, well, just everybody absolutely loving it. 651 required to advance. Let's have a look where numbers start settling. That last one ended at 5.5. So steps in the right direction, but still in third is Rio Waida. Where is Joel Vaughan in all of this? He holds the priority. He only has that single ride of the 727. to lean on right now, but a lesser requirement than his third place opposition.
Yeah, and it's interesting heat because, like we said earlier, it was this crazy flurry of activity, and it's kind of quietened down.
That's why I'm leaving this long pregnant pause going, you see? Just, you know, quieten down. A little over 11 minutes to go. Kai, I know you're getting excited for lunch. I know that. And you mentioned Rio Waida enjoying the experience this year. Of course, you call this region home now. And certainly so much in the culinary aspect of visiting Ballito as well, all the different cultures. We are a rainbow nation with 11 official languages and so many different cuisines. We spoke of the curries and the bunny chows. The bunny chow, the liter of milk that is the liter of I'm thinking so much about lunch right now. I'm getting tripped over. It's time for lunch. It's just on 12:30, just coming up to 12:30.
You know, when you got the two big boys in the booth,
yeah,
the food's inevitably going to come up.
You've got to feed these animals. It's Africa, you know. But either way, we're just having so much fun, and we trust that everybody's enjoying the show with us. And as we say, just waiting for Joel Vaughan to bring his number for a second counting ride. Just noticing, Kai, a little bit more ruffle in the lineup as well. Just a touch of texture. Starting to see a bit of a swirl. Noticing sort of different color patches on the ocean. So still little variables, but for now, a little puff from the north.
Yeah, I think, you know, it's still so contestable. I mean, Rio's last wave 5-5, but I mean, he did a hammer turn on that thing. Joel's being a bit more picky out there, but, you know, in these conditions, you're going to want to make sure you get the good one. We saw so many good waves in those last two ladies' heats, and the guys wanted to surf. You know, they didn't want to end today. So I think, you know, we'll keep running through. I think the next heat for sure is going to paddle out, and then the guys will kind of assess it as we move. If the wind does pick up and it gets a little bit more messy, then we might call it off. But for now, it's really contestable out there. There's still really good waves, and I mean, the swell is certainly not going anywhere. Just look at those lines.
Well, Joel Vaughan in priority, 727, looking for the second score. Of course, Joel Vaughan on at that championship tour level. Started off with some reasonable results. His best, a 5th place over in Western Australia, losing in that quarterfinal to Samuel Pupo. But a couple of frustrating results at the championship tour level sees him focusing on now doing both the Challenger and the championship tour for the back half of 2026. And of course, he knows the feelings. He's had a 9th at Ballito before, that 2024 Challenger Series, a big run for him. Turbo boosting out with no numbers will be Rio Waida, who's just, again, visiting every opportunity. And here on cue comes Joel Vaughan, big section, heavy. Look at this thing roaring down the line around him. He'll fit in 2 turns. Probably won't be that happy with it when he looks back at the tapes. But for now, he'll place a second score in the scoreline. 5.24 is the requirement. That first turn certainly critical. And while a big tunnel running almost next to him down the sandbar there. It'll be fun to watch the replay of that. Meanwhile, priority goes now to the heat leader, Ryan Carnalo.
Yeah, that was an interesting one. I mean, there was a huge pit on that wave, but he kind of went up for the first turn thinking he needed to get the turn in first.
And he came out of it with so much speed
that it kind of blazed past him. But it would have been interesting if he had just gone for maybe a bit of a stall off the start. He foreseeably could have got a really good barrel there, but it's easy to call it from the studio. I'm sure Jess Starling is going crazy on the deck right now. But let's watch this one. I thought he was going for the big launch. He was really looking for it and just deciding to pull the trigger and get out of there. But let's watch it here. So you see it start lining up. Bam, goes up into the lip. And just look how round that thing was. Blew out right next to him. Nearly lost the foot on the second turn, but he had kind of given up the ghost already on that one.
Well, a 3.4 in the scoreline for now. We'll leave Joel Vaughan down in 4th. Still looking for the same requirement, 5.24. And back into screen as he starts to paddle back out. He'll turn his attention to a medium-sized wall. Lovely drift there. Just gets the drive up into the lip section. That lip's sort of looking a little bit more serrated now, Kai, with the wind starting to ruffle. But certainly attacking the lip line. Are the judges that impressed for a single maneuver 5.24 requirement? Well, it's in their hands. The scorecards are open. 5 judges on duty here. Highest and lowest are always removed, and the remaining 3 run an average. That's how we end up on the decimals. Do we get the score?
Well, he really did crack it up into that lip. I don't know for 5.24, but he's going to get a score for sure. Well, it actually came in at a 3.9, so the judges holding back on that one. It is interesting, though, we've seen 2 surfers in a row with priority kind of fail on the priority wave choice and then almost immediately on the paddleback get something better.
And improve scores without priority. It might tell a bit of a story. Either way, the priority with heat leader Ryan Canalo, as we mentioned, Ian Gentile's gone into a bit of a quiet patch. Ian with a 4.83 still in his scoreline as well. So he'll be wanting to find his opportunity to put much bigger requirements on the 2 championship tour surfers, Rio Waida and Joel Vaughan. Meanwhile, Joel down the beach is going to keep searching every opportunity. This wave's starting to breathe. He'll want to do this. Get stuck with it, and we'll switch straight out to Rio Waida behind him. Lovely chunky wave, second wave of the set, running on a bit of broken water, but he steers it nice and clean. Little half a fist pump in the downward direction. Just saying, am I knocking on the door? It's not a big number, 5.24. But in the context of a busy heat, let's see where it lands. This is Gentile, who's trying to drop his own 4.83 out of it. And he'll just disappear on us, literally theatrically, almost that curtain landing on top of him. He'll do a quick turnaround as we go under the 5-minute mark. Lots of energy here, and certainly quite a little bit of ruffle on the ocean surface now.
That one's come up for sure, but looking at that last exchange, I mean, Ian Gentile, that could have been a really solid score. It was an aggressive section, and he got about 80-90% of the way through it. He just got clipped at the death there. Definitely had a little hello with the sandbank. Joel got this one down the bank. He was pumping for the air straight away. Got up into it, grabbed the grab, just kind of overextended a little bit through the air, so not going to ride out. And then Rio getting this one, really like this first turn. Just laid into the back of the tail pad there, and then gets the float out. So that's going to be probably a score for him, and the best of the exchange. This one, I would have loved to see him ride out of this. Look how heavy that section was, and just kind of got caught on the back end. I saw, watching the replay as well, he caught just like a little bit of slippage off the bottom turn, which might have affected it.
Look at the size of this wall in Ballito. Ian Gentile in and out. Everybody now really feeling the squeeze of the clock here. Everybody can do with a backup score. Gentile didn't improve on his 4.83 on the wave previous. Rio Waida, the score still waiting from the panel, and Joel Vaughan, well, it was a throwaway. So Vaughan down in 4th. Right now, requirements of a 5.24. That could increase if Rio Waida gets a score in the 6.51 range. Are we going to see Rio find that number 2-turn combo at the expense of Ian Gentile? There is a full roster, that square telling you 6 waves already selected by Gentile, a couple of them throwaways, only 2 waves selected by the heat leader Ryan Canalo, who's just sitting quietly with the 6.5 and the 6.23, all done just before the wind started to turn.
Yeah, and can I just say I'm really thankful Ian Gentile decided to pull out of that one, because that section he was looking at was absolutely nasty. And we were having the conversation earlier before the men were put on to run, and we said, with these conditions and being in a heat, it could be dangerous. Like we've seen some injuries already.
Yep. That was a discussion. 2 minutes 20 on the clock, and requirements of a 6.51. Rio Waida will not meet the requirement. 5.6 comes in. It does sit in his top 2 scores, but he remains in 3rd. So Gentile for now with an opportunity. This is the heat leader. We haven't seen him for a while. Only wave number 3 for the young Brazilian, the 20-year-old Ryan Canalo, and he's not going to capitalize on that. And perhaps now leaving a door open for all the other surfers. Maybe should have just stayed with that priority. Big, heavy section for Joel Vaughan. He'll survive it. He'll re-emerge from the white water. It's heavy in the lineup here. Requirements still the 524. 727 already in the scoreline for the Australian in red. And wow, does Rio Waida now, who is back at the top of the priority roster, might be looking at a left-hander here. We are. Big meaty wave for Rio Waida. Tries to go in the top corner of this wave, just segmenting itself a little bit. And the clock is moving along, and we're all thinking as surf fans, are these surfers finding their requirements or not? And how is their fitness level while we talk about how are these athletes doing? Because there are moments that is keeping everybody honest here.
Jeez, it's really making them work for their money today, that's for sure. Rio, interesting choice on the left. It almost panned out. He got a first good turn, and there was almost a second turn there as well. Just got a little caught by the section. Also might have been looking at that left just to get away from the priority battle. He's gone way up the beach. I mean, he's a good 100, 150 meters south of them now. So he's going to be able to find a wave if it comes his way, whereas Carnalo is obviously sitting on Gentile. And then Joel Vaughan, I think, is stuck in the war zone at the moment. He's been caught by that last set that Rio caught, and I don't know if he's going to get back into the lineup.
Well, 20 seconds to go. Judges starting to indicate that the last ride is not going to meet the requirement of the 651. Joel Vaughan, we still have that question mark open for him. Scores being brought to us by the panel for both Rio Waida and Joel Vaughan. The heat is counting down. It is going to settle. Ian Gentile, in all of this, still has a 483 in his scoreline. So we'll just stay with this moment here as Rio Waida and Joel Vaughan are trying to fetch that scores. Rio, as we saw going left, is not going to work, and we have enough indication that that score will come in short. Let's have a look at the size and girth of this wave.
Well, nice carve to start things off. It's that turn, though, that's going to be the counter. It was a very heavy section. So Joel, possibly. This one could have been, he really liked that, but he just got a bit caught on the exit, which meant that he didn't have enough momentum to get the second turn. Foreseeably, if he had had the two-turn combo on the left, it could have been the score. But the one we're going to wait for is Joel. Comes in at 493. It's not enough.
Wow. So that man on screen doing a great job of it, Ryan Carnalo. And now Joel Vaughan in picture is going to move up one slot to third, but will still keep that 524 requirement. And, well, that is going to wrap up the heat. A busy and fairly intense heat out in the lineup with a battle against the elements, but it is an official result. Ryan Carnalo and Ian Gentile will go through to the round of 16. It's beautiful, Ballito. That is the official result. Stay with us. Lots more action to come your way. It is the Ballito Pro from South Africa.
Welcome to KwaZulu-Natal, the destination for all seasons. Nestled on the breathtaking north coast of the Zulu Kingdom, this vibrant town offers something for everyone. KwaZulu-Natal boasts several beaches that have been awarded the prestigious blue flag, guaranteeing cleanliness and safety for all visitors. Our inland region offers a world of adventure. Get your adrenaline pumping with thrilling activities like ziplining, hiking and off-road biking surrounded by the natural beauty of KwaZulu-Natal's landscapes. Kids will love our animal farm, getting up close and personal with friendly animals. Immerse yourself in history as you explore the rich heritage and legacy of great leaders like King Shaka and Chief Albert Luthuli. Conveniently located just a short drive from King Shaka International Airport and Durban International Conventional Center, making it easily accessible for both local and international delegates, with an abundance of world-class accommodation facilities, dining options and attractions nearby, you can truly make the most of your time in this magnificent region. KwaZulu-Natal, the heartbeat of the North Coast.
The 2026 Ballito Pro presented by O'Neill is brought to you by KwaZulu-Natal Municipality, official host and title sponsor partner of the Ballito Pro presented by O'Neill. By O'Neill, official presenting sponsor of the Ballito Pro. And by Corona Cero, made with 100% natural ingredients.
Welcome back to the show. It is lunchtime in South Africa and the beach is packed here for the first Challenger Series event of the 2026 calendar. It is a beautiful scene here around Willard Beach, the town of Ballito, the stretch of coast we call the Dolphin Coast, all part of the KwaZulu-Natal region. There's a very warm welcome here from the tropical beach temperatures of Ballito as we show you the menu for lunch. Jarvis Earl, Teva Boschwa, Vita Ferreira and Guilherme Ribeiro. It's a good afternoon, Gig Saliers and Kai Linda, to break it all down as everyone having a great time in around the contest site. And wow, look at this, everyone just having the best time, and we're certainly loving calling the action here in the lineup. See a little bit of a sea breeze on it now as we intro our four surfers. No rides just yet as you join the lineup here in solid overhead surf. Jarvis Earl, Boschwa, Ferreira and Ribeiro. And who's going to get the opening draw here? It is going to be Vito Ferreira, the Brazilian. He's had some warm-ups here in the qualifying series event in the build-up to the Challenger Series. He'll just get 2 turns in early for us. Lots of whitewater unloading here. You'll see, love this overview of the lineup here. Big right-handers stretching across the sandbar here for the Portuguese surfer up and at it. And the surfer from Lisbon, Portugal, just making good of that. Meanwhile, out the back, the young Australian Jarvis Earl, back in 2026 for more in his contest career. And wow, coming at us quick and early here, Kai.
Yeah, a little sandbar to finish there, but I think he took the clever choice not going for the lip on that one. That was a real drain pipe and could have looked at some damage. Every contest gigs, we get that heat with the tongue twister names. This is one of those. Couple of big bombs coming up there for us to call out on. But nice little nationality mix as well. You look at how global the sport has gone. Australia, Morocco, Brazil and Portugal, and some surfers that have been really performing over the last 2 weeks here in Ballito. Like this wave from Vitor, got the first turn and just waited for the next section and really whipped that second turn up into the lip. That was what the judges have been really rewarding. This first turn from Jarvis was really good. Big, powerful whip off the top. You see how that wave was really bottoming out, full of sand as well. So I think that was probably a wise choice to pull out the back.
Well, we'll wait and see how the judges pin numbers to those opening scores. You see a lot of energy turning over. Lots of sand boils here as our surfers make their way back to the primary takeoff area. Little look at did Teva Boschwa use a priority there? We're just watching for the updates from the priority judge. And a 3.67 in early for Vito Ferreira, just 2 turns. We think that perhaps Jarvis Earl's single turn might just match that. But looking at a little bit of texture on the face, has become a little bit more of a choppy surface. But that's not going to put Jarvis Earl off, bringing a medium-sized second wave for 2 great punches in the hit. That one with a lot of flex in it, lots of power as he grinds out these turns. And again, smart, he'll find the quick exit. He'll work his way back over with that rip current flush. And Jarvis Earl into an early strength of the heat with 2 waves back to back.
Just cue the heavy metal. That was some aggressive surfing. All that was missing was a hair flick at the end. And he just really went to town on that thing. It was a smaller wave. Found it on the paddle out, which is never a bad thing. But wow. Going to give the judges something to think about there. That was some very aggressive surfing.
Certainly was, and judges still thinking of that opening score as well for Jarvis Earl, of course, out of Cronulla on the southern beaches of Sydney, Australia. Always the great goofy foot stories that when you mention the name of that town. Of course, in the latter years, Conor O'Leary just really making everyone so proud from that region, and of course his family, some of them from Japan, and we always go back to how can you not touch on the topic of Mark Okilupo when we think of Cronulla on the south side, and certainly Jarvis Earl putting his hand up a few seasons back with that World Junior title, and a great continuance of the goofy foot story out of the region.
Yeah, and flashes of Aki on those big backhand whips of his. Here we go.
Well, Vitor Ferreira, wave number 2, swings that one nicely. The well-spoken young gentleman, Vitor Ferreira. Of course, his parents' property business backing him as he focuses on getting some results on the Challenger Series. Of course, working well in the South American qualifying series region, 7 regions in total. But that South American focus for Vitor Ferreira has him here in Ballito for the Challenger Series. Meanwhile, some numbers coming in from the panel. You'll see Earl jumps to the top of the scorecard with a 4.33, still waiting for another ride of his to make the scorecard, and that was Teva Bushqua who went down. We just sort of flashed on him as he porpoised his way into picture. But this is that backup number.
Yeah, nice solid first turn, just kind of sectioned away from him. Replay we're really going to want to see, because the judges are still waiting on the score. Is Jarvis's second ride, that slightly smaller one, got the 4.33 for that first turn on his first wave, so not bad going there. But I'm very interested to see where the score's going to go for that second wave. Like we said, it wasn't the biggest wave we've seen, but the surfing was so aggressive, and here he goes again.
Jarvis Earl down the beach towards the northern end will just sting a combination of turns. This is going to be useful. As we mentioned, a 4.33 already in for the opener. Now judges will owe him waves 2 and 3. That third wave just really a step in the right direction as far as upping his numbers.
Yeah, he's surfing a clever heat. This is Ribeiro up and riding.
Live action with the Portuguese surfer just getting stuck in the lip there. His opening score was the best of it, Kai, a 7 for his opener. So nice, efficient surfing from the Portuguese. And meanwhile, the Moroccan straight into picture. Look at the size of this one. Big backhand blitz there. Section is thundering along. And he'll just go incomplete for the second one, not even able to set that rail. And I love the shot on screen, just waves thundering through. No jet ski assist. So fitness, endurance, strength, all parts of the modern era of professional surfing. It always has been, you know, being a waterman, being fit, being able to handle the heavy water conditions, always part of the sport. And certainly a discussion for us here as we move into the round of 32 Heat 2.
Yeah, I think our generation added another element of wildness and going crazy. They weren't quite the pro athletes that these guys are, but it's been amazing to see how surfing has moved to that level of professionalism. And this guy, I mean, one of the poster boys for that, just going ham out there, building scores, 4.33, 5.5. Then we see Gilham, some really good surfing. Just that lip absolutely punished him. And he's also paying the price on the inside, as we saw. And then I like this one from Teva. Really nice big hack off the top. It's a pity that wave just didn't give him one more section, because then it would have been a really good score. But very happy to see him out there, and that was a good turn. So he's going to get a score for it.
Well, all surfers putting their hands up in the exchange, allowing the numbers to filter in. Of course, Teva Bushqua, you mentioned the Moroccan flag. So much interaction now between South Africa at the bottom of the continent and Morocco up in the top part. Lots to talk about here. Let's hear the thoughts of Ryan Carnalo, who got a reliable heat win over a lot of championship tour jerseys in that last heat. He's down there with Mark Frew.
Thank you, Giggs. Ryan, this is now your best result ever in a Challenger Series event. How do you feel?
Wow, I'm
that heat felt like a final for me. The guys on the heat, like 3 city guys, so I was pretty nervous and trying to just keep focused. But I'm pretty happy to make this trip to the next round, and wow, so happy.
You creased this board, your favorite board, in your free surf this morning. You can see the big crease on the board there as we have heavy conditions here in Ballito, but you still chose to ride this board in your heat.
Yeah, magic boards is magic board. The first wave this morning, before the contest got on, I hit a wave and I just felt bad and fuck the board. I saw the board like this, but I put in my mind that I'm gonna go with that one because it's the magic, and so done.
It's 5 o'clock in the morning, it's 8 o'clock in the morning back home. You said your mom and your family are all watching online. You want to give a shout out to them?
Sim, eu queria agradecer todo mundo que torceu, todo mundo que tá mandando mensagem aí. O campeonato tá muito irado. Toda a minha equipe, meus patrocinadores, meu pai, minha namorada. E é isso, vamos pra cima.
Great job, Ryan. So through to your best result so far. May you go way longer into the event. All the best. Good luck to you. Gigs, back to you guys.
Yeah, thanks, Mike. As we mentioned, no stranger to Ballito. Ryan Canola's been coming here for an age. And of course, everybody back in Ubatuba in Brazil will be cheering him on as he's into the round of 16.
Yeah, I mean, he's got a bit of a South African connection. I think his dad has got the ties back to South Africa, and that's why they used to come out when he was a kid to surf in all the junior events, which was a good move, I think, because, you know, if you look at the Brazilian scene, which is so much bigger than ours, easy to sort of kind of get lost amongst all of that. So he'd come out here, compete on our junior series, which was very strong at the time, and I think it's paid dividends for him. He's really looking the full package.
He certainly is, Ryan Canolo, and we'll see, of course, he got that heat win over Ian Gentile, Joel Vaughan, and Rio Waida. And out in the lineup, we'll see how this heat navigates along. 21 minutes to go. For now, a pair of fives is Steady Freddy for Jarvis Earl. He's into that early lead. And the single best ride does belong to our Portuguese surfer, a 7-pointer for that second place position. Meanwhile, Vitor Ferreira into picture. Heavy wave here, trying to find the opportunity there. He gets a combo in. Not a combo, just a single maneuver. Thought he was going to get a couple of them on that shoulder section there. Either way, he's going to keep that scorecard moving forward. Might just nudge that 3-point score that's currently sitting in his scoreline up by a touch.
Yeah, I think he'll feel that he just took too long to get into the lip on that wave. There's a lot of downtime, so did the turn and got out of there. You see Gilham on the runaround, not the first athlete today to get shoved down the beach and have to come and do the run. Kind of looks like he's going to roll the dice and go through the heaviest sandbank in South Africa right now at Bathers.
Well, he'll know how to navigate some heavy water. Of course, Guilherme Ribeiro out of the beaches in and around Lisbon. Huge shout out to Francisco Spinola and all the Portuguese community who have really done so much for the sport in the global picture, done so much for the land of Portugal itself. And we're just watching these conditions on hand here, Kai. I'm wondering if we're not starting to question what's happening in the lineup. Let's go down and hear from Mike Frew for an update.
Thank you, Gigs. I got Travis on the beach with me. He's going to give us a call update. Travis, what's the story?
Yeah, thanks, Mike. This will be the last year of the day. As we can see, that onshore is just built through the last heat or two. And it's going to strengthen until about 1 p.m. and then really settle in. So we're blessed with a really good forecast for the next couple of days. So we're going to call it after this heat and be back tomorrow morning at 7 a.m.
Awesome, Travis. Thank you for the updates. Gigs, that's the story for the rest of the afternoon.
Thank you to both Goofy Footers, Travis Logie and Mark Frew. And that is a news update. This will be the last heat of the day here, so 18 minutes and 40 seconds to go to wrap up a big day 3 of so much out in the lineup here in Ballito. That round of 32 on the women's straw. Got through that with some great stories, some 9-point rides at the opening heats this morning. consistent performances. And again, a couple of twists in the tails as well. Same on the men's side here. In that previous heat, we lost some championship tour surfers. It's the same on the women's side. Mixed results from a big day.
Yeah, it's been a bit of a topsy-turvy. A couple of new generation surfers coming through the ranks this event. We've seen both defending Ballito champions knocked out now as well. So it's been an interesting day, well, 2 days already. And the good news is, though, just look at that aerial shot, Gigs. There's so much swell still in the water. It's crazy. And this easterly is just going to keep that swell coming, you know. So it's not actually a bad thing to have it this afternoon, because we know we're going to wake up in the morning, land breeze is going to be on, and it's going to be pumping again.
Yeah, Travis has done the homework along with Surfline there, and plenty of swell still in the water. There are days ahead of swell, and we are in those low tides to dominate the mornings and into the afternoons. So that official call having been made, but we have got 2 heats of the round of 32 through, and of course so much more action to come here from the first Challenger Series. You see a surfer paddling out way down the beach there. That is Gilheim. He's gone down into the next cove here, Kai. And you mentioned we call this the Bathers Beach, and even a couple of the other ladies in the last of the women's heats just certainly using those further down beaches to paddle in and get access to the lineup.
Yeah, I think it was the heat with Layla McConaughey. She was saying they chose to go out at Bathers, and they actually got caught by one of the biggest sets of the day on that sandbank, and it rattled the bunch of them. It took them about 5 to 10 minutes to actually sort of get back in the headspace of competing, just because they got such a hiding on that bank. So I'm hoping, looking at this picture with the set coming, that Ribeiro's timed that pretty well, because otherwise he might have a bit of a rattle session.
Well, on the main takeoff peak, here goes heat leader Jarvis Earl, the 2022 World Junior Champion. He works his way through and just tries to up his own numbers, sitting on a 5.5 and a 5 for now for that 10.5 heat lead. Trying to just nudge that 5 up a little. Best wave we have seen does belong to the Portuguese surfer. Our athlete doing that paddle in the next cove in the green singlet, a 7. But really not much else just coming out of the scorecard just yet for Vitor Ferreira nor Teva Bushkua. We're starting to talk about Morocco before we went down to the beach, and Teva Bushkua, just a fine representative of that northern African region. So many point breaks in that area. And it's a cool story with all the right-hand points for the winter season here, and then all the right-hand points up there for the opposite season as the winter rolls into the northern hemisphere. Jarvis Earl, though, on his way back out, just knocks on the door of every opportunity. One single turn there. The judges will backlog 2 scores for Jarvis Earl as we slip down to 15 minutes to go.
Yeah, and Jarvis is looking the money. Just needs to find that wave maybe that gives him a couple of those turns, or maybe just a slightly bigger, heavier wave that he can go do the one maneuver on. But he's controlling the heat right now with those 5s, and he's going to be looking just to up that score a bit. And Gigs, Morocco, what a place. I mean, to the northern African sort of side. We talk about South Africa with a wealth of right-hand point breaks. They've got them there. And good chow too. Go ahead to Tajine, have a surf. It's a good time. They got the QS event now, so it's wonderful up there. And just watch this bottom turn. He is so low, just drives the board out of the lip. Decided to pull out there, but probably one of the most compressed bottom turns I've seen in the whole event.
Well, there you go, talking about food again with Morocco and the topic of discussion. We're into the second half of this heat. It is lunchtime here in beautiful South Africa. And waiting for some numbers. They'll have peppered in very quickly. Nothing changes the lead for Jarvis Earl, still with that pair of 5s, the 5.5 and the 5. And the clock now down to 14 to go. And where is our surfer in the green singlet? Trying to make his way through. There he comes. You see him on screen, just coming in from the next cove here. Overhead waves just marching into the lineup here at Surfers and Willard Beach. Look at that heavier one as well. So good call from Travis to just go, hey, hold on, guys. it's only a Tuesday here. We've got all the way until Saturday to get a clean, honest result out of the first challenger. And going up into that section, Vitor Ferreira, big meaty lip. And well, that'll say goodbye to one of his counting scores.
Jeez, I'm just watching him try to swim against the travelator there. Incredible, but that was a very committed turn. For a second, I thought he might just sort of pull the eject button, but he committed and went for it. And fair play to Vitor. That was very much one of the heaviest turns I think we've seen all day. So could be a good score there. Let's watch this one. He took off. You could see him lining it up and just went bam, straight up into the lip. Maybe just a little bit sort of late on the turn.
I think the lip changed shape as well underneath him as he was on his way up.
But certainly very committed. That was a heaving section, so that's going to be an interesting score for us.
Where do the judges go with that number? We'll think about it and we'll bring you the answer straight after the break. Stay with us. It is beautiful Ballito from South Africa. It is the Ballito Pro.
This new generation never goes outside. This new generation is lazy. This new generation needs to wake up. Wake up.
Welcome back to the Ballito Pro. We're here in the Corona Bar, enjoying the action, the last heat of the day. With me, I've got Paul Canning. Paul, you were 5 years on the WCT, and then also, interestingly, your best result was a 5th in this event when it was still the Gunson 500 back in Durban.
Yeah, I mean, it's an amazing event. It's got so much history, so much heritage. I got semis, I think, in around 1997. It was the first professional surfing event I ever watched at the age of 12 in, I think it was around 1987. I watched Pierre Tosti get to the semis at North Beach. So yeah, a lot of good memories and amazing still to be part of it with the O'Neill brand.
Paul, what was your best result on the WCT when you were competing?
In 2001, I got to the semis at Bells Beach. I actually lost to Mick Fanning there. He was a young wild card. Got the Rip Curl wild card, and he went on to win the event. But yeah, that was my best result and an amazing memory for me.
Awesome stuff, Paul. So we're enjoying the last heat of the day here from the Corona Bar. Don't forget that you can join us for the Corona Zero post show. That'll be coming up directly after this last heat, so stay tuned for that. And there you will see the highlights of the day, some of the big waves, big moves, big wipeouts. So we look forward to that. Paul, it's been a great day surfing. Big swallow out in Ballito. Back to you, Gigs.
Yeah, thanks, Mike. And of course, such a legend, Paul Canning. We had him in the booth earlier. So many cool stories from PC. And along with fellow commentator Greg Emsley, they've both served various years and periods of time on the championship tour. And what about this for the highlights reel?
Well, we saw there how pumped he was on this turn. Big heaving section. Got the 483 for that previous one. and needing a 4.68. Could be called that was a slightly better turn, better section, a bit cleaner. So maybe could push towards that score. We'll have to wait and see, though.
Well, we'll ask that question as we see Vitor Ferreira just working his way through the heavy lineup here. Of course, that update, the event will go on hold and will recommence tomorrow morning. And typical of this time of year with the conditions, it will calm down overnight. The other thing that will calm down is the priority standings, because Vitor Ferreira is going to jump from third to first, 6.33, big meaty wave, almost visiting the best wave of the heat, still being held by Guilherme Ribeiro, that 7-point ride. But Vitor Ferreira up into that top position now. Still holds the 4.83 as well, but the big backhand turn for the 6.33. Good job done in now testing conditions.
Well, heat leader of 2 turns, pretty much. Got the 4.83 for one, and then went a little bit bigger and got the 6.33. So showing that those one maneuver waves still can work out in the Ballito lineup. But now he's put himself a little bit of a buffer. Jarvis Earl, of course, sitting on a 5.5 and a 5. He only needs a 5.67, so he's right there and thereabouts. But then he's being chased down by Ribeiro with a 7.0, so he's only needing a 3.5. And the next 7 minutes is going to be pretty interesting.
Certainly will be. Just love these overviews of the beautiful KwaZulu-Natal region. Warm Indian Ocean. Very good translucent water, just looking lovely on picture. And as you mentioned, this last 7 minutes, might think that Jarvis Earl's still going to find a meaningful number to dispose of a 5-point ride. What about that clobber in the top section? Backs it up, real raging turn. Third one in, so a useful wave here. Might just be posting his best score. We'll see how that compares to that big backhand hit of Vitor Ferreira, the 6.33. We'll also see how it tacks up against Guilherme Ribeiro, still has the best individual wave of the 7.
Yeah, I've got to say, I really liked that wave from Jarvis Earl. That was, again, aggressive surfing. Maybe not the biggest wave, and I think that's kind of been his game plan this heat. He's been taking the slightly smaller ones, but wow, really threw that up into the lip and then just comes driving around the corner, big powerful carve, and gets a 3rd turn. So I think that's probably his best ride. I think he's definitely going to see an improvement.
Well, let's see what the judges say about that. Of course, Bourgeois has been a little bit quiet here. It's still a decimal in his scoreline, Kai. And he's been holding that priority for a fair amount of time now. And Ribeiro, the Portuguese surfer, has navigated his way through the difficult paddle out to be back in the lineup as well. So look at those requirements for 3rd and 4th place. And of course, we'll review that, because there is the score now in for Jarvis Earl's going to get a 6.17, his personal best. And so the heat changes shape slightly with a new heat leader. Vitor Ferreira drops to 2nd and puts a requirement onto Ribeiro of a 4.16, Bourgeois of a 5.67. This should be some fun in the remaining 5 minutes.
Yeah, and this is one of those heats where literally 2 waves could change the entire heat. I mean, Ribeiro and Bourgeois, they both need 1 score and they could completely change what's happening out there, especially Guilherme. I mean, a 7.0, he's still got the highest wave score of the heat. Took a bit of a hiding, had to do the run around. I'm sure he had to just get his breath back once he was out there. But 4.5 minutes, he's in 2nd priority. He's pretty separate from the blue surfer last time I looked. So, and you can see that Teva is now paddling straight down to the white and red vests. So he's going to go sit on those guys. Oh, no, he changed his mind. Now he's realizing that the man in green actually could be a bigger threat.
Well, either way, it's sober requirements for 3rd and 4th place here. Of course, Kikash Frederico Moraes lost him in the round of 64 yesterday. Onto screen comes the Portuguese surfer. That's a lovely, useful grinding turn. Somehow glues it back together. Is that enough to beat a 4.16 into submission? We'll find out. Here goes Bourgeois. So requirements for this man on screen, the 5.67, some grinding turns. That wind really in the last 10 minutes has picked up quite a few knots. You see it brushing right across the screen now. And a good call from Travis to just press pause on this thing for the rest of the day. But, well, knocking on the door of requirements, both surfers.
I don't know how he pulled that turn out. I'd ridden him off, but he just put the toes into the wax and pulled that rail back in. Pretty impressive stuff. It was a heaving section, and he really gave it a go. So we'll see on the replay now. Just watch how he comes into this, wow, through that tail, and got caught on the front rail. So he really did like phenomenally well to pull that one back. And then straight behind him, Teva, not the best turn. There was a bit of a line in front of him there that kind of broke up the wave, and unfortunately don't think, I mean, he's certainly going to drop the 0.67, but I'm not seeing a 5.67 there.
Well, a couple of strong raspy turns there from the goofy footers, and of course Ribeiro just keeping that scorecard in his full focus here. 2 minutes 20 coming up now on the clock, so this one's going to run to the finish line. Jarvis Earl settled into a lead with the 11.67. Vitor Ferreira is right up there with him in the double digits. See full activity report here. Jarvis Earl with the most amount of waves in the lineup. And Kai, what are we seeing as we just overview the lineup here? Big sets marching in. And Vitor Ferreira is going to try to protect that second place position. He'll square it up. I like the feeling of that. Just a big squared up hit. And Jarvis Earl behind him will also let go some backhand turns. So a quick run here through the scorecard for all four surfers now. Due scores with 140 on the clock.
Wow. Big exchange. And it'll be cool to see the start of Jarvis's. We might have missed a turn as we swung off of that wave of Vitor's. For me, Vitor's wave, a nice turn, but I don't think it was as good as those previous two. The wave didn't really give him that big, strong lip to hit. But we'll have to see where it goes. Minute on the clock, he's coming in, which means he's definitely not going to make it back out into the lineup. I wonder if he's damaged his equipment there, Giggs.
Well, we'll find out as we dig into this final minute of the second heat of the round of 32. You can see with just now under 1 minute to go, it will be that's all he wrote for Vitor Ferreira. But as we mentioned, judges' scorecard with that flurry open for all four surfers. And yeah, good question. Did Jarvis Earl add more to his lead? Big hit there at the end for Ribeiro, the Portuguese surfer, would have learnt a lot from following surfers like Kikash. And of course, the Portuguese all just, as a nation, always supporting each other. Certainly cheering at the World Cup soccer as well. And we mentioned those beaches in and around Lisbon. Of course, Gilham will be used to some heavier water, especially in the when you move into the autumn months there. That region of Portugal up in Ericeira will see a Challenger Series stop again in 2026. I always love what comes out of Ribeira de Ilhas in that Ericeira region. But the horn is blasted out the back. It means that we are done with competition, but scorecard remaining open for Jarvis Earl, Vitor Ferreira, Gilham Ribeiro, and Teva Bushqua. This is that single maneuver, Kai. What are we thinking here?
Nice turn. I think the wave kind of maybe let him down. This is the one I wanted to see. So that first turn was vicious, really attacking the lip line. Came over, lost the board. That could have been nasty, actually. So I don't think he's going to improve. And then we had this one from Gilham. Nice big hit on the late section. But is it a 4.16? That's the question to be asked. Literally, the judges have got steam coming out their ears right now because there's about 6 waves they need to get scores in on.
Well, what we notice is Jarvis Earl has replaced a score, that massive, big, blunt backhand turn for a 6.17. So he nudges his scorecard forward. Still some more numbers due from him. And this surfer out of the regions of Caparica in Lisbon, Portugal, has really kept us entertained as well. A couple of great turns from him. See where his scores land as he tries to continue his progress here in the Challenger Series, his first stop. And of course, Vitor Ferreira's scorecard is up to date now as well. So he has settled in on an 11.16, 633 and a 483, nothing changing there. Teva Bushqua, his number in 393, Kai. Doesn't get a full payout from the panel. He'll remain down in fourth, and one more set of scores to come for our Portuguese surfer. But Jarvis Earl on screen there, just a World Junior Champion of 2022. Got those wins over names like Alan Cleenan and Levi Slauson at the World Juniors back in that year over in Seaside in the northern San Diego area. And of course, Jarvis Earl just taking a year out of competition, back in 2026 for more. And an official result does wrap up that round of 32 Heat 2. Jarvis Earl and Vitor Ferreira will move forward. That is now the official number, 617 and a 5.5 for the Heat win. And of course, love the beach scenes in and around. It's lunchtime. The event will go on hold. Please stay with us. We'll have a Corona Sierra post show to get through. We'll see you on the other side of the break.
Welcome to KwaZulu-Natal, the destination for all seasons. Nestled on the breathtaking north coast of the Zulu Kingdom, this vibrant town offers something for everyone. KwaZulu-Natal boasts several beaches that have been awarded the prestigious blue flag, guaranteeing cleanliness and safety for all visitors. Our inland region offers a world of adventure. Get your adrenaline pumping with thrilling activities like ziplining, hiking and off-road biking surrounded by the natural beauty of KwaZulu-Natal's landscapes. Kids will love our animal farm, getting up close and personal with friendly animals. Immerse yourself in history as you explore the rich heritage and legacy of great leaders like King Shaka and Chief Albert Luthuli. Conveniently located just a short drive from King Shaka International Airport and Durban International Conventional Center, making it easily accessible for both local and international delegates, with an abundance of world-class accommodation facilities, dining options and attractions nearby, you can truly make the most of your time in this magnificent region. KwaZulu-Natal, the heartbeat of the North Coast.
This is peak summer vibes here. That is a launch.
The U.S. Open's like the mecca of all of Orange County.
The pier is absolutely packed. The beach, standing room only.
Welcome in to the Corona Zero post show. What was a short but sweet and fun, lively day of action down here at the Ballito Pro presented by O'Neill. We came down the beach this morning and it was absolutely firing. The wind held off for a really solid amount of the morning, but we've hit the afternoon. It started to ruffle up the conditions a little bit, so we have called the comp off, hence why we're enjoying the Corona Zero post show. My name is Jessie Starling. I'm joined in the booth by Paul Evans and Greg Emsley. Guys, yet again, cheers to another fun day with the both of you.
Cheers, JJ. Grego, shots.
Greg, first things first. Moment of the day for you.
Moment of the day, well, waking up this morning, the sunrise was epic, seeing the waves spitting. And to be honest, I thought the ladies went amazing. Eden Waller's barrel was the moment of the day for me, just the positioning and how beautiful that tube ride was.
Paul?
I'm going to say Ariane Ochoa. We had her in the studio. It was really cool to chat with her early on. She didn't make the CS last year. She's had to watch everyone else around her kind of do really well and overtake her, and absolutely nailed it. First thing in the morning, I knew we were in for a great day when I saw that wave.
Greg, it's been obviously a full year since we've been back and seen a lot of these men and women compete here at Willard Beach. For the women's seeded round, did you see them meeting the standard of today's conditions?
The ladies that wanted it certainly met the conditions. It was very testing. It was a tough day, but jeepers, did we see some good surfing and some surfers really charging. I thought it was epic, and there were some fantastic moments.
We also briefly saw some of the men's surfers out there. Now, the men's round of 32 heat 1 was stacked. It had 2 championship tour surfers in it, and it is our first highlight heat of the day. This was a really interesting heat with 2 guys going to the backup plan of being here on the Challenger Series, Paul.
Yeah, a lot on offer out here, a lot available, and we talked about the CT surfers and whether they were kind of clear favourites, and I've just sort of had a bit of a feeling, I'm not sure if it's that much of an advantage. Seriously, 4 surfers in the water, waves like this, the talent level from the surfers kind of emerging below, and I just had a feeling we're going to get a continued theme where it is the surfers that are looking to try and get up there, maybe getting the better of those that are already there or certainly been there. Impressive from Ian Gentile. Thought he surfed well yesterday. I thought he surfed a lot better today. He's really finding his form. And I just think Kainala has been one of the stories. I thought before the event, I looked at that list from South America and some of the names, and you just kind of look, where's the excitement coming from? I think he's growing heat by heat in stature, his manoeuvres. He looks really comfortable and he's ripping.
Yeah, well, Ryan Kainala, definitely the underdog in that storyline. He did take the win. It was Ian Gentile who came in second. We did lose our 2 championship tour surfers out of the draw relatively early, so we will see them potentially be over in the US Open, if not at Tahiti at the next stop on that championship tour. It was a pretty jam-packed day. I mean, there were so many different storylines, and Greg, like you mentioned, those surfers who really did rise to the occasion. They were major standouts, and you could see that Ryan was really keen to lift during that heat.
The word I'm thinking when I'm look at Ryan's performance is mechanical. He just keeps working hard. The heat starts and he works. He gets a score. That score line keeps building, and he gets solid numbers every single heat. He's a great competitor, and he's definitely one to watch in this event.
I think he's really well-rounded as well. We talk about how young he was when he first started doing the QS. He was tiny, had those really baggy board shorts. Basically, they didn't really make him any smaller. He had the full, like, young John Johns below the knee when everyone was wearing short ones because he was so little. But, like, what he's able to do, he can bring carves, he can do that traditional surfing, he can go to the air. I feel like he can kind of scrap in a low-scoring heat. He can also do highlights, real stuff, and, like, a really well-rounded surfer. The thing with the CS is, you know, you're going to get a bit of everything over the year, and I think that's a really good skill to have, to be that well-rounded. It's serving him well here so far.
Obviously, we called the comp off early this afternoon because the conditions were a little bit tricky. Tomorrow morning, it's meant to be absolutely pumping. 2 major names in that one being Sorry, I beg my pardon. Major names in that one, Oscar Berry and Mihimana Bray, who are standouts on that first day. Greg, how do you see them going in those really good conditions?
I think we're going to wake up. It's going to be clean and beautiful conditions. It got unplayable out there this afternoon now, and I think Oscar Berry is going to be a standout. I think now that he's made a heat, basic scores 2 6s yesterday, he's going to settle down and watch him. I think he's going to really take it now and start going to another level.
One surfer who made those tricky conditions look oh so easy was Jarvis Allen. He is with the Frou Brew.
Thank you, Jessie. Actually took us a little while to get Jarvis off the beach. He got absolutely mobbed by autographed hunters as he was coming out the water. Well done, Jarvis. That was a great heat win. You were riding your normal board there. You didn't bring any step-ups. How did that heat go?
Yeah, I was just on my short board in a round tail. It still has pretty good hold, but yeah, there's some solid ones today, and it's pumping all morning, so I was stoked to get a couple and get through that heat, yeah.
Was the wind a factor at your heat was the last heat of the day and they called it off? Did the wind play into the heat much at the end there? It picked up a lot in the last half an hour.
Yeah, for sure. I kind of had that in the back of my mind, like watching pumping waves on morning. I was like, oh, I'll be hit and miss for the wind in my heat, but I kind of just accepted that and just stuck to my turns and paid off in that one.
Awesome stuff. I got one question for you. A couple of people have asked me if I do interview to ask this. Give us what's up with the barbed wire on the board?
Yeah, it's actually my mate from back home, name's James Hoff. He's just draws a lot in his spare time, and as you can tell, he's pretty talented. So I got him to a batch of my boards and they came out pretty sick, and yeah, that's the board I'm riding for this event, yeah.
Awesome stuff. It's obviously working for you. Great to see you going so far into the event. Can't wait for your next heat.
Can't wait, man. Oh, man, let's go.
Back to you, Jessie.
Thank you, Mike. Thank you, Jarvis. Pretty cool to see Jarvis surfing so strong, especially considering he had a really gnarly knee injury this time last year.
Yeah, great seeing him back in rude health. Bit of time off sometimes not always the worst thing ever, is it, as well? A little bit of a breather, maybe come back with a slightly different take on things, whether you change your prep or anything like that, but just a little bit of distance and then come back with a different headspace, some new energy.
Yeah,
love it.
I love it. We saw some new energy in the women's side of the draw as well. There's going to be one of the standouts, probably the highest standout heat was the round of 32, heat number 1 on the women's side of the draw, and that is where we saw the highest wave score of the day so far, a 9 for Ariane Okoa here.
Yeah, just absolutely killing it. This is Sanoa, I believe, on this first wave in this heat. But that wave of Ariana will come through. And as we see in white, this is Daniela Rosas. She's been surfing well, unfortunately getting eliminated, even though there was a 7-1-7 in the scoreline, not managing to back it up. But she'll take heart that she's on form heading in to Huntington Beach. And this is up and riding. That big turn from Ariane, top corner on that one, and backs it up with another massive hit, gets the 9 point, and it was a big wave as well with 2 huge maneuvers.
Maybe one of the biggest waves we saw in competition all day. Isabella Nichols was also in this heat, Paul.
Yeah, well, that theme, there it is once again. And some of our top seed surfers that we're really expecting, they're going to respond well to the pressure. I mean, she surfed well. There's nothing wrong with this kind of action. But, I mean, sometimes when the scores do get nudged up, someone gets a 9 and then everyone steps their game up in the heat. It's going to be tough. And she bows out. But that's what makes it exciting, right? You see those big names going down. You kind of raise an eyebrow at the same time. That's actually quite standard for the Challenger Series.
Yeah, everyone does get a piece of the pie. Everyone has those events where they do find that momentum. They get that standout. And like we just spoke about with Jarvis, having some time off can pay dividends, and that really shows with Ariane Ochoa, who came back this season and is in some of the best form we've seen, Greg.
Yeah, absolutely. And she is in the best form I've seen, getting 9 point rides. It's a massive score. It's an excellent score, but big wave, having that opportunity and getting those 2 huge turns. And she's looking comfortable, calm, having to step back for a year, but she's come back stronger. I think that's a big theme this year. A lot of the surfers that have stepped back have come back stronger.
Yeah, I love to see it. As you mentioned before, the waves are going to be pumping again tomorrow. So let's take a look at the Surfline forecast and see exactly what we're dealing with. Paul, we love when we can come to a comp and just know that there is dark green good days on the lineup for the Surfline forecast.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, there's nothing that sort of strikes fear into the heart of an organizer when it's absolutely pumping the week before, and it has been a bit of a theme. We've seen some kind of swell of the seasons hit just before event windows open when it was pumping. My mate Greg Elmsey messaged me, told me he got barreled about a week ago, and I was like, uh-oh, what does this mean for our Challenger Series window? I tell you what, The surf has absolutely delivered. I think we've had a couple of days that was bigger than we thought it was going to be. This morning, once again, we're looking at it in the dark and we're thinking, has it dropped a bit? Not at all. Unbelievable. But look at those numbers, really, really healthy, Greg. I mean, it just looks like we're going to be blessed throughout. And I guess from Travis's point of view, he gets to just pick those best moments, the wind as well, and put our surfers in real quality ways, what they deserve.
Yeah, absolutely. That system has passed us. It's kind of got stuck just below Madagascar there, spinning. So it's still giving us the south swells and a mix of east swells. So it looks like it's going to taper slightly, but I mean, it's solid 6 foot, maybe even some 8 foot sets out there. So a little bit of a taper I don't actually see as a problem. And I think we're going to continue seeing these swells for the rest of the window. I don't think it's going to get lower than 3 feet. And we're going to have the offshores in the morning. And then let's see what the afternoons bring.
We will most definitely take it. Pumping conditions in the morning. If we have to call it off for the afternoon and come back the next day, we're fine with it. Let's take a look at our top 5 highlight moments of the day. There was a couple of really strong ones, and this top 5 actually paints that picture perfectly. Ian Gentile, this was a huge wave here, Greg.
Yeah, it was massive, but how's this turn? Absolutely free falls out of the lip. He gets to 7.67, and that felt good. I mean, that was a huge, that's one of the biggest turns of competition.
And then we saw Laura, which she was just such a standout, Paul.
She looked amazing in the water. If you saw her hobbling on the beach, you wouldn't think she was probably able to even get to her feet. Well, she did a little better than that. She looked so comfortable and happy out there, being creative with her line, really patient, nothing forced or hurried. I thought this moment, the ocean was so glassy, so impressive what Laura did.
And then, of course, the winner of every day has to be the Dolphins. This is the Dolphin Coast, and they were out to play in full force today, Greg.
Yeah, they were having a lot of fun. And just look at that water quality. That water's so warm, the Dolphin Coast, and that's why they had to
They're not in a hurry, are they? They're just sort of hanging.
Oh, they're watching the action. There's great surfing action straight in front of them. Where would they go to? Why would they want to rush off?
Win, lose or draw, you can't help but smile when you're out in the heat and you see a pot of dolphins like that.
Yeah, look at that. Absolutely perfect. The KwaZulu-Natal coast. The warm Indian Ocean is just fantastic as it laps up onto these pristine golden beaches.
And there was a couple of surfers who got to dance with these dolphins throughout the day too. We've had so many moments throughout competitive surfing history where the dolphins have got amongst the action. Today, adding to it with Sally here, Paul.
Yeah, this is a great moment for her. I mean, she's had a lot in her career. It's another one for the scrapbook, isn't it? Beautiful to see the dolphins in the face. Good to see Sally as well, doing some of her trademark turns, competing well as ever. No real shocks there.
This is Greg's highlight moment of the day, that barrel from Eden Waller.
Oh, it's just all day long. I love seeing her tube ride, but watch this. She eyes it so perfectly. She's compact as she takes off, ready for anything. Sets up into the tube, and there's no panic whatsoever. Just draws that perfect line, and great. She got an excellent score for that.
And the highest wave score of the day, Ariane Ochoa, Paul.
Yeah, another good day for the Euros. A great day for surfers out of the Spanish region. A massive number for her early on in the day. When you got an early morning heat, the relief that she felt on the Stoke after that. As we mentioned, we had her here in the studio. It's really good to get her thoughts on life on the Challenger Series, but just one moment away from the surf, and I thought she said it was good not to take it too seriously here. You can really put your fortunes and tie them in with what happens in your heats, and I think she's got quite a good kind of grown-up view on it all. I love that mature take from her.
I just love looking at the morning conditions. They were so glassy and so clean this morning, and it really did allow our surfers to put their best foot forward like we saw from Ariane. So, of course, that means tomorrow morning we are going to come down and we have the same call time, 7 a.m. It's going to be an incredible day. The conditions look borderline exactly the same as this morning when you go to the finite chart details, but it's going to be a great looking round of 32, especially for the men's in those conditions, Greg.
Oh, it's going to be awesome. I reckon those surfers are going to battle to sleep tonight. They're going to have so much excitement knowing that offshore wind's going to come through overnight, and we're going to be greeted to crisp, clean, perfect waves. I reckon we're going to see some tube rides tomorrow.
Oh, I can't wait. Let's do it. Let's bring it on. We're going to leave you guys with some highlights, and we'll see you here tomorrow morning at 7 a.m. for the call.
Cheers.
Cheers.
for broadcast around the world and may not be retransmitted, reproduced, rebroadcast, or otherwise distributed or used in any form without the written consent of the World Surf League.